cruel love, man. Cause now you alone. Yeah. Get out of my zone, man. Cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you gotta cry with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you gotta cry with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
To get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for
straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown, I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound, this is my time. You hear the crowd, hey, we need that rain. Me and my team, deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, I believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Going till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not afraid, we are opponents. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome one and all to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is game day 4 here on a relaxing Sunday afternoon for some games. At least this afternoon here. May not very well be wherever you are, but good morning or good evening, whichever that is for you. I'm Stress, joined by Demon and Stuart for what is sure to be a great 3 series of games today. I mean, we had some great games yesterday.
Yep.
Probably the best series,
for sure.
definitely so far. I hope not the best series of the group, because that would mean that we don't have any good series to come. But Formulation versus Rix yesterday was one hell of a series.
Yep.
D-Man, you were casting that. I mean, just so tense in that last game.
It lived up to the hype that we were expecting. You know, we talked about it potentially being the final in whenever the finals are going to be down the line. You know, of course they have to be in the top 4 to get there in the first place, but it absolutely lived up to it. It was ended up being a 26, 27-minute game. The last one
game was like that.
could have,
everyone.
that was literally settled by like the smallest detail of play within the game. There was like 2 things I would say in that game that if it had done differently, it could have completely gone the other way. But it was so tight. You know, gold was level, team fights were level. It was all just the smallest detail.
That's the crazy thing. It was down to the margin.
Exciting series, and we can take a look at what that has done to the standings here. As of course we have 8 teams playing across 7 game days in a round robin. Everybody plays everybody else once. We have started to see our top and our bottom teams start to shift a little bit. Team Queso sat at 3-0, have been looking very good. We'll see if they can keep up their winning ways. And with that big win yesterday, Rix slot into that tied 2nd spot for now. Formulation, on the other hand, from that loss, Stuart there at 1-2 currently, tied for 5th. What's your prospects for them over the next few days?
I mean, they're definitely going to have to look to bounce back today. They need to bounce back today as well, because if you lose this series today, then you're going to be further and further behind and drop more and more games. We only got 4 more games left to go for these teams. So I'm hoping they will bounce back. So I'm expecting them to bounce back as well, because as we mentioned, yesterday's series was very, very close. It could have gone either way. I think each game was over 25 minutes. It was down to the small margins for both of them teams. But I'm expecting this team to still be in the top 4 come the end of the season.
Well, it's a good thing you mentioned top 4, because when we take a look at the prize pool of the round robin, there are prizes for every spot on the round robin leaderboard. Of course, the biggest prize of that is the fact that we go into a top 4 playoffs system later on. So it's all about getting through into that top 4. Take a look at the prize. It'll pop up on your screen in just a second. You can see the distribution between the teams. First place in the round robin will get 2,500, all the way down to 750 for 8th place. So currently it's Momdi in that spot, and I'm trying not to harp on too much about how they need to get off the starting blocks for that win, but they're currently 0-3.
Yeah, and it's a tough spot to be in. I mean, let's face it, they started by facing off probably against the best teams in the league. And obviously, everybody knows as soon as you're down, it's very hard to get back up, because obviously you've been smashed and smashed and smashed. And there's no time as a player you can take as a team. It affects morale, it affects the team chemistry, and it's going to be hard to come back from. And plus, when they're obviously changing players a lot as well, which is also a problem.
It's funny you mention that, because I guess they also have to split the prize pool more ways. Like, you have Rix, who have kept their 5 for a while. If they end up in the top, they're like, yeah, great, we've got everything.
I mean, I would suspect they would say, if you're not sticking around, mate, you're getting the prize.
Cutting it by the number of games played. Well, that's our round robin prize pool. We can take a look at the playoffs prize pool for the challenge finals. As you'll see, first place $8,000, second place $5,000, third place $3,000, fourth place $1,000. So there is quite a disparity between not just making top 4, but also taking home that first place prize. So that's what we're playing for. Let's take a look at the teams playing today. As we're going to have 3 series on stream, 1 series off stream, as you should have come to expect by now. We are on game day 4. NASA taking on Formulation as the first series of the day. Then Team Queso will face off against Momdi in a top of the table versus bottom of the table clash. And then Rix will round off the day against Parla. Off stream, Viv, Esports, and Ice Cream will take place throughout the day. So apologies to Viv fans and Ice Cream fans. We said this yesterday, we're mixing it as much as possible to get the teams on stream and off screen. That means in the coming weeks, teams like Rix, like Queso, will be playing off stream. So do not worry. We will make sure we get plenty of Viv and Ice Cream as we're playing through. So that's our entire day rundown. I think it's basically time for us to get into our first series of the day between NASA and Formulation. So I think this could have been a close series. Formulation are just in a kind of a strange spot, but for NASA yesterday, they underperformed. This is the NASA lineup. It was Katana, Swest, Rekna, Cool Effects, and Pabane. I was expecting a little bit more out of them, but yesterday was a rough day for NASA. I don't feel like they were on the same page at all.
It was a questionable team comp, obviously, that they selected. You know, obviously a lot of people were talking about whether it was Katana's first time on Yone or not. Certainly first time in an official, obviously, we've seen him. And the fact is the comp was based around it, so if that was the case, then yeah, they made a big mistake in their tactical decisions coming into the game. Whether it's simply a case of Yone's available, we've got to first pick it, and then oh, what are we doing with it, sort of thing, like lack of discussions beforehand. So yeah, something that they need to look at to obviously look to improve. In terms of actual gameplay, I mean, we know they're very good. They pushed Queso in the first gameplay day really pretty much to the limit. I would say, if anything, more than Formulation did to that extent. But yeah, honestly, we know they're a good team. They just need to prove it once again.
I think that's the difficulty, is that, you know, with yesterday's performance against Viv, it seems like they tried something new. They were playing champions that maybe we don't expect them to play. You know, Rekna played the RE mid lane, but he used to be playing these, you know, assassins and bruisers. Obviously, Katana in the Baron lane didn't have the best of games on the Yone. Same with Swest as well. He wasn't really on them bruisers. So I'm expecting NASA to go back to what they feel comfortable on, and I want them to go back to what they feel comfortable on.
What we saw from Rix, basically, right?
Yeah,
when they went back to the comfort picks.
You know, I want to see the Riven. I want to see these the champions that these players are comfortable on. Morgana for Cool FX as well. You know, go back to what you're comfortable with, because sometimes that's what you have to do. You have to go back to the basics, and you have to go back to what you're comfortable with to beat a team like Formulation.
Yeah, I think for Formulation's lineup as well, you mentioned their opponents here. Is Formulation, they're a team that I mean, we're expecting them to be one of the top teams here, and yesterday's series against Rix, I think, proved that they absolutely can. I think Game 1 looked shaky out of them, and we're like, oh, okay, Rix are back. Like, Rix are back up to full strength. But then Game 2, Formulation played exceptionally well. We saw a lot of priority on Yone across the series. We know Don likes to play it, and it really was down to kind of just late game decision making in Formulation. Just one mistake. Don not really accounting for the fact that someone could have been behind him at one spot as random, played perfectly to catch him out, and that was what turned the game in their favor. Formulation could very easily well have gone 2-1 on yesterday's series, and I think that's the difficulty for NASA. Is like Formulation, I still feel like are in pretty decent form. Yeah,
I mean, if basically Doom hadn't got that stasis available, Don would have looked like the hero. It would have been, we would have been talking about how Don was the hero of the game yesterday. He'd have killed Doom, he'd have come straight up behind the rest of Rix, and they'd have been slaughtered. And that would have been, that's it, Formulation win the game. So we would have been talking, it's such a like finite details that turned the game, and as you say, that misplay at Baron also cost him. But we know they're a very good team. We absolutely know that. They tried a couple of different things yesterday. They're kind of, I would say, the only downside I think I've seen from Formulation is their lack of adjustment in pick and bans. Like we saw it with Queso, they kind of stuck to the tried and tested. It worked in Game 1 by basically a single team fight where they came out on top. Game 2, Game 3, it didn't work, and they just kind of like just wilted away slowly. And then we saw exactly the same against Rix. You know, it worked great in Game 1, and in Game 2 and 3, they did exactly the same thing that Rix were just happy to play because they knew the adjustment and it worked for them.
I think there was a little bit of an adjustment. You know, we saw Vex yesterday pick up the Diner, which actually worked out pretty well against you know, Doom yesterday. Core actually picking up the AD carries, picking up Ezreal as well. So I think there is a bit of adaptation. And like I said yesterday, you know, normally the draft for me is where Formulation can, you know, outdo anyone really, to be fair, because their backroom staff are actually very smart, Mavilla and Kirks. But you know, against Team Queso, yeah, like you said, you know, they kind of just went, oh, we'll play against the same thing again, but then we won't adapt to you know, in the actual game itself. So you know, I think sometimes they do have good drafts, and sometimes bad.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like sometimes they have good drafts, sometimes they have bad drafts, but I think it's just going into the game. And you know, you mentioned Don. You know, I think it was kind of a game of two Dons, really. You can say in that final game against Rix, where he got caught out. Yes, he went for the hero play. He got that 3-man knock up as well on Yone to make that play in the early game in that game as well. So, you know, Don as a player, you know, can go for them crazy outplays, but sometimes he can overstep a little bit too far, maybe not respect the opponents as much.
Well, you mentioned in the mix there about Vex on Diana. Vex is part of our head-to-head matchup for this series, of course, as I think a lot of the time we end up focusing on junglers, but they are so influential. So our head-to-head for this is going to be Swest versus Vex. You mentioned wanting to see the Riven come back into this from Swest, potentially, might be the kind of play that NASA need from this. But I think Vex overall has looked very, very solid in the majority of the series we've watched. I'm always happy to watch Vex play, and I think it really is going to be a challenge for NASA to have that impact from the jungle against a jungler like Vex, who's all over you.
I mean, Vex loves to play the carry junglers. You know, 3 games of Morgana already, 2 games of Kha'Zix, picks up the Gragas as well. You can see by his damage per minute as well how much big of a difference it is compared to Swest. You know, Swest likes to play, you know, likes of Camille, the likes of Riven as well, as I mentioned. So maybe more of a utility-based jungler, but I think it's definitely going to be a clash of junglers. And I think the likes of Morgana is going to be such a big pickup in the series because Vex is going to want to play it in the jungle as it's most played, but at the same time, Call Effects down that duo lane, he's played it quite a lot on the side of NASA. So I think, you know, both sides of things, I think the draft is going to be very interesting. It's going to be a lot of priority on a lot of different picks, but I think they're going to have to try and find a way, NASA, to try and shut down Vex, because we've seen that, you know, if he can get ahead, if he can get a few items, then he can just run over the entire game.
Yeah, I wonder whether we'll see Swest's Graves. I don't think it's the kind of pick that you're going to be able to get to work against Formulation. Normally, Graves needs those winning lanes. So, we've gone through our head-to-head matchup. We've talked a lot about both of these lineups. We are getting closer to the draft here, as we've only got a few minutes before we get into the game. Yeah, I feel like there was some adaptation. I wonder now whether Formulation will hold on to the Ezreal pick, the Diana pick, because I feel like Rick's forced this very different playstyle where they're like, oh, actually bot lane doesn't matter in lane at all, so let's just sacrifice it, get like tanky supports, run around and just engage on people. Like we saw Alistair at a clue yesterday.
Yeah, I think it worked well as well.
Yeah, I think that's the crazy thing is, like, you feel like, you know, Formulation can play, obviously they can play different champions, but I think the big thing was that because the Ezreal pick worked so well in game number 1 for Doom, Quantum and Core, was like, oh, I'll pick it up for myself. I'll show you how it's done in game number 2. He does it for himself. Then game number 3, none of them pick it up, I believe. Actually, no, I think it might have been Doom, actually. I think Doom might have picked up in game number 3. So maybe the Ezreal come back as a priority. Obviously, AD carries. I love to see AD carries as well, so that's always a great thing instead of seeing them mages.
It's obviously coming as a priority because Varus has just been banned all the time, right? So they've all sort of looked at it and said, okay, what we're going to do. Obviously, we saw Doom take Tristana as well, so we know that that's available. I mean, I think jungle focus may actually be a big one here, as well as Yone for Don. I think that could be an interesting pick. I'm very interested to see whether they do go for that Karma first ban, which they were doing yesterday, to make sure that gets taken out off the board, because it seems that that's like a playstyle that they just either don't want to play against or just don't know how to play against, sort of how to fix it. It's one of those things, which I'm fine with. You know, for me, the funnel comps are the most boring thing to commentate in the history of League of Legends across the last decade. So I'm absolutely fine with that being removed from Wild Rift.
Yeah, I'm always fine with the active supports as well. Yeah. I feel like it's such a more interesting gameplay. We haven't really touched too much on the matchup up in the top lane. So looking at Sneaky. Sneaky's a player that he
had a tough time yesterday. Yeah, he had a tough time. I mean, we know Random's very good, but I would say that he was kind of on the Camille constantly yesterday, up against the Fiora, which is in itself not a matchup you kind of want, and especially when you get put behind. Yeah. The entirety of the final game, he was basically, I'm going to have to defend and sit at a turret and hope you don't attack me. Hope like more than one person doesn't come and attack me, basically, because he could deal with the head-to-head with Random just about with the tower help. But as soon as backup came up from 7, it's just like, oh, here we go again. But, I mean, to be fair, he was only 0-2-1 after a 27-minute game that was so tense.
I think the interesting is you bring up Camille, because both Katana and Sneaky have prioritized Camille quite a lot, which is going to be another pick that's going to be a big priority, I think, in this draft. And obviously, we talk about NASA. I like their flexibility as well. We've seen that Camille can also be flexed in the jungle and even in the mid lane. They've also got Riven, as I mentioned before, can be played in the mid lane, can be played in the Baron lane as well. So there's a lot of flexibility in terms of the draft for NASA. So, you know, it has to be formulation. You know, as I said, I mentioned their drafts, and I think their drafts are very good. But obviously, we saw in the Team Queso one that maybe they sometimes don't adapt to what the enemy team is doing. Yeah,
which is really interesting, because I think now that we've had kind of a week of extra gameplay, we've started to see which teams are playing that playstyle and which teams aren't. It's not a playstyle that I'm expecting out of NASA. I'm not expecting NASA to turn around and be like, we're just going to play a bunch of enchanters just like play an AD carry and maybe have like a jungle carry. So I think that formulation will be pretty well prepared for this series in general. I feel like it's still only Queso that are like running heavily
well,
into
Parla
that
did
comp.
as well, didn't they? I mean,
Yeah,
Parla
Jono
used
is,
it
yeah.
midweek on
True.
formulation, so it's possible that they could have looked at that. I think we were drawing Lulu bans as well, if I'm not mistaken, in that game as well.
Series,
So to obviously remove that whole shield comp out of the picture. So it's a total possibility that they've looked at it and said that's how we beat formulation.
It is, and of course we didn't see Parla in yesterday's series off stream either. So maybe Parla have carried that on throughout this week, and maybe that's something that we'll get to see in our series later today. We are just a couple of moments away from pick and ban for our first game of the day. We want to hear what you feel about this series in chat. I know that we've got the actual predictions now in chat too, so you can use your channel points. We're back on ESL Mobile today, so it means you have channel points.
It's
so
balanced at the moment.
no excuse not to vote with the channel points. I'm going to actually try and do it now. I'm going to see what it is.
D-Man's predicting as well.
Wait, it's Viv Ice Cream, the prediction in chat at the moment.
Oh,
Oh, no!
okay, I'm not going to vote on that one because we're voting right now on formulation.
I'm
You can
putting all
see
my points
ours
in that Viv on that one.
at the bottom of your screen.
Sorry, guys. Boom, there
I
we go.
see.
I've stuck everything out. I've swung the balance.
I take the shade just for telling like the news updates about Momdi being at the bottom, and this guy's over here like I'm going to vote for Viv. Put all of my points on Viv.
5k into Viv. Here we go.
You did just see that we've cast a cursed formulation spectacularly, as it was 2-0 across the
2-0,
board.
yeah.
I don't think we have too much more to explain on that, and we have the draft ready for you anyway, so we can skip right into our first game of the day. NASA versus Formulation. NASA on the blue sides. They have a little bit of flexibility, maybe to ban out that Yone if they don't want to play it.
Lux is going to be the first one. As I mentioned before, I think Morgana is going to be a big priority. Camille as well, which we've also seen rise up in priority in recent times. And there was a time where Camille got nerfed quite a lot, and teams are like, maybe she's not that big of a priority. But now teams have realized, with the mobility that she has, with the Hextech Ultimatum, that she's still a very, very strong pick. And saying that, that's completely gone already for NASA.
Yeah,
they don't want to deal with that.
I mean, you said it yourself. Obviously, it is something that both Katana and Sneaky are sort of almost prioritized. So I guess they're just preferring take that away. This is even Fiora pretty much open on the table at the moment, which could be a possibility, focusing for those Baron lanes. Yone being taken away. Obviously, we saw Don was very aggressive on Yone. It's probably the most aggressive Yone we've seen so far, and actually was very strong on it as well. So not too surprising. And the Zed taken away, so really focusing on the mid laners here.
Karma's up. What else is available from here? Varus for the first
Fiora,
time in a few days. Gwen is up too.
Yeah.
Okay, so a lot of high priority champions were available on that first rotation.
I'm expecting maybe even a bot lane prio here for formulation. I wouldn't be surprised to see Varus and Nautilus, or Karma's actually going to be the pick. So they don't ban it away this time. They pick it away for themselves. Most likely, I would think, goes in the hands of Don. Maybe Varus, might be the priority for Quart. It's actually going to be the Morgana as well. Again, another pick, and that's going to go in the hands of Vex. So leaving that flexibility for Karma. It can go in the mid lane, can go in the dual lane to Quart. But with Varus available, I'm very surprised that they didn't prioritize it. So I think that NASA might even try and take it away for themselves this time.
Well, this would normally be a setup where I'm like, if you do play Marksman, this is a decent backing to it, right? It's like you got a Morgana, you got a Karma. Same thing as if you get like an Olaf, something equivalent where you have the Black Shield, you have that kind of thing. So there are a few picks that are up, and that's a Galio getting locked in already. Is this Senna Galio on the horizon potentially? I mean, it's probably going to get banned in the second phase from the Senna side of things.
We saw Quo playing Senna yesterday, right? Was it Quo that played Senna? I feel it was.
Was that the Ashe Senna? We had Ashe Senna bot lane from somebody yesterday. I have it in my notes. I can.
Can't remember who
that
it
was Riggs.
Oh, Vayne
Vayne
as well for Quad. So yeah, you mentioned it with the shielding, with the Morgana, with the Karma. I think the Morgana Black Shield is actually going to be pretty big because you're against the likes of a Galio, you're against the likes of the slows from Gwen, which I think will be very, very big.
Varus is gone. That's one of the matchups that in lane can punish. I think NASA have to ban Lulu alongside this because remember, as you said, Karma can flex, Morgana can jungle. Like if you go Lulu here and then
full shield here.
Exactly. Like
yeah.
I don't think Shen is a particularly
They
viable
could
champion
use
in the
what beats
meta,
them,
but you have last pick available for your Baron lane as well. So like Lulu could easily be a fourth pick, and we've seen priority towards these protect comps in PC League of Legends for years.
Saying that, it could very well be, Lulu support and then Shen Baron lane, and then you put Karma mid lane as well, so it's definitely the possibility. The long range poke, the formulation and ban away, I really, really like this, because the one thing that Vayne doesn't do well in the laning phase against a long range poke champions, like the Ziggs, like the Varus. Vayne wants to scale, get a few items. The laning phase we saw in yesterday's series against Riggs is a little bit, you know, basically undone, and nothing really happens in the bot lane, to be honest. So Formulation are like, okay, we're going to leave the bot lane by themselves again, and we're going to let this Vayne scale up. So now we're going to see what Formulation pick up. Interesting
I think
that
they misread that. Yeah,
interesting
I think
that Babane actually picks up Galio as well, because you know you've got double AP champions on the other side.
Yeah, I feel like NASA's bans were kind of misread there. They focused obviously on the Baron lane with the Jax Fiora, obviously Renekton. I mean, there was a plethora of choices that Sneaky could have had, so I think they could have probably focused their bans a little better towards what they're already seeing, which is a Vayne. They know there's going to be a hyper carry in there. They know they want to get something with it. I mean, I guess they were trying to pull away, but there was always going to be a tank in that top lane.
I think the big thing is they just wanted to take away that split push, you know, from the side of Formulation. You know, Jax and Fiora, two of the best split push champions with the Hull Breaker. Renekton can go Hull Breaker, but maybe not so much. And interestingly enough, the counter is actually Tristana. Can do pretty well against Vayne during the lane. Does outrange Vayne as well.
Out
you know,
pushes.
Vayne, yep, out pushes as well. You know, Vayne is
they
really very
even
good. And
steal the
take
Lulu.
away the Lulu.
Okay.
Wait, so it's going to be Galio mid lane. This is a... I mean, I talked about, you know, NASA and them adapting in draft and them with their flexible picks. Babane, actually, his most played champion at the moment in ESL is the Galio. So I think they originally wanted to put Galio in the support. But they're like, oh, you know, Lulu as well.
Could be Ruiz's unfortunate first timing having to play it because the team want him to swap around. And it's going to be a Darius, so this is actually going to remain that Karma. I mean, Darius and Renekton both feel like tough matchups for Galio. Like, Galio specifically thrives into magic damage, loves to kind of like get in, get out, fly away from the situation. Both of these picks will bully a Galio in a melee range matchup. Like, Darius mid could very well. We don't see it very often. We used to see it a little while from time to time. Could be a tricky one, but also up in the top lane against Garen, it's one of the matchups that can hang for a little while.
I think the big thing is, though, is that Tristana, when this Tristana scales, yes, most of the time probably Vayne will outscale in terms of, you know, scaling, but Tristana can also scale very well. But, you know, the Darius and the Renekton is going to struggle a lot to get onto this Tristana. The only way they're really going to catch this Tristana is potentially a Dark Binding from Vex. I think that's the only way they go onto the Tristana, especially with a Lulu by their side as well, with the Galio, with the ultimate. It's going to be very, very difficult this game for Formulation to get on top of the Tristana.
Yeah, what I would say is, like, if it's Proto Belt Darius, like Karma, Proto Belt Darius can effectively get there, but it's like once you burn
I mean, to
everything.
be honest,
right?
I think with Tristana, I don't think you even get into range in terms of Proto.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure exactly on, you know, how much of a distance you can actually jump with the Proto Bolt. But I think the movement speed, I think the movement speed of actually Karma's third ability did get nerfed in the most recent patch, so you don't get that crazy movement speed now from using the shields on the Karma. So I mean, like I said, it's going to be a bit of a struggle. But on the other side, you do have a Vayne, which, you know, we know what a Vayne can do.
Yeah. Very different comp. Very interesting setup on
Double
this
80
game.
carries again.
Yeah, we've got 280 carries again with some interesting swap arounds in that draft. I like that NASA punished the Lulu, or like took it away, right, to give them that
and it kind of
emphasis.
forced Formulation to basically say, okay, we have to put Karma in the support now, because there's not really anything else unless you know, pick Janna or someone like that. The only real Janna play we know is Floor, obviously, on Team Queso. So they're kind of stuck. So maybe, you know, it might have been well played from NASA. We'll have to see when we get into game.
We'll have to see.
Very different meta, though.
It's time. It's time for a different meta. 280 carries. Let's get us into game for game one of the day between NASA and Formulation with D-Man and Stuart.
Yes, here we go. So, a very different draft to what I think any one of us was expecting there. So, almost, I would say going back to, I hate to say it, but classic League of Legends here. You know, in terms of like what you've got, you know, the Garen, the classic with the Darius Garen lane is almost like a. I'm trying to think what year that was.
Noxus versus Demacia. Oh, unfortunately,
yeah,
Sneaky doesn't have the skin. You know, you have Dawnbringer Garen, but you don't have. What's the Darius skin called? I've completely forgot what the Darius skin called. Is it God King Darius? Is that the one? Yeah, God King Darius. So could have had a cool matchup in terms of skins in the Baron lane. But yeah, like you said, you know, the Darius versus Garen matchup. I think Garen most of the time should be completely fine. Is Katana up there against Sneaky. And Darius is a champion that we have not seen for a very, very long time. Because the problem is with Darius at the moment is that you do struggle. You know, and Stress mentioned in the draft, most of the time you have to get the Proto Belt. You have to rush the Proto Belt, which means that you delay your first item, which means that most of the time Katana's going to go for Hull Breaker. And then once Katana finishes that Hull Breaker, it's going to be even more difficult for Darius to try and 1v1 Garen in that Baron lane. And normally Darius, you have to wait for a few items. You go like Black Cleaver, Dead Man's Play. Go for a more tanky style. But this bot lane matchup is what I'm excited about. Tristana against Vayne, Lulu against Carmites.
The problem is that all of these lanes, they're sustained in every single one of those lanes. We're not looking at a quick game here. We're looking at a long, drawn-out, protracted matchup that may well go the distance. Obviously, it could vary on what happens in and around the objectives when they get spawning, but every one of these, obviously, Renekton can sustain for days against Galio. It's like the perfect matchup for him. It's almost like throwing a Cho'Gath in there as well, if you were. Back in the day, but this bottom lane, they can heal, both can heal up there, they can shield up. Oh, I tell you what, that's
Ignite?
He's dead.
Oh,
I think the Ignite's going to get him.
No, I think it was one last tick. Yeah, one last tick maybe would have taken him down, but overall a decent trade for Katana. That means that Sneak has to bow his flash and his barrier, double root in the bot lane. Nothing else going to happen there. I think the big thing is, though, in this matchup, is that Vex is basically farming completely free, and he's actually going to go up to the Baron lane and might be able to catch him out. Katana does have flash, though.
Catches him with the binding as well.
Yeah, he's fine, yeah.
Forces the flash out of him. Ignite, of course, was burnt already. Now he's got the help of Swess there. Gets himself the pull underneath. Hello. Dom's here as well. They might fancy this one. Don's going to come around. They should be able to get the damage down. They get one. Good, do get two. Very nicely done. Juggle the tower trade as well. And they're going to get a decent amount of plates.
And you know the whole reason for that is Morgana's jungle clear. Morgana was basically half a level ahead. Vex was level 5, Swest was only level 4. Because sometimes what we see is that when teams play against Morgana, they look for the early invade. You stop that double jungle camp. Normally you could do blue buff and golem at the same time. You could do red buff and raptors at the same time. And you can see that Vex basically cleared through his entire jungle, took the Scuttle Crab. He was level 5. Swest was only level 4. And that means that they could flash in and they could go for that tower dive, which is a big advantage for Formulation.
And I love this because obviously what we have here instead of what we'd have normally of a traditional Baron laner and a mid laner is they're almost identical. So they just switch lanes and say, all right, we're going to stick that out. So Don's going to stick to the top wave. Now he's going to see Sneaky trying to go back up there. Is Katana trying to follow him up there? Or are they just going to bait it out? No, it's going to stick around.
So, trade in top lane.
Yeah, still fully sit there. So, Vex ticking very low as well. Don having to do what he can to try and defend. Should be able to back away from this one. You can't really do. Oh, he's gone for the flash and he's caught him out. Really nice play from Rekna. Nothing Don could do. He was just a passenger on that one. Didn't really have the stun capabilities. It's such a small range stun that he couldn't get him.
Bit of an outplay there from Vex. He definitely could look to go back. I don't think he went back to base the entire time, so he was basically staying around the lane. He was trying to go there, and there was nothing else that they can do. So that means that NASA, they do get a kill. Rekna with a really, really good flash, but I mean, you said about the rotations, you know, both the mid laners go up to the Baron lane. That means that Rekna could just flash in. Boom, done. Easy. Easy as you like.
Yeah, not the start I was expecting. Actual aggression from these. He could have easily just been a little farming session, but obviously the junglers, you know, they're a special mammal. I think it's safe to say junglers, you know, anyone that chooses to play jungle is generally very confident in their abilities, and Vex start to make the plays, but cost him this time around. We just saw Don having a little peek, ops into the pit, and we'll just return back to mid lane. I think he's just taking the Scuttle Crab down, judging by what he's doing at the moment, and he'll back away from that one. Obviously, we know what Gwen can do as well, the snips, and oh, that's actually Don being aggressive in mid as well. Rekna just taking a bit of a peek. And this is slowly going to swing into Don's favour. Because if you can get on the Galio, you can put a lot of damage down, and he can just, obviously with Dominus, he can sustain throughout anything that Rekna could throw out.
Yeah, this Gwen first pick for NASA is definitely not paying off at the moment. I think Vex was about 1,000 gold ahead already. So a really nice kind of pick in the end for Formulation. It was Vex's most played pick, and NASA did not ban that away. And obviously Gwen is normally a jungler that you want to scale, you want to get a few items, you want to farm up a little bit, but both the teams now push it. Look at this. Vex is a whole level ahead of Swess because of how quick you can jungle clear with Morgana. With Don coming up here as well, they can maybe look to try and engage.
4v3, got to respect that and back away. They did actually get the reset on the Herald though, so in terms of health, that reset briefly. It doesn't look like Rekna's got any excitement to join this. He can just, of course, ulti in here from that range that he's in, but it is going to go that way. They're going to happily, well, not so happily let Formulation have it. Formulation might try and turn something on this. They could just turn straight back onto Swess. There comes Rekna, but he's on the actual wrong side. And I'm not sure if Call FX, I think he did the ulti on Call FX, who'd already jumped out, and this has gone horribly, horribly wrong for them, and they lose 3-0, gaining nothing from it. They had no reason to stick around. They even get pulled in. I don't think Babane's going to get away from this one either unless he's got
One
a
more
flash
auto attack.
available. One more auto attack should do it! And he does get taken down as well. That's a 4 for nothing. And the Rift Herald that's going to get basically the mid turret. They're going to get the top turret. That is just such a horrific play by NASA. I can't even quantify how bad that was.
Yeah, I think they tried to get a play back. I mean, they're going to be able to kill Sneaky here, so they do get one kill back. And oh, maybe looking for Don as well. No, I don't think. Oh, he flashes in. Oh,
nice.
Cheeky little double kill there. So they do get something back, but I think, as you mentioned, though, it was pretty bad from Nasser in the end. I think in that situation, you just have to kind of give up the Rift Herald.
They didn't get the mid. The Herald didn't get the mid. They didn't actually get the top or the mid turret. So they, I mean, technically they didn't get anything from it. So actually, it worked out that they're going to get the first tower.
I think they do get a lot of tower platings, though. To be fair, you know, you do get a lot of tower platings. In the
you got the money,
but
still. But I thought with the Herald going down and everything there, I thought it was going to steal it, West.
West was very close, but yeah, Vex is playing so well in this. Morgana again, flashing in, playing aggressive in that last team fight, catching out Pabane and I believe it was Rekna in the back line. You can see, look at the goal difference. 2,000 goal lead now for Vex in the jungle, and you know, you just can't give Vex Morgana. You know, he feels so comfortable, and when you play against Morgana, as I mentioned, you need to play these aggressive junglers. But the problem is that NASA went for this Gwen first pick, and they prioritized that in the jungle. So Gwen's going to be farming up in the jungle, but at the same time, Vex clears twice as fast as a Gwen in the jungle. And you can see, you know, the level lead, also the lead. He goes back and he just buys the Leandri's Torment just like that. He just has enough gold that Leandri's Torment is just bought.
Don's sneaking ready. Dominus popped already, going around the backside. We'll get the stun down of Babane. In the end, they're just going to be able to back away from that one. I felt he could get it more from that one, but his team wasn't quite on the same page in terms of aggression. Of course, Rekna was waiting in the wings in the river to see if he can time to ulti in there.
Just in case he wanted to drag himself back in, but now this actually formulation trying to get this tower. They have a lot of poke as well, but it is very dangerous. They're going to back off instead, and Reckon is roaming down towards the mid lane again. You can see the formulation actually losing quite a lot of farm. Reckon actually flashed, and so did Quantum. He's going for this.
Yeah, and he's going straight into the hands of Sneaky. Not going to get away from that one, that's for sure. It will be Quantum who will pick up the kill, and at the moment, they're not really respecting what they're up against, it seems here. Cool, going to get tower dive here. Yeah, nothing they can do about that one. And in this game is already starting to slide for, well, 9 minutes gone, 8-3, 5k gold almost lead already, which is pretty huge at this stage.
5k gold lead at 9 minutes. The second Rift Herald coming up in 30 seconds, which probably means that you'll be able to grab the second Rift Herald for Vex and try and smash that one down, maybe try and get another tower. They got mid lane tower ready. The top lane and the bot lane tower are very low. It does mean they could sneak.
Noxious Guillotine, yeah, not quite enough. In comes Rekna. It did actually catch him with the tick as well, so Sneaky can walk away from this one. You know, the classic no-look kill almost on the Garen there.
He just walked away. He's just like casually walked away. He's like, yeah, I'll be fine. I'll be completely fine. That's exactly what he's going to do. Herald up in 3 seconds. They're going to get the waves pushed in. You see Quaz pushing up in the top lane. The mid lane also been pushed in with no mid lane tower. It means that NASA are nowhere near this Rift Herald, and it's just completely free. They do get a tower in the bot side, but I don't think that's going to mean too much. As you said, the top lane tower is also going to be traded.
Yep, traded. There were the two that were both low, obviously, in the mid and the Baron lane. So they have themselves Herald if they want it. Hello. Yeah, you're sticking around far too long there, Swess, just to get yourself the little vision from the Scuttle Crab. He did actually get it, so it gives them that little bit of vision for when the dragon spawns shortly, but almost got caught out by it. And at the moment, they seem to not quite be respecting the fact that they are behind in this game.
They are a little bit far behind. It's definitely more than a little bit. It's about 5,000, over 5,000 now. And you can see that, you know, with the scaling that they have, Blade Rune King, Wit's End already completed. Vex looking to go towards the death camp now of 9,100 gold. He's like 1,000 gold up on the next highest, which is Quad down in the duo lane, and he already has 3 kills for himself. So it just shows that both the main carries that you know on formulation do have it, and
that's not. They're trying to force the play. They're trying to force the play, but the thing is, they're forcing it onto a Renekton, onto a Darius, two of the strongest champions they have. They have managed to get one. Can they get a second? The shield's there. It's still only a 3v5 at the moment, so they're having to back away from this one. They do get sneaky down and dwellers, Don, but now they've got to be careful they don't feed out the core here, who is just plucking away. Gets one, two, going to get a third as well, and this is just about the worst thing you could do as a team, is to feed the Vayne all these kills.
They tried to overextend. They tried to go towards the bot lane. And
he's going to pin him. He's going to pin him on the wall. Yeah. So that's four. So that's a quad kill for Core there.
Unofficial quadra kill for Core. Lots of Qs.
Quadra.
Quadra.
We're going to call him Quadra. Quack, 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 quack. Just for anyone that's out there that's wondering, obviously he's formerly known, the artist formerly known as Quantum, has requested that he is now known as Qua. We're not really quite sure how we pronounce Q-U-A. You guys in chat can guess amongst yourselves how to pronounce it, but Qua.
Qua. Qua.
One cup of Qua. There's so many things I want to say, but I'm not.
Try and limit yourself in a way. But yeah, Qua is so far ahead this game.
It takes me back to Uzi, who was a very well-known AD carry from obviously League of Legends, who was asked originally by, I think it was Frostgren, many times ago. I think it was like Season 2, Season 3 of World, so we're talking 2013 or something around there, how to pronounce it. And he said Uzi I or whatever, because he'd said it in an interview or something. So everybody then used Uzi I for like almost a year, because they're like, well, that's how he says it. And then literally, Shox asked him in an interview, how do you want it pronounced? He said, what sounds cooler? It was just like, for an entire year we've debated this, and like the players just like, what sounds cooler? Uzi, yeah, okay, that sounds great. So it's just like, for crying out loud. But yes, that's players in a nutshell right there. I should say, focus on your name. It's your brand. And I do know there's a few players out there that love to change their name every week. Your name is your brand, and you can get known for it and build a reputation off it. Maybe not the right reputation, but, you know, reputation nonetheless.
Formulation are definitely building up a good reputation, though, this game, with their goal lead at the moment. Nearly 10,000 goal leads for Formulation. It's very, very difficult. You see NASA trying to go for these plays, as you mentioned. But the problem is that you're trying to go for these plays, and Quad's just back in the base, buying his items, and he just chased down everyone on NASA. I don't think that anyone can deal with this Vayne at the moment. I said during the draft that, you know, Tristana might be a little bit difficult for Formulation to deal with, but because they're so far behind at the moment,
Don's getting free tower on the Baron lane as well while they deal with this Herald push. So while the Herald's obviously been dealt with and has been taken down, they're still getting themselves a free tower with the push. Don actually has gone aggressive by the looks of it as well. Looks like he's forcing Rekna back there, and I don't think this tower's going to last too long. I don't think these two can hold it back. They do what they can. The wave may well get cleared out, so they may just lose themselves some health there. Sneaky took a decent chunk, though, so had to back away. Qual was there, though. But again, the top lane, a.k.a. the Baron lane from Don, continues to shove in. The tower went down.
Yeah, he was able to get a free tower in that Baron lane. Grab that one for himself. Take the blue buff as well. You see that Vex is now 2 levels ahead. 2 levels ahead of Swest. Oh my, Vex is having a field day.
Yeah, he's so far ahead of everyone else as well. I mean, it's just, he's basically farming up all the jungle. Oh, here we go. NASA are looking to try and force something here. 5 man in it towards the Baron. Let's see whether they want to just simply fight for vision or force a play. Maybe they suspected that Formulation were actually going for the Baron play, but Formulation don't have any hopes for that. They might be able to catch out Don here, and they have. Pops the Dominus, just managed to get away. And easy as you like. And that's the danger, right? That's the problem. You're facing against a Renekton, a Darius. These are such tanky individuals. They can just pop the shield and away they go. And now they're going to force the play on the mid turret. They've got to be careful. They've got to respect the fact that the rotation is coming from NASA here.
Don is back in base. He's going to go back towards the Baron lane, just push that one in. But you can see the NASA are starting to play aggressive. They're not going to be able to grab anything, no. And it's so difficult right now to do anything. You can see Quad just jumps in. The damage is there.
Yeah, I mean, he tried to get the little needlework poke, but it's just, as he stretched himself out there, he took more damage than he gave. And I mean, that's the the difference, right? You're 10k ahead. That's almost an item for everyone within the team. Although I think the gold mainly is stacked on onto Vex and Quar at the moment. But either way, that's a simple Baron, which is what they were looking to defend. They have obviously the Scuttle Crab there, so they saw it happening. So nothing too surprising for them. They just need to be careful they don't get caught out here. Shield enough there on Cool Effects, but you can see immediately they just go in. They don't care. They are so strong at the moment. They could dunk the way through the damage. They are taking from the towers. Into the base they go, and it's an easy first game in the end. It's going to be for Formulation, something they're going to be very happy with to close out this one, because honestly, if I was to look at the lanes, I would say it would have been pretty even between them all, but they just forced the plays. Obviously that big triple or double at the top there worked out very well when Sneaky, Vex and Don combined.
Yeah, they're going to be able to close out this game. Eventually, they do get another kill, though. They're just like, oh, okay, we'll get another kill in the hands of Vex, but very, very well played Formulation. Bouncing back after their defeat yesterday to Rick, so very, very well played from Formulation. And I kind of just want to go back to the point, as I said, about the junglers, you know, that Morgana versus Gwen matchup. You prioritize the Gwen, you go for the Gwen first pick, but you leave open the Morgana. And what happens is that Morgana, because you can get that early aggression, you can jungle clear so quickly. He gets one level ahead already in that Baron lane. As you mentioned, gets that double kill, and that's when the momentum starts rolling. That's when Vex gets a 1,000 gold lead after about 5 minutes into the game, and after that, it's so difficult to put Morgana behind.
I mean, I would say obviously it was left open as well by Rix yesterday, but they kind of countered it. Obviously, they had Lee Sin themselves, who can be a very fast, aggressive jungler. So obviously when they went for Gwen, Swess was clearly focused a bit more on farming. He was also looking to try and help the bottom lane more than the Baron lane, assuming that a Garen would be okay. But wasn't unfortunately the case.
Yeah, it was. I honestly feel like NASA checkmated themselves in draft quite heavily. Like you go, we're afraid of Lulu, but you don't ban her, and then you, with a Renekton already in the game and a Galio, you're like, well, I guess we're just gonna have to force Galio to mid
lane,
and
against
play
a double bruiser
lane.
matchup. Yeah.
Awkward. Let's take a look at the replays of this game and take a look at how Qua ended up basically going 11-0-1 in a pretty straightforward game. And this is the problem with taking a hands-off lane like a Tristana Lulu. You're basically playing with fire. If the rest of the map is going to lose for you, you will never get a Tristana into the game. This is one of the opportunities where it looked close, but then nobody is on Quantum Qua at this point. There's one moment of taunt, but there's no damage follow-up.
The biggest problem there, that Rek'Na used the ulti onto Cool Effects, and Cool Effects just hopped out. He was in amongst them and just hopped out. So unfortunately, his ulti came down and I think only caught one. He would have caught 4 of them, which may well have turned it a little bit different, but then again, Cool would have probably died.
Qua played that really well, getting the vision over the wall somehow so that he could focus down Cool Effects on that Tristana, gets the first kill, and then there's no damage to really punish him, and he knows, okay, I can just constantly move forward in all of these fights. And that's the thing about playing Vayne, is as soon as you spot that opportunity in front of you, it's just go forward. And there's almost no way of stopping a Vayne that is ahead, being active in these fights. As long as they play safe through the first parts of the crowd control, then you can end the game 11-0-1. Don't even need a Guardian Angel.
The biggest problem for that was obviously when they did that push in the Dragon lane as well. When they pushed, they dove too deep, and then Qua just comes rolling out of town with his new item. It's like, hey guys! And picks up a Quadra straight away. So, I mean, that's like, it's Wild Rift by the numbers. Don't feed the hyper carry early game. Because if you do, you're not going to come back. But yeah, 20-5, it was pretty one-sided. Vex 1-2 levels ahead of Swess throughout the game.
Yes, and I mean, Don, with the roam up to top lane, you mentioned it already, I think put so much pressure on Swest and Katana that there really was nothing left for the NASA lineup to do. It feels like this NASA composition was weirdly reactive, but in a bad way. It's like, well, we'll take Galio on like 3rd pick for not a massive amount of a reason. I think they were expecting it to become a mid, and then to not have that swap up come, I guess would be the way of playing Galio there.
I think the big thing is that they actually just wanted it for Babane, because it's Babane most played champion. So it's like, prioritize the Galio. You're against double AP champions, you know, the Karma and the Morgana, so you can get that big massive AP shield for the whole of your team with the ultimate. But then they, like you said, they kind of played themselves in a way where they really early prioritized the Galio, but then we're like, oh, we have to be careful of the Vayne Lulu and Karma mid, so we have to take that away at the same time.
This is the second time this weekend that this has happened, and it means something is going drastically wrong for NASA halfway through the draft, where they're like, great, we got what we have. Like, we wanted this. We've got it for ourselves. And then it's like, oh, damn, second ban phase. It's all gone wrong. Like, put people in different places that we've not really played it before. And it just doesn't feel like it's consistent. I'm like, if you have a plan, believe in the plan and stick to it, because you'll pivot into a problem, right? Like this, where you're like, okay, let's play Tristana Lulu, and you've not really thought about the rest of the draft.
It's important that you pick that up, because obviously yesterday was the whole Ahri mid Yone Baron lane, because they tried to flex that one around, and originally they probably wanted Yone mid, but they had to put it into obviously the Baron lane because they wanted that matchup into Garen. And then they kind of do the same here. It's like, was their original plan to go for Galio bot lane, or did they always want Galio mid lane? But then you're running into the problem where Formulation can see your whole draft and they can just last pick a Darius for Sneaky in the Baron lane.
As soon as the Vayne got picked, they were just like, oh guys, we got to take Lulu away. And this is what I was talking about with the bans, because they focused the two Baron laners, right? They went for Jax and Fiora. And we just thought, well, why didn't they just take Lulu away or something like that?
And that's the thing, is if you do have the enemy team playing like a Jax, Fiora, and a Vayne, one of those two in Vayne, you're looking at that about like, okay, they have late game carries. Can we draft earlier game at the beginning of this? Because you already have a Garen, you already have a Gwen for your late game. So, I don't really like the way the draft planned out in the second phase.
The main thing with bans is, if you're banning this champion, what is their alternatives? And obviously there's the thing is, when you're looking at certainly Baron laners, there's a lot of alternatives. There's so many alternatives out there. And obviously Renekton, they assumed, oh, it's Renekton. Somehow I forgot about, wait a minute, Darius exists. He actually is a pretty strong counter to Garen. I wouldn't say counter, but he's definitely an even lane that can certainly swing in his favor, and it absolutely did. And they played to the strengths. And like you say, it's like for NASA, I think YouTube highlight will be what went wrong with our bans this week. We'll be there sat there with Babane sadly telling a story.
What I would say on that though is, like, most teams haven't picked up Darius in quite a while. I feel like you're.
But that's good.
You're
that's great
right.
for Formulation. That's someone on Formulation going, I got this.
Exactly.
I know what we can do.
That's the strength of Red Side for a team like Formulation, who do have those picks where it's like, hey, there's this like pick that we don't really often play. So I can forgive NASA the like not spotting Darius. I think it's the Lulu like not banning it and then just being like, ooh, I guess we should
point out there's a lot of pressure in pick and bans. You're given like 30 seconds to like.
You have to make quick decisions
for 5 people plus a coach to decide on what's going on.
I'm gonna cut right through that, because I spent 2 years with Mad Lions. All of the prep for draft is done before the series. The actual pivot in draft should not be happening. Most coaches should have like, okay, if we get these 3 picks in first rotation, we know we fill it out with this and that.
You're talking about an LEC team with about 3 coaches.
Yeah, that's a fair point. But what I'm saying is, like, if it's not happening, this is how coaches on teams need to be starting to think about the draft phase for a game like Wild Rift. You are correct. It's like that's the resources that you have with that massive
Maybe
support
fully
staff.
Analyze the team that they're coming up against like a week or 2 in advance.
I just have high standards.
Yeah, it's quite a different level.
No, I mean, I think that the big thing is that, you know, NASA always go for these late pivots in the draft, which, you know, maybe they planned beforehand, maybe they planned to go for that Lulu before that second ban phase, with like ban out the Baron lane champions, but then you're kind of worried that they might actually pick it on red side on the first pick, you know. I think it's a bit difficult.
They looked at it. They saw the Karma. They saw the Vayne. Went, oh god, we're up against a full carry comp here, and just like, we got to get the Lulu away straight away. And obviously that's what they were looking at.
But then they also picked the Tristana as well. They picked that Tristana Lulu in the second pick phase. So maybe they actually planned to go for Tristana. They were like, oh, let's just pick the Tristana Lulu for ourselves and, you know, go for a hyper carry ourselves to come up against the Vayne. I think Tristana is a pretty good matchup into Vayne, because like I said, outranges Vayne, kind of struggles as well. Pushes the lane, as you mentioned, a lot quicker. So I think it was... I think the big thing was definitely that Galio in the third pick. It's like, you know, you originally want that for the support. You originally want that for Babane, because obviously it's his most played champion. But now, because you're running into a struggle of coming up against the Vayne, because you already have a very tanky composition. Garen and Galio, really tanky. What does well against tanks? Vayne. You know, that's a perfect counter towards the tanks. And then you kind of have to pivot that Galio into the mid lane. And as you mentioned, you know, against the likes of Renekton, against the likes of Darius. Formulation, like, okay, you have to put that Galio in mid lane now. We're going to pick the Darius. We're going to pick the Renekton, go double AD bruises others into the solo lane,
and I would
there's
say,
nothing they could do.
From obviously, you know, if you were to go from that, you look at the first pick, and you see the Gwen first pick. Were they likely to take Gwen first pick when Vex loves Morgana so much? Like, I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, Gwen can be strong later on, but like, obviously they pick it as a pivot. But if they're already picking 1 and 2 as a pivot, then they can't start picking 3 and 4 as a pivot. And they think, hang on, a minute, where are we pivoting to?
We're gonna have to jump back into the draft for game 2.
We got sponsors. We're waffling, yeah.
Well into the weeds. We've got to crown an MVP before we even get into the sponsors. But I do love jumping so far into pick and ban. It is one of my favorite parts of Wild Rift. Let's check out our MVP. It's not going to be any surprises here. This must be Qua from this like the legendary.
I would give it to Vex personally.
Because he was so far ahead.
Yeah, he was so far ahead. He had the most gold, I think, in the entire game as well. Was so far ahead. I mean, you kind of expect that on Morgana, really, because you could just do double camps at the same time and get so far ahead in terms of levels. But I'd personally give it to Vex.
Let's see who gets MVP. I feel like you're right. There is an
Core's
argument
just clean up. You know, he's just auto attacking. He's doing 80
He's
carry
just the legendary
thing,
Vayne.
He made a play on Tristana. He made a play.
Yeah, true. That could true. It's very true.
Let's see who's crowning. Who's going to be crowned at MVP. I know the
suspense
is
built.
They really want us to jump back into draft and talk for another like 10 minutes. On
do you want us to talk again for another 5-10 minutes about draft? I could keep going.
We'll get there. We'll see who our MVP is eventually. Yeah, I mean that's the thing is like there is so much. There's so much that can be said about a draft like that, because I think that's the most interesting thing about this week of games is we have seen quite a lot of different metas, and it feels like the teams that are picking a style and like that's what we play are doing the best right now. The teams that are like, we'll just try and...
It's a credit to Balance Team. I gotta be honest, you got to credit the Balance Team when there are so many different metas that people are using, and not just like this is the tried and tested win method. That's when Balance is looking great. Obviously, you know, new champions will get introduced and things will change, and there's always something to change. But at the moment, it does feel that there is multiple options, sort of like, you know, the different things that can beat different things, so which is good. It's great to cast, not just the one simple style. It's
I think it's also suited to like different teams. Like different teams have different play styles, and they want to play their own play style. You know, Team Queso with the Janna, the funnel comps, and now you can see that ever since Team Queso has played that funnel comp, we've seen more and more teams practice it. More and more teams, more and more teams pick it up. You know, Parla during a week against Formulation.
Like
we're now seeing Formulation do it themselves. We're seeing you know, NASA do it themselves as well, which I mentioned
Let's just
before.
Hope they don't all do it.
Yeah,
they just become stale again.
The big thing is like CordFX is not really a player that I see that, you know, plays the likes of these AD carries. He prefers to play the mages in the bot lane. You know, the likes of Morgana that they could have very well taken for themselves as that first pick. You know,
well, I think that's why the Ziggs got banned, right? I think that's why the Ziggs ban came in.
Oh, yeah,
they just thought, right, okay, we're going to pull the mage away from the bot lane, or one that they suspect they'd probably go towards, and force you onto a carry, an AD carry of some variety. Obviously, Qua thinking, well, feeling very confident, and rightly so.
And I think that's how Formulation like playing into it. They're like, okay, well, if we're going to play Vayne, we know what our bans are already, right? It's like you don't want to play Vayne into Ziggs. That's that's like a horrible setup to have to do. So that's what I mean is like Formulation, as soon as they pick Vayne, they're like, well, we know where we're going off this, right? We know what we have to do in phase number 2, and that's where I think the frustration comes from on the second phase bans is like just not tilting, not like pivoting into what you're seeing as well from your game plan. We are, of course, wrapping up our game number 1. We've still got a few minutes before we get into game 2 as the players are getting settled after that game, getting back into the lobby. I think Qua is going to be feeling himself off that 11 kill game. He's gone right back to a mage in game number 2. It is Vex, okay.
That's what the delay
brain.
was. You threw them through. They were all set for
Just was like Qua, was like Vex. I was like, oh, who do we go with?
Pulled Vex out quick. We got to change the graphic.
Big Brain Stuart has already figured it out. Stuart being a diva, making this change. Who MVP is going to be? I see you over there, Stuart.
The power of the words.
But it is fair. Like Vex did do a good job.
He created the kills in the top lane right at the start.
On a Morgana is not the easiest to do right away. Like if you don't land the binding, well, you just kind of walk around and don't do much. So a good performance.
It's like guys
from
waiting
Vex.
for cooldown. Just sit there with. I put my pull out.
Yeah, he had a good game on that Morgana. I don't know whether he'll get Morgana in the second game of this series.
Yeah.
Surely
You either ban it or you
away.
have to first pick it for NASA now. You know, the Gwen is not a good matchup against
or
Morgana
have
in
an
the
answer to
jungle.
it,
Yeah, or go for like a more aggressive jungle. Don't prioritize your jungle in the first rotation, in the first pick, and, you know, maybe wait for that jungler to come out because, you know, formulation, they see Gwen, they're just like, okay, we'll play Morgana into it, we'll out-level, out-trade you as well.
Jungler, yeah,
exactly. And, you know, Gwen needs a few items to get there, whereas Morgana, you can get one level ahead even after the first jungle clear because you can clear so much quicker. I mean, if you just look back at the game, you know, anyone can rewind, you know, go back to the Twitch clips, go back to that first, you know, few minutes of the game, you'll see that Vex clears his entire jungle and Gwen is still moving from his bot side all the way up to the top side. He hasn't cleared any of the camps in the top side, so he's already a whole level behind, which is kind of the struggle when you're playing Gwen.
This goes back to the first pick, right? If you're making a first pick, you've got to be a strong first pick that you can flex and make sure there's nothing that can counter you hard.
We'll keep an eye on Gwen and whether she stays first pick throughout the rest of the day. As we said, we're a few minutes away from game number 2, but before we head to a break, we just want to make sure we shout out our sponsors here for the Snapdragon Pro Series, starting with Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, get a Snapdragon processor. They are found in many of your gaming phones and the top tier phones in general. So Snapdragon processors, of course, the better your processor in your phone, the higher the FPS. If you're one of those people that likes to multitask and have videos open over the top of your screen, first of all, don't do that in my ranked games, please. But if you are going to do it, make sure you got a good processor in your phone so that you can at least not lag.
But if you want to watch us while you're playing again, that's fine. That's fine.
Do that, because I'm not playing ranked right now, so that's okay. As well as Snapdragon, we of course want to thank Monster for fueling us here on the desk. I have not changed up my flavors this weekend, although I had a chaos last week. I'm having one this week, so we're still waiting to try some
I'm a
new
little chaotic
flavors
at the
as
moment.
well. There are now so many flavors of Monster. I'm going to have to keep trying them. DHL, we want to say thank you as well, as they are running a quiz over at esl.gg/DHL quiz. Get your entries in to win a €100 ESL shop voucher, or potentially win it. And of course, you have to get the questions correct in order to do that and be one of the lucky few. And finally, join us on Discord for our community here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Give us your thoughts on the drafts from game number 1 during the break. It's discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. That is so difficult to say, but one of these days I'll get that correct. We're going to go to a break while I practice saying the Discord link, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with game number 2 of NASA versus Formulation.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello everyone, my name is Don. I'm mid laner for Formulation Gaming, and yeah, and I'm also the team captain. Nothing much. We kinda performed poorly, we know our mistakes, but yeah, GG's to Team Quest, I guess. Yeah, and the pentakill, like, it wasn't like, you know, kinda a clean penta, it was just, I just stayed under the fountain. I think entire shots, and yeah, I just gave the penta. Maybe I shouldn't have done it. Maybe it would be better. But yeah, GG's to Team Quesa. Yoni, well, he's one of my favorite champions. I really love him. I think that he is pretty strong. I would put him, like, if we do a tier list, I would put him as, you know, like a strong champion. But he's for sure lacking some like HP base, you know, he's a very squishy champion, just like every assassin, but if you point click stun him, then yeah, then he's dead. Well, VV Esports is a very like strong team. They're performing really well, but we feel like confident in like of ourselves, you know. We're sure that we can beat them. And you know, of course, they'll try their best to beat us as well, since we kinda direct rivals, such as, I mean, just like against Rix, you know. So, in my opinion, the series should be a very big banger. Yes, our team is very multicultural, multinational, I would say, and well, we have like Danish people. We have Swedish people, we have Romanian, we have Turkish, we have Kyrgyz, like me, but I live in Italy, so you can count me as a Italian representative. Then we have German. Yeah, as you can see, like almost every EU country. There is no language barrier, I would say. Everyone pretty much understands clearly each other. So I think there is literally no language barrier.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in a limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are getting ready to get into game number 2 between NASA and Formulation. A very one-sided first game between Formulation and NASA, and not even with the comps we were expecting. That was quite different. Yeah. Even to yesterday, what we saw from Formulation. Yesterday was a lot of assassins with kind of like team fighting Yone setup. This was like, we're going to pick an AD carry and just essentially play for late game without ever needing to get to the late game.
And I thought, you know, in terms of lane phases, I thought actually these are pretty even lanes. This is going to take a while, but obviously I didn't count on the Vex difference with the Morgana, who made the plays. You know, I was talking about at the time, you know, it takes a special character to play as a jungler. Obviously, it's generally the most sought-after role, I would say, in terms of queuing. Everyone's always waiting for a jungler to appear because it is also
auto-filled.
Well, it's the most pressure role, right? Because you're the one that's going to make the plays. You're the one that dictates the tempo of the game. You're the one that dictates who's going to get the ganks in the lanes. So, you know, when a player like Vex comes in, you know, he's a special being, did very well, and basically bossed that game.
One of the most difficult roles to play. Also, you know, as you mentioned, you know, one of the most important roles to play, and it's really difficult to kind of master that role. But when you've mastered it as well as what Vex has done, you can see that, you know, in that early game he can play aggressive, he can out jungle the opponent, and then that momentum just sort of thrives with the rest of the team.
What I would say is, like, I feel like Formulation, when they rounded their draft out, actually ended up with 2 winning lanes and a Tristana and a Vayne lane, whereas it's like, I guess we're just gonna give Vayne the late game, right? Like, I think that was the problem. Is like the Darius, we know at least can cope with the Garen. He doesn't care so much about it. It's one of the only matchups that pros have said in the past that is capable. And I'm a little worried for NASA, the fact that they're allowing that to happen again. Formulation, as we said, have deep champion pools, so that we may see this flex potential come through again as Formulation are on the red side for a second game.
They really don't want to play Rekna's Zed, do they? That's the second time taking that away from him. The Jack's first ban, though, obviously that was like 4th or 5th ban last time for NASA. So making sure they want to focus out. Clearly, obviously coming into this with a goal. I hope they don't adjust that goal this time around. The Yone being taken away from Don. We know he's very strong on that one.
Yeah, no surprises really that Zed gets banned away. It's been banned away from another, you know, couple of teams as well, because it's, you know, that AD assassin in the mid lane, the AD bruisers and AD assassins are what's really strong in this meta at the moment. You know, you have a few AP champions lying around, you know, like the Gragas, the Gwen, and the Akali, but other than that, it's all about the AD bruisers in the Baron lane, all about the AD assassins in the mid lane. Gragas going to be banned away. Interesting to see if, you know, Gwen's actually banned away. So don't actually ban out Morgana. Now, I think that NASA might actually just take away Morgana first pick for themselves. You know, they ban away the Gwen, so then, you know, Formulation can't pick up in the second pick phase. And instead, they're going to be, I would assume Formulation try and ban out the Morgana here. They ban out the Karma, so that's not even going to be a first pick option. I'm expecting Morgana here for NASA, but it could definitely be, you know, they could definitely switch things up completely, maybe go for the Fiora or something like that instead. We'll have to see.
We have a lot of things open. Varus is up as well if they want it. It's going to be a very high priority.
They banned it themselves last time around as well, so making sure they can get that. So the split push is the aim of the game, it seems here. And as you mentioned, it does leave obviously the Fiora available. Look, Formulation faced it yesterday, the Fiora into the Camille, and certainly didn't like it. But they value Vex's Morgana. Or well, not always Vex's Morgana. It could be Sco. But they value that clearly. I mean, why not? Vex has dominated with it.
And I feel like even though it could be Qua that plays it, I feel like he's been on a tear right now with the Marksman. Like we saw the Ezreal come through. Oh, okay, it's going to be Lux this game, which is the first game in quite a few that Qua has had the availability for Lux.
And they prioritize the Lux over the likes of a Varus, which obviously Quan we know is very, very comfortable on the likes of the Varus, you know, the long-range poke champions. Instead going for the Lux, the Akali is going to be the pickup instead. This could very well be Swiss jungle on the Camille. We have seen it before, but we know that Camille can be flexed into all 3 lanes for NASA. And with the Akali picked up, probably means it's going to go either in the Baron or mid lane. I think the big thing is that for formulation, they need to pick a Baron lane instead.
Is Nautilus worry here if it gets through for formulation?
True, that is
to go with that Lux. That's a very frustrating combo to play against.
This is what I like. This is what I like. This is the adaptation I wanted to see. You know, Morgana jungle. What you want to do against Morgana jungle, you want to invade. You want to get that early aggressive champion that stops the double jungle camps of Morgana. I'm expecting Swiss this game to go aggressive into the jungle camps of Morgana. Hopefully get priority in his lanes as well. You know, you potentially have priority in the top lane, in the mid lane with Akali as well, trying to get that pushed in and trying to stop this early levels from Vex. I'm expecting it's going to be the Nautilus. So NASA probably going to ban away more Baron lane champions. You know, Fiora's going to be banned away. They might even ban away the Renekton as well. Darius is going to be a little bit difficult against a Camille. You can't really deal with a Camille in the later games.
That's a lot of crowd control.
It's a lot of crowd control.
Nautilus Lux is probably one of the strongest.
I wonder whether there's some dark tech where Don takes either the Lux or the Morg to the mid lane. Like Lux to the mid lane. Exactly.
Yeah,
and I'm like, does Don pivot to mid lane? The Morgana goes down to Qua, and we see a jungle matchup change out of Vex. Because we know Vex's champion pool is huge. As you said, to play against Morgana, you need to invade. You need a strong early game champion. Lee Sin fits that bill spectacularly. Varus going to get taken away from that bottom lane. Fiora taken away from the mix, as you mentioned, from Baron laners for NASA. And it's Galio that gets removed too.
Yeah, taking away the Galio, you know, Babane's most played champion. Obviously, saw Reckoner play it in the mid lane before, but against the likes of Morgana and Lux, you know, Galio's great because if that Lux ulti comes through, you just use your Galio ulti and most of that damage is pretty much gone, and you're not really going to be able to do any damage. Expecting probably a Renekton ban here for NASA for the last time. Maybe a Darius if they're worried about sneaky playing Darius again. Garen is also definitely another option, but it's going to be that Renekton, no surprise. So you don't really have a lot of options now for sneaky in this Baron lane to go up against that Camille. I think it's going to be very, very difficult, and Katana's definitely going to have a lot of priority in this Baron lane. But it can still be flex. You know, we can still see Katana on the Akali and also Reckoner in the mid lane on the Camille if they want to go for that option.
So it's going to be a Riven coming out.
Highly mobile, like it.
It could still, I mean, it's unlikely to be Vex out of the jungle on a Riven. I mean,
I don't think I've seen Formulation play Riven.
No, same.
Ever. Like, I'm trying to think through my head who this actually could go on. Most likely it will be Sneaky because his champion pool's been pretty much dwindled down. Actually, Call Effect's going for Ezreal, so maybe taking something out of Rix's books. What do you build? What do you go support here? Maybe a Thresh or something like that. Maybe for Babane. Set is also open, which could be very good.
There's a lot of crowd control projectile based.
Not Fleur, Clue.
Oh, the Alistar as well.
Let's
Clue.
go for Rex.
They're like, hey, Rex did this yesterday and it went well.
Let's do it again.
Actually is a strategy. Like, it genuinely is a strategy. When you see a team struggle against a comp, you just go, yoink, we'll pick that one up, take it away. And now we get to see where Formulation shuffle the deck and end up going. Vayne comes through.
It's
is that
Don
a top?
mid lane. It's Don mid lane Lux.
Mid,
It's Don. I think it will be Don mid lane and then Quantum in the bot lane with Nautilus, Riven top lane, and Morgana jungle. You know, you mentioned it, Stress. You know, Don did play Lux in the mid lane. I think it was back in the Infernal League, was it?
Yeah, it was, because I looked at it and I was like, why the hell is Don playing Lux? This is like not a Don champion at all. But he came out with it. I mean, That being said, Formulation do still have some other swap-ups. Like, that Riven the Vayne could still go to a solo lane. I don't think it will.
I gotta be honest though, a Lux into an Akali, that is not a lane I'd pick, that's for sure. That is tough.
I mean, to be honest, I mean, Lux's, her shields are so broken in Wild Rift, it's absolutely disgusting. Where when Akali jumps in, you could just like use your shield, and actually they decide to put Camille in the mid lane for Rek, and they put Katana. I did mention it, you know, it could still be that possibility, but I mean, I'm not really too sure. I think Lux will do fine against both of them because you have the range against melee matchup, whatever the matchup may be in that mid lane. Akali can maybe look to play a little bit more aggressive level 5. Yeah, I mean,
I don't get the Akali into a Riven because Riven could just bang you on the head as soon as you jump in and just bounce you. So I don't understand that one.
Riven is pretty squishy when she doesn't have access to her shield, and even like Akali and Wild Rift will one-shot somebody who isn't like a bruiser.
Yeah, but we know
tank.
that Vex is going to be there. Well, I suppose in fairness, we do have a Lee Sin on the other side, so there is a possibility for the counter. So yeah, it's,
I definitely think it's going to be more of a skill matchup than most Baron lanes that you'd anticipate. But this is a matchup that we don't see very often. So this will be one where we get to see it play out on the Rift as we head into game number 2 between NASA and Formulation with D-Man and Stuart.
Well, we'll see how this goes. I personally feel that the Akali against the Lux in the mid would have given him possibly more options, certainly to take down Don and get roaming, but you never really know. Obviously, the Baron lane is hyper important in Wild Rift in terms of obviously where the Rift Herald is and such. So, and obviously, you're also looking at individual players, like, is Katana a better Akali than Rek? Yeah, simply stuff like that. You know, obviously, where do they prefer to play it? Who prefers to play it? Very interesting to see that Camille mid. Obviously, Camille was first banned by NASA in the last match. It was the first ban they chose.
I think it'd be very interesting to see. You can see that actually Sneaky's taking a lot of damage early on. I think he's really half HP. Yeah, that's definitely not a good trade that he wants to take early on. I think it'd be interesting, you know, we speak about NASA and their flexibility, you know, their drafts. They like to go for these different picks in different lanes and wait until the last second to see what they actually prefer in this matchup. But I think Don would have been fine with either, you know, as Stress said, not really a Don champion that you really see is a Lux, but it's something he has played before. And look at that.
That's a good
invade straight away. And this is what NASA need to do. They need to slow down the jungle from Vex. They do not have a clue about this invade. No wards, no nothing.
Now
so Vex is actually going to look to try and potentially go into the bot side.
As soon as Babane come across, the Dark Binding, it catches, but unfortunately it's gone on to Babane, who's a pretty healthy specimen of a cow early game, so not really going to catch too much.
Yeah, you can see the invades coming in for Formulation. They're going to go straight towards his red buff and try and take that away. They're even going to, instead they're going to actually go for the Wraiths, yeah.
But that's very dangerous from Swest, knowing that all three of them are here. The question is, are they going to go for it? He's simply leashed it across, almost flexing his muscles. Sko's just being a nuisance as much as he can. Vex comes around as well, so Vex could try and put the pull down and steal away, and actually he is going to do a little bit of that. I couldn't really tell which way the gold's going. I think it actually went to Vex because we had Vex's focus on there, didn't we?
Yeah, I think so. I think a little bit of gold did go in the hands of Vex, but this is what you want to do against a Morgana. Yep. Yes, the invade didn't really work out for Formulation in the end. That counter invade, and Swest, they take the red buff in the Baron lane. He now takes his own red buff, and he's got his full top side still to clear. Whereas Vex, he's going to be behind now. He's actually a little bit ahead on gold because he on level, because he does take the Scuttle Crab. But he's going to realize as soon as he gets up towards that Baron lane, that his red buff is just completely gone, and they're actually going to look to maybe try and invade the blue buff as well, or maybe try and take the Scuttle Crab away.
Interesting from chat. Diana was open. They didn't pick it. That was an interesting one. Actually, now I come to think of it, because that was banned out, if I don't remember. Whoa! Broken Wings nearly taking Katana down. Has to be very careful. Has got Sko still waiting there. Vex is coming around as well. Trying to get caught out with the final spark. Not quite going to be.
And the early game worked out quite well for NASA, but now Vex has already gone ahead. He's already like about half a level ahead. You know, Swest can still clear his topside jungle. There's no red buff available for Vex. So they've done well to actually, I guess you can say, react to the early invade. You know, they took away the race, which you could take very, very quickly for a Morgana. Bit of an exchange in mid lane, but I don't think nothing's going to happen. It's basically a 2v2 in mid lane now with both the supports here, both Sko and Babane on the Alistar and Nautilus. But Sko's been able to basically roam around with Vex to get him double Scuttle Crab. He gets the bot Scuttle and the top Scuttle Crab, so there's a little bit of gold and a little bit of XP over to Vex, and you can see that he's just going to go right back down into the Dura lane. potentially wait for his, I think he's waiting for his blue buff to respawn again. But that far into the game already, the blue buff's already going to respawn, and there you go. So he's just completely ignoring the top side of his map. He's just like, okay, I got the invade, I took away the raptors, and then I'm able to just clear through my bot side because my blue buff is back up and available. So even though there was an invade, but we don't have that big, massive level advantage or even gold advantage that Vex had in the first game, because we saw that invade, we saw that early aggression that we wanted to see from them.
Oh, they're actually going to engage as Shko. They caught out, but in the end, it's Don that they wanted. Don will be able to walk away from this one. No, gets caught by the kick. Very nicely played there. Rekna comes across, will lock him down, gets the kill. They're going to try and maybe go for the tower dive. Shko, that's tricky on the Nautilus. And Rekna realizes too much danger, but first blood goes the way of NASA.
Great aggression. Oh, Sneaky actually wins the
solo kill.
Yeah, solo kill for Sneaky up in the Baron lane. Great aggression from Nasser in the mid lane. He had to burn all 3 flashes though. Rekna, Swest, and Babane all flashed onto Don. They really wanted to take down Don, but that's why he needs to be careful as a Lux.
Didn't have his barrier available, Katana, so maybe he caught him out and obviously burning that barrier early on, only just come back off cooldown. So clearly a play, and this is what I was talking about. Riven can be strong when you get going against Nakali. I would have questioned that one. Ooh, cool effects. Yeah, be careful you don't get caught out by that. Certainly don't try and get pinned. Kwa actually taken pretty low here. Babane is instead going to turn on to Sko, and Sko is going to be almost certainly taken down here. Tries to dredge line away. Sorry, depth charge away. No, it was dredge line away. I was right the first time. But not going to happen.
Depth charge is ultimate, is it?
Depth charge is ultimate, yeah.
Dredge line, depth charge. They definitely tried to trick us, don't they? With their very, very similar names. But again, Swest, when it goes into the mid lane, early aggression in the mid lane takes down Don. Now goes into the bot lane, gets the kill there, and Vex is just trying to farm up and trying to get as much gold as possible, because Morgana's not the best champion at ganking early on. You know, you do have the dot binding, but it is very, very easy to dodge. You can see the formulation
seems
is
a late
very
come in.
split, but
they could have burnt it down quite quickly there, and they actually may well be able to do that anyway. Don't forget, it's always the obviously the bonus of Morgana. Tries to come in, tries to smite it away. Not going to happen. Final spark comes through, but this is looking very good for NASA. They're just melting formulation in the pit. Sneaky though could pop off here. Gets one. Can he get a second? Swest not going to get taken down. Babane will be. Swest still alive. Finally gets taken down. The root comes in, but that is going to be Vex taken down. And the only person not there was Quo, who's just farming in the bot lane. But that is a 4 for 2. They did get the Herald away, I believe there. Yeah, Vex managed to pick up the Herald, didn't he?
Yeah, Vex picked up the Rift Herald. I'm not too sure if that's really a win for Formulation, because they're going to lose so much in this mid lane. They use a lot of tower players, but as you mentioned, Quo was just in the bot lane the whole time. They're trying to funnel as much gold, as much solo XP into the hands of Quo in this vein, because we saw in the last game that if Quo can get ahead, get a few kills, and he could go up to, 10, maybe potentially 11 kills on this vein and look to carry the later stages of the game. But very decisive again from NASA. I like how this game, they're the ones being decisive. They're the ones going for the ganks. They're the ones going for the engages. Yes, they do lose a Rift Herald, but they win the team fight afterwards. So really nice adaptation this game compared to game number 1.
Yeah, I like the aggression as well, obviously, because the fact is that Don on Lux is going to be squishy. Obviously, that shield is there, yeah, sure. And as soon as it runs out, what you got left? You got your cooldowns, and you're just sort of sat there thinking, oh no, this is not going to be good. And if you get caught out by someone like Rekna, who tries to dive for him, Babane went for him, but Don flashes away, gets the final spark across, and NASA, this is backfired horribly. They're getting caught out this time around, and there's not a lot they can do about this one. Babane tanks it through, and you can see Sneaky is off on running, and Quad this time was involved. The pin comes through, down you go, and that's the difference. When the vein is there, you get yourself an ace for nothing. They didn't lose a single thing.
And again, NASA were the ones that are trying to play aggressive, but unfortunately it didn't work out this time around. The flash from Don was really, really smart over the wall. Completely stops the headbutt pulverize from Babane, and then he was able to land the root, land his ultimate onto Katana, and Katana couldn't even flash, couldn't even use anything at all. He used the first part of his ulti, but the second part of his ulti, which is normally used to execute a champion like Don, he wasn't able to use because he was rooted and he was basically one-shot straight away. So very nice reactions from Don. And very, very well played. And as you mentioned, Quad basically untouched that entire team fight because they were trying to focus down Don. And because he was there in the team fight, it was a 5 versus 5. It's a win for Formulation. Now that's the Dragon for themselves as well.
Yeah, and this is the bonus when they are focused on, obviously, and rightly so, they're focused on the Lux. It does give someone like Qua all the freedom. It gives Sneaky the freedom as well. Sneaky was happy to go off there because they had Katana on lockdown. I think he got caught by the Dark Binding, and well, Rekna, you've just simply been caught out of position. You can Grand Challenge all you like, but this is a pretty fed vein. It's not Grand Challenge, Hextech Ultimatum.
Grand Challenges.
I almost look identical. Grand Challenge is Fiora.
Oh yeah, Fiora. I'm trying to test it myself now as well. I'm trying to test the ultimate names. Definitely difficult.
Oh, I'm here all
to
week to help you, Stu. Don't worry.
And next week and the week after, always there.
I'll get my little stream up and running soon. I'll be see what I can do. This is a horrible dive in the top lane. I'm not even sure what they're thinking of. Babane is going to get taken down by the broken wings. Vex is so low. Will finally get dropped there, but unfortunately, Cool FX too close to the tower. Going to give him the double kill over to Don there and can turn it round. While this is all happening, the bot lane is completely being massacred. That is a T2 turret and Cool FX being dropped.
That's a 4 for 3 in the Baron lane as well. They go, they go for the tower dive in the Baron lane. It goes horribly wrong. The shields from Don, the crowd control from Don. Vex stays alive on 1 HP for so long, and they try to dive and dive and dive, and unfortunately they couldn't. They do take the mid lane tower though, but they lost the Baron lane tower. They lost the tier 2 bot lane. They also lost the kill in the bot lane. And as you mentioned, you know, it's gone horribly wrong for NASA. You just leave Core and Scope by themselves down in the duo lane against Rekna. And once he's condemned not against the wall because of the crowd control from Nautilus following up afterwards, it's so difficult to try and escape that. And you can see 5-0-1 on this vein now for Core. 9,100 gold. It's scary looking vein.
Yeah, level ahead once again for Vex as well, so just keeping it going. Oh dear. Oh, Rekna did get caught. Wasn't pinned this time, unfortunately, by the Vex. And I'll tell you what, Cool FX, you got to keep your distance here, son, on that Ezreal. Sko is just strolling towards him. Everything gets put towards Sko. Sko finally flashes out, does get taken down, but the problem is the damage is done. They're focusing on killing a Nautilus while the rest of the team are being destroyed across the board. It is, in the end, a 4 for 2. With just the single Swester. Oh no, he's caught the dart binding. Oh, he does manage to get away.
Does manage to get away. Look at the shields. I think Don has protected Chant as well. The shields, a stupid amount of shields that Lux can do, and you know, something that did get buffed quite a while ago. So it was really smart for Don to pick up that protecting Chant. Gonna try and trade it around. The Rift Herald is gonna get taken straight away from Formulation, and they're so far ahead in this game now. 4 towers to 1.
Ulti mid lane. Just ulti. True shot barrage versus the final spark.
Who wins?
No one. They just shield up and walk away.
Both are going to walk away. It's like both ulti to clear mid lane. That's it. That's all we need to do.
I would say in terms of positioning, I worry for Cool FX. And yes, I get it. Look, obviously we've seen Doom playing Ezreal yesterday to great success. We saw Qua playing Ezreal to great success. You've got a bit too aggressive there, Sneaky. You walk straight into a trap. And, well, depth charge is not going to matter really when there's 4 versus 1. And unfortunately, that was just a little over too far.
Yeah. Really nice from NASA, though, to be fair, to try and catch out a member of Sneaky, because I think that's what they need to do now. They need to try and...
They got the split push with Katana as well in the Baron lane, so they're trying to put some damage down on that turret. So they just got to be careful they don't get caught by the trap themselves. You can see Cool FX walking delicately in the mid.
He needs to be very careful, because they
have
no vision on the bot side. Yeah.
They're collapsing. It's going to be... I mean, the Camille can get away from that one. They tried to collapse and, well, Babane is already recalled. They're not going to catch anything. Katana will get himself the tower. So red buff will go across. Root. Oh my god, you've gone in for that one, Swest. Okay. Obviously the bonus on the Lee Sin can get away, Rekna. Yeah, so much comes out of it. Qua condemns Babane on the wall and turns it on. You know, that is a full ulted Alistair just getting destroyed and melted by those silver pellets. And they just get ping down. And there's not really a great deal they can do about this one. They're getting fought on the wall once again. The Condemned not going to quite catch Katana this time from Qua there, as he tries to put it down. Of course, don't forget they have the Rift Herald. That goes in, puts a big chunk. That's going to be another Dark Binding catching. The Light and Dark Binding's doing all the work at the moment. It's so hard to walk into, especially when the Light Binding goes through. 2 of them like that. The final spark goes across. While this is all happening, I should mention this is only 4 members, of course, of Formulation, because in the Baron lane, Sneaky is continuing to drive on. He's taken down another turret. If they're not careful, he's going to be on the inhibitor in a minute.
Yeah, they need to defend this in the Baron lane, but the Dragon's up as well, so they're in a
is
state of 2 minds.
You can't take the fight. You can't take the fight here, NASA. You're just not at the right strength right now. You have to give it up, and well, they're not going to do that. They're trying to get involved, and Sneaky, unfortunately, is going to come around, and he can just shield up like that. There you go. Look at the big shields come through. Ooh, they almost caught him. Almost caught him. Does get the pulverized down, but nothing to follow through.
I think NASA are definitely struggling with this comp now because, you know, the likes of Vex and Don, as you mentioned, you know, the shields, the black shield and also the shields from Don, and the double bindings, the double root, and all the poke damage that Formulation can deal at the moment. And then Qua's just like, oh, I'm just going to come and clean up. I'm just going to auto-attack. NASA's comp is very aggressive. They want to go in. Alistar wants to go in, Lee Sin, Camille wants to go in. But the problem is you can't go in.
And I bring you back to the pick and bans once again. You know, the first pick that came through was the Camille. And it was immediately countered by a Morgana and a Lux. So immediately see that massive crowd control, shielding, everything that goes with it. What do they pick into it? And Kali Lee Sin. Well, okay, you've got more diving into binds. So it's only natural that as soon as those actual team fights happen, the crowd control that Formulation have available. And don't forget Sko. Sko's just like strolling in front of them like, I am the tank. Yeah, and they're focusing it. Ironically, they're focusing on it. Baron getting started off here. I don't think there's a lot the NASA can do. It has to be the perfect engagement from Babane here. If he can get in and get that pulverize down, but I think the Baron may get taken down before he gets in. It is, and now they try and come around the side. Swest has nothing to offer, unfortunately. He gets completely locked down along with Babane. That is game over.
That should be it. They're going to catch out Sneaky in the Baron lane, potentially. Maybe he escapes. Oh, he actually dashed back in, but meanwhile, they just kill Call FX in the mid lane. Like you said, that should be game for Formulation. 4 versus 2. They got the Baron up waves as well. They got the shields. They got everything that they want. They got the wave clear, and they're going to try and close out this game. Akali and Camille are alive. They need to try and clear this minion wave, though, because if they don't clear this minion wave, then I think they could just auto-attack an end.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a Vayne. They can just ping it down. Anyway, Don just gets just absolutely destroys Katana, and that's a condemn onto the wall.
Love it.
Oh, it was an easy 2-0 in the end for Formulation. We thought NASA might put a bit more of a fight, but it does seem they got outplayed from the pick and bans onwards.
Yeah, the pickers and bans, especially in game number 1, was very, very interesting. It was very, very different from NASA, and I think in the second game, I think they adapted quite well in the drop. I think they did okay. They went for the Lee Sin against the Morgana. They went for the early invade, which worked out well for them, but then Formulation reacted straight away. They were like, okay, we're going to invade as well into you. We're going to take the double Scuttle Crab. And from there on out, it was really, really difficult for Lee Sin to even do anything. Tries to get ganks in the mid lane, tries to get ganks in the dual lane, trying to go for the early aggression and the engage comp that NASA have. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough, as you mentioned. The shields, the bindings, the CC is just too much when you're engaging like that.
Yeah, we can see how the game played out pretty similarly from that point to the way the first game played out. To be honest, it was like Quad gets Vayne, gets set up, and gets a bunch of kills. Yeah, I think that NASA, they had a decent beginning of the game.
Up until this point. Yeah, this is where it went wrong.
This is exactly where it went wrong. And Don is in such a good position. We say that Lux isn't particularly a Don champion, but he has been very proficient on it when he's needed to play it. Playing very safely in the back line. And that just frees up the rest of Formulation. Those shields are huge.
And this is it, right? This is exactly it. Because Formulation played into it. They realized that we've got an Akali, Elise, and Camille. What they got to do? They've all got to come in. So let's stick together, look shield across the lot. Who they're going to go for? Dark shield on you. Thank you very much. And bindings. Boom. And then so the entire comp was just locked down. So that fight, it's why it worked before, right? It worked in the Herald because they were kind of separated. They weren't as a clump. But as soon as Formulation were grouped, they were basically playing into Formulation's comp. And then obviously Qua was there this time going, hi guys, 10-0-4 again.
Qua unkilled across 2 games playing Vayne is
probably a combined KDA of like 30 or something.
Something like that.
I think the main thing is that he was on Vayne. You do not see a Vayne with 0 deaths, especially in a competitive game for a long amount of time. Normally, you try and get shut down early on, but they let him in the dual lane by himself, for the first Rift Herald. They let him get the first, the early tower platings. They let him get solo XP and solo gold. And when it got around to that second team fight around that dragon, he was able to clean up with that triple kill.
Yeah, and I feel like it's a testament to Formulation's ability to play kind of like frontline, backline comps, where it's like front to back is exactly as it's called. But I also specifically mean like Don and Qua playing as far back as they need to until it's time to go, right? Because I think even though you're up against a Lee Sin, even though you're up against an Alistar and a Camille, exactly like you said, T-Man, Formulation did a great job of holding that distance, of holding them to be safe on these usually quite easy to pick off
picks. But at the same point, I mean, you mentioned it the exact time, and we talked about it, like that Don flash on that just before that fight we just covered in the Dragon Pit. If he hadn't have got that flash timed right, he'd have gone down. The shields wouldn't have been there. The bindings wouldn't have been there, and it could have been a very different story. We could have been talking about how NASA really performed very well.
Well, it's been quite a one-sided series. We can see the goal graph as well. Even with NASA having that start to the game, it feels like Formulation, every game we've looked at them from the last 2 days, have been like, well, Formulation were in the lead in the early game.
The Vex effect.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think Vex does give them such a good early game start. This time they close it out with a significant goal lead, just like in game 1. But the graphs from the Rick series looked similar to this as well, where Formulation did have an early game advantage throughout the entire first kind of 7 or 8 minutes of the game. So Formulation, I feel like, are probably one of our best early game teams that when they're not necessarily playing for it, right? Like, I think Queso played that tower pushing style, gave themselves a giant lead, but there was a significant, like, we're going to opt into that play style. Whereas Formulation, I think, is kind of the best well-rounded team in the early game.
For sure, definitely taking the advantages in the early game. And, you know, when you play a champion like Morgana in the jungle, you could just clear and get get as much gold as you want so quickly, and that kind of makes sure that you can get the advantage in the jungle. Then the lanes, you know, Sneaky playing very well in the Baron lane, on the Riven this time around, which is a champion we haven't seen him. You know, they definitely prioritized banning him. They took away the Camille, they banned away the Jax in the first phase, and they banned away the Renekton and the Fiora and it was like, okay, I have to pick up my Riven now, which we don't see at all.
I'd love to have seen the solo kill. I think it was like level 6 or 7 in the Baron.
Oh yeah, we just missed
the solo
that,
kill between the two, like how it came out, because obviously everybody had the Summoner's Burn, but Akali didn't quite have the barrier, wasn't quite off cooldown. So I got to assume Akali went in because it looked like it was kind of a mid lane fight. It wasn't anybody's tower, so it looked like it's a straight skill matchup.
That matchup, not one we see very frequently in Wild Rift. I'm always open to seeing more different matchups like that. It does, however, benefit the players that spam games even more.
I'd love to have a count on how many champions we've used so far in these 4 game days, because there's been a pretty big wide range, I would say.
we've especially this weekend, we've had that extra kind of fold of champions, of the Ezreal coming in a little bit more. We've seen a lot more marksmen,
a lot more
and a lot fewer bot lane mages currently. Actually, we haven't seen a lot of the Ziggs. He's been banned a bunch, but haven't seen a lot of the Ziggs. Seen a lot of Varus bans. So a good mix of champions so far from our first series of the day.
We're just ignoring the fact that MVP was probably Qua.
Well, we'll get there. We'll get to our MVP. It may very well be Qua. It might be Vex again. Who knows? Maybe Don gets it for his high mechanical Lux play. Okay, before we head to our second series of the day, let's take a moment to thank our partners and sponsors here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, of course, the headline sponsor for the Pro Series. When winning matters, of course, you can make sure winning matters with your... I was going to say, make sure winning matters. It always matters, but make sure you're winning is, I think, the point with a Snapdragon processor.
Taking part matters too, James.
The prize pool for taking part isn't quite as high, so I'm sure many of our pros are playing on a Snapdragon Pro Series or Snapdragon processor. As we talk about Monster, clearly I need one at this point, as my brain after that game was not quite firing on all cylinders. I might very well need my second Monster of the day to kick me into a higher gear. Thank you very much to DHL as well. Make sure you fill out their quiz over at esl.gg/DHL quiz. You can get your opportunity to win 100 euros of ESL shop vouchers. Spend it on some merchandise of some of the teams as a whole. And finally, Discord. Of course, we want you to join discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Interact with the community there. Let us know your thoughts on that first series of the day, what your prediction was, and whether it was in fact correct. We're going to head to a quick break as we get ready for our second series today. It is going to be Team Queso taking on Mondi.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down when you best step. Better check that with a fresh me, you freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me heating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ayy, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you owe us that. My truth lurks till y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You have got really sensitive ears, it seems. I am deaf as a post, so I was just like, is my mic even on right now? Yes, it is. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series. We've just had our first game series in the books. A pretty dominant one-sided matchup formulation, showing why we expect them to be in that top 4, which moves us on, of course, to our next matchup, which will be, well, I'm going to put it lightly, it's going to be a tough game for MomD fans out there, guys. I know there's a lot of you that like to get the spam in the chat, but Team Queso are coming into this one as the 3-0 dominant force right now.
I think we're expecting Team Queso to just wipe through this 2-0. I think, no disrespect to MomD, but because of the problems that they've had at the moment, because of the swaps that they keep doing, and Team Queso, obviously, we'll see the lineup now as well.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, you all know him, you all love him. Dominant force in the Baron lane. Acolyte Andre has been MVP, I think, throughout every single game that Queso have had. Veos in the mid. And the newer Dragon lane of Mumu and Floor has been very strong so far. So strong that it's actually Queso's team comp building towards them.
Yeah, and I feel like Mumu has a lot to say about that bottom lane. Like we've heard a couple of interviews from Flora and that kind of thing about how that bot lane dynamic is, and a lot of it seems to be Mumu being like, well, just pick me a marksman and I will carry the game. And Andre's like, hang on a second, I'm the carry here. Like, wait a second, you can't take that from me. But it does fulfill the entire Queso comp. always said in WREC, Queso look best when they have more than one threat, and I think Mumu fills that. In the same way that we saw Joey Skaggs start to fill it at the end of WREC. They finally were like, ooh, let's let Joey play some carries, whereas Mumu's like, no, give me the damn carries. Like, right away, day one. There's no majors about this.
I want to be the main carry is basically what Mumu says.
I mean, the biggest question is, will Floor be forced to play anything other than Janna, obviously? Because
he'll pick Janna every time. If it's not banned, he'll pick it.
Absolutely, that's the thing, right? And that's the beauty of it, because it's forcing the opposition team to actually use a ban on Janna, which nobody would expect.
But Floor's Janna is so good, so you're right. You have to ban it, and I think it just allows them to play the marksman playstyle so well. So I'm really impressed by this Team Queso lineup. They're peaking earlier than Queso normally do. So we'll see whether they can hang on to that.
Normally it's late game Queso, but now it's like early game Queso with 3-0
I'm scared.
I am scared with how this Team Queso lineup's going to go.
Hopefully not peaking too early. Let's have a look at their opposition today. Of course, it is going to be Mumdi, who themselves, well, unfortunately, sit on the other end of the table at 0-3 so far. Gresniak Orion, we've been calling him
Ferox.
Yeah, you guys see it as WXPI 1351,
Branding?
which is something nobody's ever going to say. Eman of Joy, who's pretty much the only sustainable player within the lineup, and, well, maybe Christina on the support. They've changed the team quite a few times in terms of players. It is, simply put, a free agent team, and they're up against probably, well, what is the most successful European team right now.
Yes, of course, we still give Queso the reigning, defending WREC champion like Monica about it. So the thing I think that is the real difficulty for Mondi is they have had to make a bunch of changes. Their lineup has been inconsistent, and I think that just without loading onto the Rift gives you a disadvantage against a lineup that is so clearly defined by their playstyle, has players that have been playing since the beginning, basically, of Wild Rift Esports in those roles at a competitive level. You're expecting kind of rock up as Ferox and be like, well, I was playing jungle last week, and now I'm playing mid lane.
Yeah,
so
exactly,
come on, Veos, what do you got for me? Oh, okay. Whereas that does, however, give us the David and Goliath side of things here now. Like, for Momdi, if they can somehow get, for instance, an early game advantage and get themselves rolling, maybe there's the opportunity, but it would be a giant upset.
Yeah, we'll decide whether or not Orion is
Orion.
As you like to call him last week. Let's talk about what we're expecting to come up against here, because obviously in terms of Team Queso, we've seen them pulling out the funnel comps to very strong success against Rix last week. Are we expecting them to do similar against Momdi? Because if you think back to yesterday, it was obviously a very different comp, a very aggressive comp, to the point that they'd taken all 6 outer turrets down within 8 minutes yesterday. So they were phenomenal yesterday. Obviously, our head-to-head here, we have been focusing on what is effectively the 2 staple diets of the team now. Mumu, who's been close to taking MVP from Andre a couple of times, did get the only pentakill so far in the league.
I think these stats speak for itself, really. I think that's it. You know, every single stat, you know, KDA, damage per minute, you know, everything just speaks for themselves. You know, Mumu has been the main carry for Team Queso on this lineup ever since he has joined in. Andre's kind of taken a step back. He's now on the utility junglers, you know, like the Jarvan. But I think the interesting thing about this matchup is that Eman has been around for a while. You know, he did play in the WREC, he did play for Control, and, you know, as Eman mentioned, you know, the bot lane for Mumdi is their stable point. You know, Eman and Christina, they played together for quite some time now. Obviously, Christina did play in WREC last season as well, so they do have a bit of experience down in that duo lane. So I think that's where Mumdi can focus, because if they look maybe towards this hyper carry composition for Mumu, I know Eman of Joy plays a great Lucian. They can look to try and maybe take it aggressive.
I just feel like, and I feel bad saying this, because I know Eman is one of the community members that basically has been with us in EMEA for a very long time, since the beginning of Wild Rift. I haven't seen the performance out of Eman. Sometimes it's that there's not enough resources there, or at least that you're not getting given those resources in game, and sometimes it's just that you feel a little outclassed, and I feel really bad saying that, but whereas Mumu comes into this lineup and he's like, give me marksman, let me do my thing, and he styles on people, and I think that's the unfortunate side for Eman. I'd love to see Eman doing really well. Unfortunately, in this matchup, I don't think this is going to be the one to do it.
I think it's going to be difficult for Eman. You know, he's been like on the brink every single time. He's like trying to break through into that top 8 team. He's tried on so many teams as well, you know, on Control in WRC Season 1, but he hasn't been able to break it. But I'm excited for this matchup anyway in the bot lane because, you know, I know the potential of E-Man, and he can do it. You know, I've seen him, you know, do it many, many times. We saw it in the WRC. The Control was a team that did upset a few a few of the big teams in WRC Season 1. So, you know, there is that potential of E-Man stepping up. As you mentioned, you know, Mumu, if they play around Mumu again, to be honest, they could just pick whatever they want in the duo lane. Just pick all the carries. Mumu, just be like, play what you want, and it will be able to carry.
And you got to feel for Momdi to come into this. They've got to have a set plan.
Right.
They've got to have a set plan because you know that Queso can basically adapt and swing to whatever they want. So you maybe just come into it and say, okay, what are the champions that have caused our comp problems, and try and stick to that rather than saying, like we just saw from NASA, trying to adapt on the fly effectively to what's picked in front of them.
One thing I wouldn't want to do in this matchup is pick something like a Gwen or a Morgana jungle. I would want to take something that can challenge, if it is a Jarvan out of Andre or if it is a utility champion. I would want to take a pick like that can challenge in the early game, invade, maybe try and at least fight, get into the lanes, because I think if you play a late game style against Queso, if they're playing marksman, you're going to lose. You're going to get to the late game and it's going to be too late.
Well, let's get what exactly you guys at home want to predict who's going to be the winner for this one. Get yourself in the Twitch channel. Get your points in there as well. Did you win your points from the Viv match? I did. I hope you guys did. If you didn't catch it, it was a 2-0 for Viv over Ice Cream. We just saw it in the break screen there. Just slipped that one in. Sorry, spoilers, anyone. It was off stream. But yes, get yourself predictions in there. And then, of course, our predictions. Well, is it a curse? I don't know. When it's Queso, I feel like this is a pretty obvious vote that everybody's going to go with here, based on how Queso have been and based on what's happening with Momdi so far.
Formulation managed to hold off through our curse.
They did, that's true.
We tried to 2-0 curse them. I can see chat is at 97% Queso right now.
Not too surprising.
I may have
Good
added...
on you, Momdi fans, by the way. They're staying strong and throwing their points away.
They're not in chat yet, though. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for them to show up. Where's the copy pasta? Mods, don't ban the copy pasta, okay? Yeah. It may be all that Momdi has today, so
maybe throughout this whole competition, who knows?
let's have that as a community figures. But that being said, I think if there is an early game start, that's how in these matchups that teams can surprise, is you get an early game lead and you just build the snowball and build it through. So that's what, if I was planning a draft for Momdi, I'd be looking at. If you can get something like a Renekton that has very few lane counters, that would be an area from Baron lane, I'd be looking there as well.
I think you need to just surprise Team Queso. I think that's what you have to do. You have to try and come up with something different. Try and put Team Queso out of their comfort zone. You know, talk about Team Queso comfort zone. You know, Andre has played Jarvan 4 times already. The Janna's been picked 4 times. The Camille's been picked 4 times. They seem to be going for the same comp over and over again for Team Queso. You know, now that you have that in your data there, you know what champions they're going to pick. Try and pick a counter. You know, Janna doesn't really do well against engaging champions. You know, maybe pick something aggressive. You know, we know Christina does love the Nautilus, and it has been banned away from Christina before, so I'm expecting it to be banned away from Team Queso as well.
Well, here we go then. Where do Queso go? Where do they start things off? Do we see the Karma first pick from them this time around? They're taking that away. The Yone. So Ika's in the middle.
Not playing.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, wait. And
Ferox is another role.
An AD carry.
That's his 3rd role already. It's a bit all over the place.
Well, this is one of the problems we were saying about the consistency for Momdi. Ika changes things a little bit in regards to the mid lane matchup. The Ahri, of course, becomes now a little bit more of a priority in this draft. Veos will have that scouted. Veos knows that Ika as a player will default towards Ahri when possible. This does change the bot lane matchup a tiny bit, but again, not in favor of Momdi. I think now you've got Ferox, who is swapping into his 3rd role on this team, going up against a very clearly defined Mumu. I think that spells bad things for Momdi.
There's 3 champions for Ika. Zed, Lucian, Ahri. There's always his 3 main champions. You know, we've cast him before as well. He's a player that I've played with a little bit myself, and you know, he's very, very strong on them champions if he can get them champions and if he can feel comfortable in the matchups. We've seen crazy outplays from him as well, so I'm actually quite excited to see this mid lane matchup now.
With that in mind, you just slam Lucian round 3 on red side and say, okay, we flex it, and whichever matchup we prefer, we play towards it.
I think it really depends what Ferox can play, to be honest. That's because you've got a jungler who played mid lane a couple of weeks ago. I think it was last week. Now he's playing duo lane this week.
Morgana.
Like,
give him more.
Day 1 jungler, day 2 mid lane, day 3 AD carry. Where's he going to go next? Well, day 4 technically, because we didn't cover them yesterday. But yeah, 3 rolls, 3 days.
Careful, Christina. He's after your roll next.
Grezniak's is going to finish off the Baron lane.
I don't think it is the Exodia, though, that you get. And like 5th game, you unlock everything. Camille gets picked up. Acolyte has been playing this. It's such a solid pick for Acolyte. And Acolyte's the kind of player where when he has one pick in mind, for a long time it was Darius that was just like, well, just give him Darius. It was fine.
Yesterday
he just
was
loves
Fiora,
these one
think,
picks.
Right? Yeah, yesterday Fiora dominated. Now today, I mean, they're all very much playing a similar role. It's all about the split push and obviously keeping him fed. It does mean the Jax slipped through. So Grezniak locking in the Jax. First Jax we've seen, actually, I think, because it was banned out so much. I don't think we saw one last weekend either.
We saw Random play it once.
I'm pretty sure we've seen it. Yeah, we've seen it.
That might have been us casting it.
Oh yeah, Random's played Jax once. Yeah, I got it here. Yeah, Random's definitely played Jax once. I don't know about the other teams.
Ziggs picked up, though, I think gives Ferox a little bit of an easier start. Ziggs is very hard to break in lane, so it's just one of these picks. Speak for yourself.
I mean, all you have to do is just sit as far back as possible, throw out your ultimate, throw out all your abilities. You're going to deal the most damage anyway.
You're playing against Camille. It's easier said than done. Yeah, Camille is a hard counter to Ziggs in the mid game, so I don't know.
To be fair, you're up against the Lux now as well, which is probably going to be in the duo lane, so he's going to be able to match. And it really doesn't matter what the hell you play duo lane. Floor, play Janna. I mean, it's his what he plays. You know, he doesn't play anything else. We saw it on Viv.
Yeah, but
on Viv, he played Janna.
Like, is it worth a ban though?
I think it might be, but you know what? The funniest thing is going to be.
The fact they got Lux as well is the horrible shield.
Ferox is going to be in lane, get hit by something by Lux, not expecting Lux to walk up with the Janna shield and the passive on Lux, and get like chunked to half health with one auto
You got the
attack.
tornadoes coming through as well. You got everything coming through. He's going to be dodging more than throwing out abilities, I think, at this rate. So
Vayne ban, Ezreal ban, Tristana ban. Where do you go with this? I mean, they've actually decided to just focus on junglers.
I think Lux is going on.
Lane. Yeah, it'll be Lux duo lane with the Janna. Yeah, it'll be double duo lane. Yeah, Lux on the duo lane. Veos, Lux, definitely not a champion that he played. I mean, it could be. You know, we did see it in the last game against Don, but I expect this to be Lux Janna duo lane, which means that we probably might see Andres actually going to carry jungle this time around, which is why the Shyvana gets banned away. And I think the other one is Olaf.
I actually really like this Kassadin ban because it's another one of those champions where it's just like if you get fed on it, good luck playing against it. So I think banning that out is actually a pretty solid play.
Well.
Olaf goes for another carry jungler. So Team Queso, they have some
still there, right? Yone's still available.
No, Yone's banned.
Oh no, it's the first ban. It was the first ban. Queso, I'm blind.
So, is this a bit of a different draft out of Momdi? I do quite like it, though. The Lee Sin helps him in the early game.
What's the mid lane pick going to be, though? Do you pick Zed mid lane here? Because, you know, Ika is very strong on a Zed. Do you pick the Lucian in the mid lane? I think you'll go for either one of them two, either the Zed or the Lucian.
But do you go support here and just let it?
There's a Zed. There you go. There's a Zed, yeah. Ika's comfort pick in the mid lane. No surprises there.
So that's going to be a Garen, then, surely, from Veos.
Most
probably.
Likely, yeah. Garen with bloody Lux shields and Janna shields on top of it. Absolutely disgusting.
On Morg's up. Ooh. It is going to be Veos mid lane Lux.
So
okay.
This guy knows nothing about Real Wild Rift, apparently, but, you know, just saying.
I don't like this Lux at all. This Lux mid lane against the Zed, as soon as you hit
level 5...
That's
not pleasant.
As soon as you hit level 5, it's going to be difficult.
Oh,
and
look,
Java
J4,
again.
what a surprise.
The 3 champions that I said they've played 4 times, they've now all played it 5 times. Jarvan, Camille, Janna are all the exact same as before.
So from Momdi's perspective, what they want to do is quicken up the game. They want to speed it up, get it away from those hyper carriers that obviously Queso are sitting locking down, and just take the game away from them. The question is, can they do that? Because Andre is on Jarvan the 4th, he speeds it up for them. Well, what should be a standard, slow, final comp game gets sped up by Andre.
And the big thing is what I want to focus on is that Andres on this Jarvan has always focused towards that bot lane. We saw it against Formulation. We saw it before yesterday. You know, he always focuses, he always ganks towards that bot lane. Even though you normally see a scaling duo lane, and in terms of the Tristana and Janna, Andres is always there for backup. He's always there to say, okay, if you do get ganked, I'm here for the counter gank. If there is an opportunity, I will be there for that gank. And that's exactly what he's probably going to do this game.
You mentioned that Janna struggles a little bit with a hard engage. The set here can kind of like counter engage pretty effectively, in the sense of like if Jarvan's going in, Set can either peel him away or maybe pull in the Tristana or the Janna. I don't exactly know how that lane matchup feels. Like I feel like still though once Set uses his kind of once he goes in, he's going to get
Just
blasted back out by Janna.
And everything as well. It is really, really difficult to be fair. I mean, Janna is a champion that is perfect disengage. You know, as soon as someone goes in, you've got your ultimate, you've got your tornado, you've got your shields as well to keep your AD carry alive. So it's going to be difficult.
Shot as well, don't forget
exactly, and that as well. Yeah, so it's really, really difficult. But this is what I want. I want to see, you know, hard engage. I want to see aggression from Mumdi. You have the Lee Sin in the jungle. You know, you maybe have the Eco maybe roaming around on that Zed once you hit level 5, and you do have Jax in the Baron lane that couldn't look to split push against Acolyte. So, you know, there is a slim chance. I don't think there is a chance really, but there is a slim chance maybe for Mumdi. We'll have to wait until we get into game.
Yeah. Well, fantastic stuff. We've seen the pick and bans. The question is, how's he going to play? Game 1 underway here. Is Queso going to take this one 2-0? Find out.
We will find out indeed as we are about to get on to the Rift. I think that there's a very small window for Momdi to come into this, and that's Zed getting his ultimate and Lee Sin ganking for him. And I think if that works, which is a tried and tested solo queue strategy, it may very well start the snowball off for Momdi to be able to take this game. But I think it is an uphill battle because Team Queso have some pretty insane scaling in this game. With Tristana, with Lux, that is hyper long range, about as long range as you can get, which means that a Set and a Lee Sin will struggle the later we go in. But we're on to the Rift for game 1. Team Queso, league leaders at 3-0, going up against Momdi. Unfortunately, the 8th place team out of 8, 0-3 at the moment. And Acolyte feels confident to take this fight at the beginning. It is against the Jax, so you know he does need a little bit of time to get into the game.
Yeah, Jax does need a little bit of time indeed. I think the big thing is that Ika and Orion, or how are we saying his name?
Orion.
Orion.
Orion, like Orion's belt.
Okay, you know what?
Look to the stars.
Name's not my best thing. Anyway, the Lee Sin and the Zed, I think, you know, that pairing of that mid and jungle duo, as you mentioned, I'm really expecting them to roam around by themselves, maybe look for that 2-man gank down in the duo lane to try and shut down Mumu. You can see already the early aggression down the duo lane with these Janna tornadoes and everything else means that they're not going to be having the best of times, but what you do as a Ziggs is you just stay on the tower, you just use your abilities, and you're able to farm up fine. You can see that Grezniak is already having a difficult time in this battle.
Although that being said, you're correct about Grezniak, because Acolyte has the Ignite, going to try and put the damage down. Not going to be enough, as the Honey Fruit will come up as well. The thing about that is, though, against the Tristana, being pushed onto the tower is exactly where Tristana wants you to be. She just charges up that bomb,
they
walks
engage
back
actually
away.
bot lane.
Yeah, Engage has gone on bot lane. Yeah, the Ignite from Set has been used as Mumu had to flash. Didn't use the exhaust, so still has that available. And you can see how aggressively Mumu wants to continue playing down in this bottom lane. We've come to kind of expect this. Is like Mumu does play very forward in the lane, very aggressively, and we're waiting for teams to really abuse that. As Set will get the pull in on to Janna. There's a haymaker, but look who's here right on time. It's the Andres Express coming down into. Oh, he's tanking the turret at the beginning. Flash comes out. Mumu gets killed in mid-air, and it's the perfect start for Momdi. One of these ganks has gone wrong for Queso in the early game. It's looked so good for them, but this game does not go their way.
Kind of went as we expected. You know, Andres is down into the duo lane trying to get Mumu ahead, but you're trying to tower dive at level 4. Like, there's no minion wave there. The Ziggs can easily clear out the mid lane, and they actually get a kill onto Mumu. Mumu jumps in on like 1 HP.
With
just one
no
bomb
flash.
Hits. Yeah, nothing. He just jumps in underneath tower. No minions there at all.
Acolyte gonna eat through the counter-strike, didn't even matter, jumps in off the enemy tower for the kill, and Queso, they'll be happy about that on the top side, but yeah, that bot lane play, maybe a little too telegraphed from Queso.
Something that we didn't really expect from Team Queso, definitely a little bit unorthodox from them. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get an advantage in this duo lane, but I think, you know, I think they'll still be fine. Your Acolyte is already so far ahead in this Baron lane, nearly 1,000 gold ahead already at 3 minutes into this game. Shows how much of a difficult matchup Jax can have in the early game. You need to wait until you get a few items.
Level 5.
But here's the roams from the Lee Sin and the
Zed has his ult too. This is the moment they're looking for. Ziggs ult is up as well. I would not want to be Andres and Mumu in this situation if they do end up going for it, but that was a good Lux ult to cut the wave, at least down to 2 minions, and I feel like Momdi, that was one of the opportunities here with the ultimate combination. Like, yes, okay, they got the first kill of the game, but like, look at the goal lead now. It's even. Like, it didn't have a massive impact that has been felt on the game, especially not having that follow-up set of kills there, so we need to see a little bit more from Momdi to be able to stay in this.
Yeah, I think that the final spark as well from Veos was able to clear some of the minions down in the dual lane, so it kind of stopped that tower dive ever so slightly from Mumdy. But you can see that that's kind of the idea that Mumdy want, you know, get the Lee Sin, get the Zed roaming down here, get the mid wave pushed in. You can see Ika, he's always going to get the mid lane pushed in. All you have to use is use his combo, his shadow with his abilities. You push out mid wave. Lux can't really wave clear that well in the early game because you need at least one item. You at least need that Luna's Echo to help you out. So Ika's always going to have priority in this mid lane. You can see Andres is also going to try and roam around. He's actually just going to take away the golems right underneath Lee Sin's nose.
Well, Grezniak not in the best of spots. However, they do have Ika coming up from the river, and I feel like they're going to make a play on bot lane as well from the side of Mumdy. They've been pressuring under that turret for a long time with Mumu low health, and they've drifted back. It feels like Mumdy are just a little hesitant right now. He's giving a lot of space and respect over to Queso. Orion goes in, and you are locked in this cage, as that's the Camille ultimate. I think that there's the hesitancy that we were kind of talking about there. Ooh,
good
final spark, not quite enough, and Mumu's the one to actually, I was going to say, sorry, I thought he was going to pick up the kill. No, he's the one that dies in that as Ferox picks one up in bot lane.
Yep, Floors gets taken down. The Janna does get taken down in the dual lane. So they actually win the 2 versus 2 in the dual lane, which is something that we didn't expect. But as you mentioned, they got the pushing. You know, what Ziggs can do in the early game, you can just use your abilities, push out the lane, and you have the aggression from the set from Christina to be able to get that in the end. And little bit of advantages across the map. Unfortunately, Orion didn't really do the best in the barrel lane. He tried to dash in. I think he tried to get a kickoff or a flash kick or something. He wasn't able to get it. He just got locked down by the Camille and the Jarvan. And that lockdown is so difficult to deal with. You know, when you get hit by the Cataclysm or the Hextech Ultimatum, you're basically just going to get double lockdown. The Team Queso, it looks like it's going to be a trade in objectives for now, but not surprised that Team Queso going for this Rift Herald, especially now with, you can see, Mumu up in the barrel lane. They're just going to take this tower, and this is exactly what Team Queso did before. Instead of putting their dual lane in the mid lane, like what most teams do, they put Mumu and Floor in the side lanes. They get them early tower plates. They get them early towers, and that's exactly what they're going to do this time around. First tower of the game up in the barrel lane.
Yeah, I feel like it has to result, though, in a meaningful lead, and they're going to jump in top lane, actually, onto the Jax, as Grezniak is now taking a lot of damage with mid lane, though, as Andre tries to find the kill onto Orion. As I nearly mispronounced Orion at that point. Andre's now getting taken down on the back end here with the damage, but it's not quite enough for Set. Going to use the Haymaker, will end up falling surely, as there's the Mega Inferno Bomb. It's not enough to keep Ziggs in this fight. Yeah, Floor is just going for it. A man possessed through the middle lane, and this Rift Herald, I think, is the key point here, because now they can break through middle lane and push past this Ziggs. This was what they needed to end up breaking, as well as that side lane tower, and that's exactly what Queso needed.
And in the picture-in-picture as well, Acolyte got a solo kill onto Ika down in the bot lane, so it's all going well for Team Queso. And look, they've done the exact same thing as what they did yesterday. Mumu and Floor in the Baron lane, they take the tower. They got the Rift Herald, they take the mid lane tower. Now they're both in the dual lane, they now nearly take the dual lane tower. They nearly have pretty much the same goal lead as what they got yesterday against Ice Cream. So they're doing the exact same strategy again and again and again, and it's working out for them.
They have taken all but 2 plates as well. We're still, at least until right about now, we've had all of it happen with the plates still up. So that is a significant amount of gold going over to Team K. So Mumu might have to be careful here, but Andre is alongside. Andre going to get the knock-up, as Cataclysm as well forces the flash out from Set. He's ticking. We'll use the Haymaker. Doesn't? Okay, yeah, the shield does eat the bomb. I was going to say that animation lasts shorter than the shield, so was able to survive through it. Ika gets knocked up from the hyper-aggressive Janna play. This Floor is, however, going to find himself. Oh, that's a great face breaker. But look, the damage just isn't there on the back end. Final spark, not quite lined up for Vegas to pick up kills, but Orion is going to try and flank. Meanwhile, mid lane, Andre is looking for a kill onto Grezniak at the same time with Acolyte. Grezniak dropping low. Orion's here, has drifted up from the bottom lane. And at this point, I think it's about time to reset, because everyone's got a lot of gold for now, but Andre doesn't want to. He doesn't want to get forced back to the base, as Floor and Mumu are still pushing up in this bottom lane. Orion out over the wall, should back away, but Queso want this bot lane tower. There's no minion wave, though, so they really have to wait on this play.
They do need to be careful, because last time this happened, it was actually Mumu jumping in and dying at the early levels, but You can see the aggression of Team Queso. You know, they know they're so far ahead. And the problem is, on the opposite side of the map, they're not doing anything.
Ziggs is dead. It's Floor that picks up the kill. And yeah, it's just all Queso's way. You know that they're diving under that tower. It is way too early for Ziggs to have the survivability. Final Spark up to the mid lane to clear out the wave. Again, using that basically on cooldown.
Yeah, trying to get the clearance in the mid.
No, you don't have an opportunity to talk, Stuart. We're going to see Acolyte pick up another kill to be on his killing spree from here. Orion did, however, take down Floor, but that's just the Janna, and now Orion is kind of stuck with Queso closing in. Another kill goes on for Acolyte, and this is the same thing that happened yesterday. Yep. The early game was about the bot lane and about Andre, and then Acolyte just picked up a bunch of kills through the mid game and ended up super strong on this Camille.
He was just farming away, doing his own thing in the side lane, doing whatever the hell he wants. He then joins the team fights and does what Camille does.
Look at his goal.
With the mobility and the
lockdown. Game hasn't been about Acolyte in any way in this early game. It's all been about the rest of the map.
I mean, did he get 2 solo kills? He got the solo kill in the bot lane to Eco, and then the solo kill in the Baron lane. So
exactly what I mean, though, is he has worked solo kills from the space he has had from the rest of the team playing around around the bot lane and the mid lane. So that's the impressive thing about Acolyte on this pick is like he's like, okay, I don't need any help. This is almost like random-esque in the way it's like, okay, you give me space, I'll get solo kills, I'll get myself a lead.
And at the same time, if they do focus in the Baron lane, then they can get Acolyte ahead and he can be the carry, you know? It's exactly the same thing as what you mentioned. And now they're just going to take this second Rift Herald. But I'm just seeing deja vu at the moment from yesterday against Ice Cream. The exact same thing. You know, they pick the Tristana. They take these early tower-taking champions. You know, you get the attack speed from the Jarvan flag as well at the same time. You put that down. Mumu bombs the tower. Just gets the tower so quickly. There's aggression, but I'm not too sure if that's exactly what you want.
Clear out. Final Spark puts the damage down. He's ticking with the burn. Is it enough to pick up the kill? As no, there's the Monsoon to keep Queso alive. In comes Acolyte from the side. Can't quite find the Zed because he's already been killed by Veos. And Team Queso have a Rift Herald to charge the inner tower. There's no real way of Momdi actually staying alive behind this one. Acolyte basically full health once that shield goes up. Mumu was tanking the tower for a moment. Didn't want to do that. He's just there to finish it off as the tower drops low. In goes Set. Acolyte dodges out a bunch of the damage as Grezniak gets a good stun on 2. Acolyte will, however, be able to get away for a half a second, but it's not quite enough to really clear the distance. And there's one picked up by Momdi, but it's in exchange for that tower as Andre already looking to set up for that dragon.
Really well played from Team Queso. Again, the early game, the aggression, taking down the early towers, making sure that they get Mumu ahead on that Tristana. Very, very well played from him. You can see he already has 2 items. He has another 1,600 gold. Yeah, that's just a Zeal as well in your back pocket. There's nothing else that you could do. How much? I mean, 8,500 gold at the moment. It's disgusting.
Yeah, it is disgusting as Floor has to shield himself. He actually bashes the Zed away, but still Ika, I think, should be able to pick up that kill as it's actually Orion that does it. Meanwhile, the rest of Momdi is just melting on the front line because everything has gone Queso's way. And I mean, Floor, he outplayed yesterday, nearly got a 1v3 setup under top lane. Now he's like fighting a Lee Sin and a Zed on Janna. Like, what? Is there like a 1v1 he won't take? Like, Floor was, he's like, yeah, I'll just mechanics. Like, out-mechanic them.
He nearly outplayed that as well.
I know.
You know, Ika ultied in, and then instantly he used his ulti to push the Zed away. Nearly outplayed. Unfortunately, he didn't, but he, like you said, he was like 1 versus 3 in the backline. So it just shows that, you know, normally Janna is this, you know, defensive, disengaged champion, but Floor plays Janna so differently to any other Janna that I've seen. It's the aggression, it's the outplays, the tornadoes, the Monsoon at the same time, and sometimes he uses Monsoon aggressively to try and push the rest of the team, rest of the enemy team, back towards his team. You can see Rod of Age is completed on top of that Ardent Sensor, so he's going to give Mumu that extra 80 carry and extra damage. And you can see at the moment, 25 seconds until this Baron. I don't think Team Queso will do this Baron. I have to say the gold lead is not as big as what we saw yesterday, but it is still a crazy big lead for Team Queso. It's about 7,000 gold at the moment. There is still maybe a slim chance, but it's very difficult at this point. You know, there is a decent amount of scaling.
Acolyte gonna have to deal with 2 here, but look, coming down the river, flying down Floor with that extra movement speed. Veos is here as well. There's the ultimate, comes out of Camille, should be enough to take out the Set very handily. He does have survivability in his kit, but it is not going to be enough as Floor's the one getting the kill credit. I don't know whether Acolyte was just feeling generous or whether Floor just is that strong right now, but...
Floor's like, I'm the carry this time. Give me an MVP. Back to you.
At some point, Floor is going to get an MVP for this Janna play, because it really is something to behold compared to how we've seen other players playing Enchanter supports. There's another turret going down in favor of Queso. They really keep the pace up on this. They already have mid-low as well. It's just a matter of time before they look towards the next objective.
I think that's an important thing that you just mentioned as well. I think that when Team Queso get ahead, they carry on that momentum. They never stop. They carry on trying to take towers. They carry on trying to take objectives. They always try and go for the aggressive plays. Normally when you see teams take down the 3 outer towers, we kind of have a bit of a stalemate. When nothing really happens, we kind of wait for the objectives. Team Queso are like, nope, we have a Tristan and we have a Jarvan. We want to play aggressive. We want to try and take their tier 2 towers, and that's exactly what they've done. 5 towers to 1. The only tower that Mumdi have got is in that Baron lane.
You can see it because look at Mumu's gold, and then look at his kills and assist column. he's like done nothing but hit towers this entire game long, like barely done anything else. But that's all he needs to do. Like sometimes you just have this playstyle with it that is available to you that Queso have been playing, where it's just like we'll just play for objectives only, and we don't care about kills. That's actually one of the funniest things for newer players to Wild Rift that can look at a scoreline that's like 11 kills to 5, and you're like, wow, they're getting stomped because the gold's from the kills. No, most of this gold lead comes from the tower lead and some of the farm lead. Like kills actually are not quite as good of an indicator as in PC League of who has an advantage. Wild Rift has very kill-heavy games that can be very even on top of it. Mumu will, however, get this kill. Just a matter of time. gonna be forced to take the stasis as Gresniak. There was no way he was getting out. Wouldn't have bought enough time to get the execute either. But top side, it's Acolyte now having to run for his life as there's 4 players from Momdi up there. Queso, however, want that mid lane tower.
They do have to make a play on the opposite side of the map, but Team Queso are going towards that mid lane, being able to take that mid lane tower. Again, that's all 3 tier 2 towers taken away now. So even though Mumdi are trying to make plays, they're just losing everything on the map. 1 tower to... Whoa, 1 tower to 1.
Andre wants it. Observer's looking at the tower, but I think we want it. No.
Winions? No! Observers! Winions!
Oh, they're listening to me.
No!
Nope, not going to be enough.
Even the minions are not on Mumdi's side.
No, the next wave of minions should get it, right? But nevertheless, as Andre and team for Queso, they're just going to walk through the bot side jungle, get that Skull Crab when it spawns, get the blue buff, get Dragon. Okay, no, it won't. Tragic. I thought they might have joined just in time, but now I can see the wave is pushing away and won't push towards Queso for quite some time. There's about 1 extra minion in that wave, so...
I mean, they're going over there. Maybe they might just walk up and just auto-attack at once.
Maybe.
I think that'll be enough.
Zed can get in and out without really caring about it.
Just going to dash in, dash back out, take the tower, and that'll be all good. But then the problem is that on the opposite side of the map, Team Queso always look to try and get something else. Mumdi are trying to make plays, but Team Queso are always 1 step ahead of them at the moment. You can see Iko is trying his best in this Baron lane, trying to push in the minions, trying to create that pressure. Maybe he's going to get this. I don't know. Andres is there. There's a race. Will the minions get there in time? It doesn't even look like they did. Ah, it's so sad. Oh, they did! Minions!
What does Stuart even know?
Woo!
Dragon spawning in 25, and Andre just showing on top side. So, maybe this is the opportunity that Mumdi need. Not really, because he'll be able to get there in time. Because he's Jarvan.
It's a very small map, Wild Rift.
Exactly,
from one
that
side
too.
to the other, and like...
I'm always like, it's fine. We got 20 seconds to group. Like, okay, it actually only took me 5. Yeah, exactly. You managed to get it. Like 8 seconds left, and the team's already there. Like Andre's in front of the Dragon, as Acolyte is going to create pressure on the top side. I think the opportunity here is just... Oh, there's a teleport. I was going to say, perhaps the opportunity for Momdi to take a 5v4, but Acolyte with that teleport means that the number advantage... Oh, he's going to get evened out, and that's a final spark, just annihilating Ziggs out of this fight. Meteor will land on the hopes of Momdi, but look, there's low health bars as Acolyte has not joined the fight yet. Mumu trying to kite back, is dealing with the Zed, got 1 kill from it as Andre is keeping 2 players busy as Orion and Gresniak want to go for this. There is a Guardian Angel here as well, and Acolyte is just going to try and end the game at the same time, and Floor is going to play on the front line, trying to stop the recall. They cancel the recalls, and Acolyte is pushing through the top lane. The cannon minions are not in range, though, so he has to reposition. That buys enough time for Orion to come back, who's going to just come to his... Whoa, Acolyte jumps out of the ult and lets Orion out as they get the kick, and Acolyte misplays, but I don't think it's enough. As the minions, for the 2nd time in the game, will take an objective. This time it's the Nexus as Team Queso close it out. Not the best end for Queso mechanically, but, you know, that's what happens when you get enough advantage. You just hit them with your wallet.
Bit of a comical end there for Team Queso. You know, Mumty's minions take that bot lane tower, but Team Queso's cannon minions are just like, yeah, we could do better. We could take your Nexus instead. Exactly what they do. But again, very well played from TK. So again, playing the early game, playing the objective comp, and exactly what they're going to do. They always get a level lead. They always get ahead every single time.
You love to see the Winions. Winions getting involved. Yeah, I mean, it went the way we expected, but I gotta be honest, you know, Mumty were not that bad there. I thought they had a few chances, and yes, obviously, every time there was a team fight going on, Acolyte was elsewhere and doing the split push, so technically it was almost 5v4, so it always looked a little closer than it probably should have. But yes, first game in the books. We just had a brief look at the goal graph there, but let's have a look at the highlights from that matchup. There were some pretty good moments, to be fair. Some fun moments overall. You know.
Can we see that level 1 player? Oh no, we are going to see it. No, it's not level 1, it's level 3.
This was the slightest.
This is not a minion wave.
He gets
like
caught midair.
Dashes.
Yeah, boom.
Is that just an auto attack, or
it's an auto attack?
Auto attack or a tower shot or something.
The empowered one, the short fuse that Ziggs has.
Oh yeah, the passive.
The explosive one, yeah, the third one.
Yeah, Team Queso just kind of steamrolled this game, really. They just went for the same compositions, what they did yesterday against Ice Cream. Go for the Tristana, go for the double shield comp with Veos on the Lux this time around, which is something we didn't expect from Veos. Known for his assassins as well. I mean, known for his assassins. He normally plays champion.
Okay, I'm just going to say, Deathmark being used on Fleur. That's like, when you know the game's gone away from there, the mid laner is focusing Deathmark on the Janna.
And that it didn't even get the kill.
And he didn't actually
get the kill. He needed Lee Sin to come in because Fleur's like styling on him, trying to outplay on the Janna. No real surprises. We gave you a little bit of a sneak peek again of that gold graph, just showing you how far ahead Queso were. I mean, I think that it wasn't the worst performance out of, like, considering Ferox is playing his third role, I think that the Ziggs was a pretty good baseline for them down in the bot lane. I just think that they couldn't keep up with the pace that Queso were going on, the change towards tower focus. I think that is the biggest thing that teams are struggling with against Queso right now.
Yeah, and there was a couple of moments that you saw that Ferox basically just got left on an island. Like, everybody else was backing away. Ferox was like, guys, I can't, oh, I'm dead. It's just like, because they were collapsing. And that's the beauty of Queso. They were so quick with the team collapse. And let's have a look at the damage. It's going to be pretty ludicrous, I'm sure, for some members of Queso. Not too surprising. Mumu up there with some mega damage. And of course, what a surprise, Ziggs gets a massive amount.
The surprise is that Mumu had so much damage, actually. Like, most of the game, he just wasn't hitting champions.
Yeah,
so the fact that he's basically putting up a similar amount of damage, but you can see that for Mumty, like, they wanted to try and use this Zed and this Lee Sin, and there was a few hesitant moments where they wanted to go in and they're like, oh no, somebody's there, I don't really want to go in, and then they get caught. Yeah, not exactly the easiest game for Mumty to play out.
I mean, the biggest difference is obviously, you know, Acolyte versus Grezniak. It's when you're on a Jax, you expect to see higher numbers because you obviously generally split pushing, clearing waves, hitting towers, etc. Wasn't able to do it. Had no moment where he was free to do that because Acolyte was just off on his own, constantly pushing, and Grezniak was needed with the rest of his team to try and push those numbers. So it wasn't quite the same. Let's have a look at the gold graph. Not going to be too surprising, I don't think. It was a tiny little start. I think that's what, 2 minutes maybe.
That was the Queso dive.
Yeah,
that was when Queso.
Yes, when the first dive went wrong, right?
Yeah, not the best
dive. Basically, yeah, but you can see as soon as it happens at like 5 minutes, 4 minutes, and what Team Queso do really well is they move their duo lane into the Baron lane where the Rift Herald is, and they prioritize that Rift Herald. They take that Baron lane tower, and teams are just too slow to realize and too slow to capitalize on the rotations for Team Queso.
I think the interesting thing about that, speaking about the ability to capitalize on it quickly, I think now we've seen it enough times out of Queso that if I'm on the coaching staff of a team playing against Queso, I'm like, you have to be careful of that early game play. If it looks like they're setting up the wave for a dive on bot lane, chances are they're setting up for a dive on bot lane. So, like, we have to account for that in the draft. We have to make sure that we're playing around it because you can play around it. Clearly, you can. And yeah, there was a little bit of good fortune on Mumty's side of things, but yeah, I think you can account for that a little bit easier than some of the teams are allowing.
Well, I mean, the main problem for it is obviously you need to account your jungle pathing. It's like, well, you're going to have to take a different path to make sure you're here for this time because that's when Andre is going to be jumping in. especially if you keep giving him Jarvan the Fourth for the 5th game running. Let's move on. Obviously, we know exactly how that's played out. It's pretty straightforward. Let's have a look at the MVP. I believe it's gonna be Andre. What a surprise! I'll say 6th, 7th.
Well, I mean, this is his 4th game
game
here,
series
right?
against Formulation.
So,
Against Rick, sorry. No, Formulation. Yeah, I was right.
yeah, so I think this is 3 out of 4 here at ESL. I feel like Veos got 1.
We'll have to go back and say, not really.
We'd have to double check
about that.
Or it might have been Mumu.
It's definitely up there.
I think Mumu did get a MVP.
I think there's one that Andre didn't get, and I was like surprised that he didn't get it.
I'm pretty sure I remember Mumu at least getting 1. But yeah, I mean, no surprise. I mean, yes, the bot lane tower dive didn't go well in the early game, but he's always the driving force for Team Queso. He's always one, as you mentioned earlier, D-Man, the junglers are the ones that dictate the pace, that, they rotate around the map, they decide where to put the Rift Tail, where to focus the ganks, and it's typical Team Queso. They play a completely different style to everyone else. We go back to WREC. They're the ones playing Yuumi Lulu. They're playing Lulu mid lane. They're playing this carry jungle style, which no one in Europe was doing. No one in the EMEA region was doing. And we're seeing the exact same here. Yeah, they're the first team that was bringing out this, Janna support with the Karma mid lane. Now we're seeing Lux mid lane and going for this double support with the carry meta. And no one else was doing it before. Now teams are starting to pick up on it and starting to do what Team Queso are doing. But, the early game for Team Queso, going for this towers, focusing more on objectives and team fights, is something different that we have not seen from any other team before.
It gives teams the option. It leaves them sort of that weird option. It's like, do we ban J4? Do we ban Janna? Like, these are bans that nobody out there is banning right now. But you got to think about it if you're against Queso. 5 games running, same champions. If you're not going to take them off their comforts, then they're just going to keep doing what they do. Let's have a look and talk about our sponsors, because we have another game coming up in just a few moments. But before we get there, we've got to thank, obviously, who has been involved. Of course, Snapdragon has been the main presenting partner with us. Obviously, you can see it right there on your screen all throughout the day, of course. Basically, providing all the chips for your main phones that you've been playing games on for the last... lots of years I've been covering with Snapdragon. Of course, Monster has been driving. Certainly myself and Stress, we've been unleashing the beast on the play-by-play, and it's been working out wonders for us so far. And let's not forget, it's all being delivered by DHL. Don't forget to get yourself involved. You've got a chance to win €100 in the ESL shop. Lots of goodies in there from the teams, of team merch, ESL merch, DreamHack merch, Face It merch as well, we should say, also in there these days. And of course, finally get yourself on the Discord. For that €100, well, you're going to want to take part in a bit of a competition. Discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series is where you want to be. There's going to be questions involved on not only Wild Rift, but probably on Brawl Stars, Clash of Clans, Asphalt 9, all the games involved in the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're moving on to the second matchup. Will it be Queso taking it 2-0, or will Mom D strike back? See you in a few.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Phoenix, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series here for Wild Rift. I'm Lee Demon Smith, and joining me, of course, is Stress and Stuart to take you through the rest of the series. It is Team Queso up against Momdi, and currently Queso leading 1-0 after the first matchup. So, the ultimate question, where do Momdi go from here? Do Queso just keep on grinding? Momdi, do they finally ban out the Janna, the Jarvan the Fourth, I don't know, pick an AD carry and they could go with that?
Funny you say that. I just messaged Econ, waiting for a reply. I just said to him, ban Janna, Jarvan, and Camille. Just
He's
get
quite
these
busy,
boring
Stu.
champions.
I don't know if you know.
I mean, I'm sure he has time to reply. He's not replied to me, though.
This
so
guy,
maybe
has he got like points on this game
I
or
know,
something? It's like my channel points, my channel points. He just wants Momdi to do well, but I mean,
it's difficult for them.
It is difficult. The thing is, I don't even think that those bans necessarily would change the gameplay.
We already saw it with Andre, right? He went over to Vi, didn't he?
He's been on a few other champions, you know, Wukong, Shyvana as well. What
that
we've
didn't
seen
work.
Before,
The Wukong didn't work. No,
Shyvana did work.
The Wukong did, yeah. Shyvana did, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember the Wukong game was the one where he couldn't get the aggressive. That was the one where they played against Soraka as well, which was a little bit annoying for him. But
no, it was
he does have
NASA,
other
actually,
champions.
wasn't it? It was NASA that game they lost, that Wukong.
Can't remember. Anyway,
I think so.
I think whatever it was, but yeah. I mean, Andres, we know he can play many champions. He's just on Jarvan duty at the moment. You know, we know he can play the hyper carries. We know he can play the utility champions. You can't ban our Team Queso. It's way too difficult.
Yeah, way too difficult. I think you also look at like.
Do you just ban all shield champions?
Like,
maybe that would help.
Try.
Like get Karma looks, Janna, and just say thank you very much.
Yeah, and then I think that they just pivot around and so there's other champions that do it. Yeah,
that's true.
And also it's not even like it's the shielding necessarily that does it. I think what gives Floor the edge on Janna is just how specifically good he is on that one pick. I mean, we'll see what they do in the draft. I feel like this is.
But that's what you got to do. There, you got to force them to play something different. Surely, like even if you just take the chance to force them to play something different. Yeah, they've got the champions, but the fact is they've already beaten, you know, NASA and Formulation with this exact same sort of strat. I mean, yes, it was a variation of it, but pretty much the same thing. So you've got to force them to do something different.
I mean,
I'm curious to see if they maybe take away the Tristana, because I think Tristana has been a big factor towards like the pushing power of.
Didn't they go Vayne? They went Ashe, didn't they go Ashe?
Yeah, they've gone other champions as well. You know, they've gone Kai'Sa, Jinx, Vayne,
yes,
Ashe,
Pentakill Jinx,
yeah,
of course,
exactly. Yeah, so there are some other champions that they can play, but I think the big thing with Team Queso at the moment is this early game, is this pushing power priority that they always focus on every single game, and Tristana's one of the best champions for that. But we'll have to see this time around as the draft gets underway.
Yeah, I wonder whether Momdi will like not ban something like a Fiora or a Gragas and just ban the Janna instead. I don't know that it's that good, but I do also kind of agree on the whole like you have to try and force him to play something different. So in that regard, maybe we'll see that adjustment come through. I think if they go the Lee Sin Zed route again, that is kind of what I would feel Momdi should be playing, but it's difficult to know. Team Queso just were able to keep up the pace at the same time.
All right, step one, complete.
Come on.
That was the same as last game.
Step one, it was, but you know, it's a step in the right direction. I like it. Obviously, the Yone ban from Queso pretty standard for them. I'm trying to think what else they banned out.
I did get a reply from Econ. I'm not going to repeat on stream, but.
Yeah,
I won't repeat that, yeah.
Best not say that. Gwen banned out like Queso. They did pretty much identical bans last time around, if I remember rightly. Okay, come on. Go for Janna.
I don't think they are going to ban it away. I think they're just going to leave Team Queso to it again. But I
the
think
thing is, it's the ultimate respect as well for Fluor. If like Janna gets banned out, you're like, yeah, I did that.
Teams did do that against, if I remember correctly, Viv. You know, when he was on Viv before at
Yeah,
WRC, I remember they banned away the Janna because they're like, if you get this player off this comfort pick, you know, we know that he can play aggressive or even defensively on the Janna. Get him on something else. Maybe he doesn't feel comfortable on something else. We'll have to see this. But I don't think it's really ban-worthy because you leave open so many other power picks that are available. That's the problem.
So we got a pretty different draft now. Team Queso last game banned out Nautilus Rakan.
Yep.
This game is Gwen Renekton on top of that Yone. The Olaf finds its way onto the ban list as well. So now Momdi kind of can adjust again, maybe?
I think the Nautilus is going to be the big one because it's Christina's most played champion and it's always going to be most likely picked in the second rotation for Mum-D. I have to see if Camille is going to be the first pick again for Acolyte. Wouldn't be surprised. To be
I think it will be. It worked so well, right? I mean, it was such an easy run for Acolyte there. Had no issues whatsoever. I think, as you mentioned at the start, was like 2,000 gold. They had 402 at one point or something like that. Yeah,
and he does so well picking up off the leads that the rest of the team creates. The space that the rest of the team creates is like Acolyte just gets free lanes. There's the Fiora after it was let through. It was banned in the last game by Momdi. Considering Grezniak got bullied around by Acolyte in the last game, I don't know whether this is a matchup that I would have wanted to opt into rather than an early game matchup, but with Renekton gone already, there was no real opportunity. Nasus comes through, so the problem is you have to pick Senna on 3. You don't have to, but you should pick Senna on 3. That was the asterisk on that. I'm like, unless your formulation, you don't have to. But I think that Nasus is not as significantly strong as with other champions. Now, we saw Queso play Ziggs mid yesterday as well, so I'm not putting too much stock into this being Mumu. We could still see a Janna come out here and be totally like fine with whatever the rest of the draft has.
I think that's exactly what they're going to do. There we go again. Rinse and repeat for Team Queso. I mean, I did mention a little bit, you know, during the break that this is kind of an expected 2-0 week for Team Queso. You know, they are playing up against, you know, Ice Cream and Mum-D. No disrespect to them, but, you know, two of the weaker teams, I think, in the tournament. I'm curious to see if they still go for the same strategy next weekend, you know, once they play off against, you know, the tougher opponents. Jace is going to be the pick, so they're not going to pick the center away. Maybe potentially looking for that flex, maybe with the Ashe bot lane with Nasus, the Lux bot lane with Nasus as well. This is probably going to be mid lane Jace for Ika. Ban away the Jovan.
Okay, there's one.
Okay, we obviously Andres on the Jovan this time around.
I think that's a good takeaway now. It's been quite a key part of Team Queso's engage. I think there is the
Morgana's out there still.
Yeah, Morgana's out there. Lee Sin's the one that I would say Andre could just play. The Senna ban I think makes total sense with the Nasus already being shown. I think it's... I would say, if anything, the Nasus is the weaker part to show early. I think the Senna gives you so much flexibility comparatively.
Yeah,
so,
you could have put Nautilus with it or anything like that, yeah.
I guess you can look at that from both ways now. I mean, you know, Nasus you can still pair with so many other... I mean, I think before, when people didn't really experiment too much with Nasus, then, you know, I think that, yes, you want to pick the Senna before the Nasus because, like you said, you can pair it with so much more. But because we've seen teams already, you know, like Formulation, pick Nasus in the dual lane with the likes of an Ashe, with the likes of a Lux as well, and I think the big thing with Nasus is that Wither. You know, if you're gonna, if the hyper carry is gonna be picked for Team Queso, with Nasus, you just look to go in, you look to slow the hyper carry, and instantly use that Wither, and that means the attack speed is going to be slowed. There is the Ashe, so it's going to be Ashe of bot lane with the Nasus.
And Lee was banned by Mum-D, so now we again have to find a different engaged champion. You mentioned the Wukong previously for Andres. That could be as well. One way. Yeah, the Vi I think makes a similar you know, outcome happen here if they do end up going for the Vi, and it's the Tristana, as mentioned. The Wither's going to help a little bit. Obviously, the jump does assist Tristana getting away from things, but again, tower pushing potential all day long. Ziggs, there's the Tristana and the Vi, and I mean, Queso, not exactly the hardest team to predict.
No, not really. When it comes to champions, they pretty much stick with the same tried and tested. So. Pretty much standard setup that we've seen from them before. What is going to be the final pick is going to be set once again.
Jace jungle.
So is that going to be Jace jungle? Yeah, which
or
we
it could
saw.
very well be Fiora jungle.
We saw Jace jungle yesterday, right? Was it yesterday?
Yeah,
I think so.
It could be Fiora jungle. You're right, because otherwise Nasus, Ashe, and Set would all want to go in the bot lane. So I think it's probably set up in the top lane.
I would think so, yeah.
Does not feel like a great matchup into Camille, I'm going to be honest. That is a matchup that we would have seen a whole lot more if it was a playable one. I feel like probably Set's going to lose that eventually.
And there you go. There is the Fiora jungle, the Set Baron lane. But I don't think Set is going to have too much of a time, especially because you've just got so much mobility, so much lockdown for Camille that you can't really look to trade at all. But it's definitely a very, very interesting and very different comp from Mumdi. You know, all unique champions, all different champions from the first time around. I think, again, though, we're going to have to look towards Mumu and Floor, look at where they're going to rotate during the early game, because, yes, they don't have the Jarvan this time around, they don't have the Lux, but they have the same sort of composition. Tristana and Ziggs, perfect
My
at
problem
taking
is
towers.
with that, certainly the Dragon lane coming out from Mumdi, is there's no kill potential. It's like we can clear the waves, but we're never going to really threaten you.
Yeah, I think that's the key to the Nasus lanes, is they basically never do.
Yeah.
They basically are like, well, Nasus still get like 3 items and then run out of the jungle late game and slow you and deal damage and tank and everything you need it to do. Yeah, I agree, but I think that kind of Queso are fine with that. They're like, well, you can not play the laning phase, we'll play the pushing phase in the lane.
I mean, at the same time, I think Mumdi might be okay with that as well. As you mentioned, you know, once a Nasus gets three items, you know, the Fimbulwinter, the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, the Leandries as well, you can get the slows, you can get the Wither, you can use your ultimate as well and be an annoying tank that Tristana has to deal with. It has to break through first before you can jump onto the back line.
Well, the conversation can continue because the game's about ready to go. Stress and Stu, over to you guys for game number 2.
Yeah, let's see whether Mumdi can bounce back. It's a different composition, a little bit more reliant on the late game compared to the first game of the series. We're about to get on to the Rift for our second game between Team Queso and Mumdi. Queso, if they win this, they'll go to 4-0 in the leaderboard. The only team that can possibly finish with a clean record for themselves after game day 4. We are on to the Rift, whereas Mumdi, they are looking for their first series win. They do not want to end up 0-4 after this because they only have 3 series left to play, and that would mean they could not have a winning record. It basically is playoffs implications already for Mumdi.
I think the big thing is even if Team Queso win this as well, they're not guaranteed top 4, but they definitely take a huge step towards that top 4 if they go 4-0. As you said, you know, after this series for both these teams, there's only 3 more days left. Next weekend and the weekend after, and that's all you have. A few interesting things I want to mention just quickly as we're going through the early game is Aftershock for Andres on the Vi. Something we don't really see too much. We normally see either a Kraken Slayer or a Conqueror going for more aggressive damage Vi. This time around it is Aftershock, which he can use in camp proc with his ultimate and his first ability. So I think a lot more of a tanky build is going to come out from Andres this game. Again, that's all he needs to do, though. He did the same on Jarvan. Just build tank, be a front line, and just help your team. Allow you to, you know, use the Tristana, use the Ziggs to follow up. Because they have enough damage in this team, so Andre's like, okay, I'm just going to play the utility game again.
Yeah, and that's kind of the playstyle we've seen on Vi whenever we see her in competitive, at least. Like, Vi in solo queue is kind of the monster that walks out, gets a bunch of kills, and carries. In competitive, you see a lot of second item Guardian Angel. You see a lot of just like, I just need to get there, get my target, survive, and get away. And that basically is the entire playstyle for it. And Andre, he knows how to do that. We've seen it a couple of times as Orion is going to come out of the jungle. Double knock up with the satchel charge from Veus. And you can see Veus has been under a threat for the entirety of this laning phase. Now into the mid lane comes Christina, or Fee, or Kai. Whichever of the names that we're using for Mumdi, because
Where did Kai come from?
Kai de Breche.
Oh, you mean
in game? I'm like, they have 3 names for each player. It's the same for Ferox.
Everyone has 3 names.
Everyone has multiple names. It's Mumdi. If there's one thing you could do is be a bit kinder on the casters.
I think I even have multiple names. People call me by multiple names as well. Probably some that I shouldn't repeat on stream, but
really, we'll dig into that later because I wasn't quite sure where you were going with that one. But we know where Queso were going with things in the bottom lane as they're trying to push it back out. I guess the volley from Ashe does help. The same with the Soul Flare. What is Nasus's ability 3 called? Because Soul Fire is Scion's shield.
You're asking me like I'm supposed to remember.
Yeah, I'm going to go look it up. I'm pretty sure it's...
Whilst you have a look at that, we're going to see how this early game plays out. We can see that the Team Queso are going to go back to the base for now in the duo lane. See that Ashe and Nasus are actually very good at wave clearing at the same time. You can use, as you mentioned, that volley in Nasus'
Spirit
third
Fire.
ability. Spirit
I knew
Fire,
it was
there you go.
SF. I knew it was SF.
Just call it SF next time.
Yeah, I will.
Easier way. Instead of trying to remember. It's difficult to remember all the abilities. 4 abilities for every champion to remember the names of.
Veos drops low, gets his ult though halfway through that, and you're right, it is. It's even harder to stop calling it QWENR.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we always do that. We always still call it QWENR. I think most people will understand that as
Veos drops low but still gets it. There's the cease and desist from Andre to pick up the first blood of the game, and Veos, it feels like he's been baiting Ika in this entire game.
Speaking of ability names, that's also one that got changed as well with the Vice. So, I mean, that's difficult to remember as Orion trying to steal it away. Doesn't actually steal it away. He has the vision over the wall, but he has nothing else. But Veos has definitely been put under pressure in this early game against the Jace. Obviously, Jace really good. Has 6 abilities. Makes things even more difficult to try and remember the names of. Has his range form and his melee form, so he normally gets an early game advantage. But Andres always there. Right place, right time for Andres, which always seems like it is for him.
And it wasn't bot lane this time, I think is a really key thing, because I was wondering after game 1, I'm like, are Queso too telegraphable? Can you just figure out where they're going to go? This time it was mid.
I think the interesting about that, though, is that maybe is the same time what Mumd have drafted towards his duo lane. It's actually very, very hard to actually gank a Nasus and Ashe because they have so much slows.
3-man dive with the Ashe arrow in mid. It's going to be enough to take out Veos. Clean from Mumd.
And then Ferox is just like,
Ika has been found, though, on the top side by Andres. As Orion parries and manages to flash out. He was parrying the aggro Janna. You know what we mentioned? This is going to be tank Andre. He might actually be wanting his aggressive runes from this, because Andre is already 2-0. And yeah, Floor just going insane into the fight.
He doesn't care. Flashes in. Tries to slow. Tries to do enough damage. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough damage. But again, Team Queso are doing the exact same thing as what they did in the previous game. They're prioritizing towards his Rift Held. They rotate their duo lane up into Baron lane this time around. But actually, this time, Mumd are responding. They actually rotate all members up into this Baron lane where the Rift Herald is, so not allowing them to get that early game advantage. But this means that Acolyte is just slowly going to get further and further ahead down towards the opposite side of the map.
Again, everything Queso does buys Acolyte so much space. This is like what every Baron laner wants for themselves in a team as Veos. Will get caught, but in from the top side comes Andres into the fight. Doesn't quite have the ultimate available. That is a huge Mega Inferno Bomb position for Queso, as in goes Mumu to look to take up another kill, as Acolyte's the one that gets the kill credit for it. Mumu's going to flash away as he realized that is an Ika on Jace in hammer form, but Queso, big AoE damage, 2 kills on the board for them as Ika trying to get the Shock Blast. Stops the recall, won't get a kill from it. Team Queso going to extend their lead.
Different from Team Queso this time around, though. They opted to take the 4 versus 5 team fight when Acolyte was very, very late to the fight, but they still come out on top. They still get the advantage. And, you know, it's not the tower taking early game that we expect from Team Queso, because the tower placements are going to be dropped in about 1 minute, but they are still going to prioritize towards his Rift Herald. Again, look at this. Acolyte, the entire time, is all the way down in bot lane. Where's Grezniak? He's with the rest of the team. He's actually going to rotate down as Ika's completely caught out.
Ika can't get away from that, surely. Last little bits of damage. Andre off the Vault Breaker takes it down. Now it's the top tower. Queso, like, we've been trying to get this tower for the last 2 minutes, and we finally get some time in front of it. However, turret plating is about to fall, and they haven't got nearly as many plates as they did in the previous game. They will pick up a bunch now, though, as that explosive charge is going to end up taking down the turret. Dragon fight is on the cards. Look at how low Orion is already. There is a Ziggs ultimate available, and into the pit goes Acolyte, trying to get the last hit onto that Nasus. Acolyte, however, is trying to get 3 people in front of him away, and the Dragon goes over. Acolyte dies from this one, but Rift Herald was taken now into the middle lane as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow connects onto Andre. Now he wants to go in. He's looking for the ult, and Grezniak will be able to haymaker his way through some of that damage, but Ika has fallen. Veos now going to need to be healed up by Floor, as into the backline it looked like Mumd wanted to go, but they couldn't close the distance.
It was a bit slower this time around from Team Queso, but they just did the exact same thing as what they did in the previous game. Now, obviously, in the previous game, they got the advantage very, very early on. They were able to take the towers, but they still get Baron lane tower. They take the Rift Herald, and they go straight towards that mid lane tower at the same time. So it's still the same thing from Team Queso. They still do have that 5,000, nearly 6,000 gold lead now. And as you mentioned, Acolyte again, just being able to go into the side lane, push the towers as much as they can, and they're going to do the exact same thing again. Look at the minimap. Everyone from Team Queso is going down towards this Dura lane, and Ika's in so much trouble.
Ika is not having a fun game. Every time Ika tries to do something, it's just like, nope, nope, there's a jungler. Nope, there's a bot lane.
So, oh, everyone else is here. There's more people to the party.
Team Case are going to push through the bot lane turret. All of the outers have
tier
fallen.
2 as well.
Yeah, and now it's only Orion on this jungle Fiora, which typically you don't expect to have quite as much gold and impact. Yeah, that tower is getting speed run down. Meanwhile, there is a fight on the top side jungle as Acolyte is backing away. Andre forced to flash, still has ultimate available, as does Acolyte. They're onto the inhib at this point. Explosive charges powering up, but there's no minion wave. Have to be careful of the collapse from the side, and I think that's where the distraction. Who's collapsing on who is in from the side goes Andre. Doesn't have that Guardian Angel available to himself yet, so will get taken down. But Floor causes the disengage to come as he manages to get the tornado. Veos is trying to back himself away. Look at how low they are from that engage as Momdi couldn't put the damage out. They will get taken down, and multiple members of Queso are low, but they're able to take more objectives off that as they push the inner tower.
The crazy thing is as well is that Mumu's just playing the front line at this point.
Yep.
He just doesn't care. He's just like, front line, yeah, I can do enough damage. I've still got my ultimate, my buster shot. I've got the Janna behind me with the heals and the shields. They're going to be able to take the mid lane tier 2 tower as well. And look, he's just going in. He's just using his third ability, getting the auto attacks down. It doesn't matter if you're against a tanky Nasus or a tanky Set. You're still going to be able to do enough damage. Andres did go a little bit too deep though, so a little bit of a misplay from Andres, which is very unorthodox from him. Not really something that we are very used to seeing from Andres, but again, it's classic Team Queso. It's exactly what they did before, and again, you know, Momdi, they're going to try and come back into this game, but I think it's already way too far reach them.
Yeah, I think so as well. I'd be interested to see where Andre is in his build. He had a lot of gold early on. And normally we see that GA second, so I would imagine it to have already been completed by now as Orion is going to back away. Arrow will connect, and that is on Andre. Ooh, doesn't quite catch the face breaker from Grezniak, and this set has not had the impact that it was looking for. There's an impact coming from the Mega Inferno Bomb, though, as Veos is going to chunk through. Acolyte into the back line is going to try and put damage down on to Ash, but it is not enough. And meanwhile, Ika is going to try and push down the bot lane tower, but you are trading down, my friend, as that is going to be the engage from the top side. Set goes in, trying to finally get the haymaker, but it didn't even complete for the damage. The turret still stands from that inhibitor, and the outer tower in the bot lane did die, so maybe Ika can get more work done here. Andre backed away for it.
I think with the Rift Herald coming up, I think Team Queso are just going to back away for now. Orion's actually...
Floor again, outplays off the tornado, flash over the wall, Mumu goes in. It looked like the disengage had come through, but it's this Janna living rent-free in Momdi's head right now as the explosive shot won't be enough from that. That's the inhibitor going down from the middle lane, and it looked like Momdi had held, and then suddenly Queso just turned their attention mid and say, okay, we'll take that one instead.
As you said, Floor with the outplay. Uses Tornado, flashes over the wall. Orion tried to flash it, tries to go for the kill, and Floor's like, nope, you're against my Janna. You're not going to be able to do anything against my Janna. That's exactly what he does, but, I mean, not really much else to say this game, really, to be fair.
This Rift Herald has to go either at a Nexus or an inhibitor. Let's just put it that way. It's the second Rift Herald at 11 minutes into the game.
That's how far ahead they are.
No choices. He's just going to slam it down and see where it goes.
Looking at the items, it actually doesn't look like it's going to be the GA this time.
Yeah, I'm really interested by that.
I think, like I said, he's just going for more tank. Obviously, he still has the Trinity Force, and GA, yes, it's kind of like a mixture of both an AD and a tank item. But I think with this Bramble Vest and also the Giant Spell, maybe going towards Randwin Zone.
I know what it is. He wants to give somebody else the opportunity to get MVP by adding deaths to the column. But it's the opportunity. He wants to let the rest of his team think
so you're saying
they can get.
Into
No, it's the opportunity. I'll open a window just in case, you know, you can outperform me in the game, is what Andre is saying, which maybe they'll get from Mumu in this game, as that is going to be another engage, this time from Acolyte. They're going to take the inhibitor down. That Rift Herald has cracked it open already, and look, just the crowd control, the damage and everything from Team Queso. It's a triple kill onto the fountain. Not going to be a penta because Veos has already taken that opportunity away. It's a double kill. They're just diving at this point. They are playing with their food. And Queso are going to have to back away from this. It's going to be a push from the minions, Floor and Veos. Just the two of them. I think we're going away from the Nexus for now. It's a little bit too far into the base. As Queso. They lose 3 to the Fountain.
Nexus Fountain too strong. Team Queso are not going to be able to finish this game just yet, but I think it's only just a matter of time now before Team Queso just push through. As we take a look back at the replay, as a little bit of a downside. You can see the Rift Herald, as you mentioned, only can be used in the mid lane, bot lane inhibitor or onto the Nexus, and it's just a little bit of over aggression. I thought it was going to be a second pentakill, to be honest, for Mumu, but Veos did take one of the kills away. But they were like, yeah, they're going to go for it. Andres goes in, Mumu dashes in, and
Mumu's like, if I can't get a pentakill, I'm diving this Fountain. Like, I'm just gonna make sure I end up dying. I don't want to win this game if I can't get a penta.
Lo and behold, the Nexus Fountain does a lot of damage.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, normally I'd be like, oh, maybe they can fight back. No, I think at this point, like 2 inhibs being down, it's an easy Baron take for Queso as long as they play this one out. I mean, maybe they don't even need it if they get engaged.
I mean, I think the Nexus Fountain probably did more damage than Monty have done this whole game anyway. So.
Probably, because Grezniak has fallen from that Queso now. All they have to do is group on top inhib. Mumu's going to go back in. Going to jump forward, look for the damage as the explosive AoE comes through from Mumu. Into the backline goes Acolyte. We're diving again. We're diving again. As it's a double kill. I don't think that they're going to be able to get it on Ika, but this is just how far ahead the reigning WREC champions are. And they will go
Are they going to go for it, maybe?
And 0. They don't get the opportunity. Queso go 4-0 in the group stage.
Expected victory in the end, but another dominant victory for Team Queso against the Mum-D. As you mentioned, 4-0 now. And it pretty much, I wouldn't say guarantees their spot, but it gives them a very, very good opportunity to get that top 4. And that does mean that Mum-D are now 0-4, which means that they're going to have to pull off an absolute miracle to try and get that top 4 at the end of the Challenger season.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone's too surprised by this one. Obviously, our predictions pretty much prove the point. I'm pretty sure everyone in chat kind of had the predictions as well. So have a look at the highlights from that matchup. It was pretty one-sided once again, as we were expecting.
Yeah, a couple of fountain dives in this one. And again, I think that this was a different playstyle out of Queso, which I'm glad to see. The champions were the same, the way they played the map was different, and I think that was important. It wasn't just like blindly diving bot lane 3 minutes into the game and saying, okay, good, we'll just do the same thing every time.
I think they just delayed their opportunity to try and get the early towers, because they realized there was like, oh, everyone from Mum-D is rotating up towards this Rift Herald. Let's slow the game down a little bit. Let's not go for this Rift Herald, and let's try and look for a team fight. As we can see, there's a triple kill for Grezniak in the end. So.
Having Grezniak stats. It's easy when you stand on the fountain as set and just receive people. See, 4 kills. You got some elsewhere.
Oh, yeah, you got decent kills. Most kills on his team.
SVP confirmed. That's me in chat being like, hey, look, I was trying to carry. I was trying to carry.
Yeah, I mean, they've been
you're
trying.
normally on the support, so I mean, your barrel lane. I've seen your Ken.
Yeah, that's me. Like 0019 on support. That's me.
Ah, is that you?
Yeah.
That's not. I mean, that's what 95% kill participation there or thereabouts. Not bad.
Yeah,
not bad.
That's good maths, actually. That actually might be correct.
Used to be a programmer. It's like I did that for a living. Yeah, but Grezniak, I mean, they tried to make this set work in both games. Obviously, one on support, one on the top lane, trying to figure out exactly where they can make it work. In terms of damage, I don't think anyone's going to be too surprised at the damage here. Obviously, Veos and Mumu putting in the work, decimating. I mean, that's the problem, right? Towers, Ziggs and Tristana on towers, you're gonna lose them quickly.
What I'd say is I actually am quite surprised by Mumu's damage. Like, not because I don't anticipate it out of Mumu, but normally on a pick like a Tristana, you don't have enough early game damage that in these quick games you output like 34k. But then he's so far ahead, he just eats people's health bars,
I think he was just in the front line most of the time as well. He's just in the front line, auto-attacking all the time, using his third ability, trying to get the resets with his jumps, and he was just basically a frontline tank for his team, because, you know,
he was trying to get a pentakill.
Yeah,
you know?
He was close. He was close.
He was trying to get a pentakill.
Can we add another line for fountain damage on Mum-D's side of things? I would love to see that.
I'm pretty sure it's more than 12,000 damage, or as high as the damage dealers. But yeah, as you can see, about 4 minutes into the game is where the spike comes up for Team Queso. A few little dips along the way, but overall a very steady gold lead for Team Queso. And again, you know, very dominant performance. They will move to 4-0, and unfortunately for Mum-D, they're going to have to try and Try and do something to come back.
Yeah, I'm impressed by Queso in general. We've talked a lot about how normally they take a little while to find their footing and find their playstyle. I'm really happy that they're kind of picking up where the last Queso roster left off and just said, okay, well, we know that in our region we can play this playstyle and it works for us, and we, you know, in some ways have a better upgrade as well. Because Joey, I think, is quite a well-rounded player that we know can play hyper carries. Now Mumu's like, I don't care about mages, just give me hyper carries.
I think that's the thing. I'm gonna be a little bit maybe harsh on Joey, but like when they tried to go for the Joey carry in the WREC Season 1, it didn't really work out. He did pick the Vayne before. He did obviously play the Kai'Sa for a little bit during that finals. He did perform well, but it feels like Mumu is just a step ahead on these hyper carries, being able to carry, letting Floor play the Janna, letting you know, mid Veos play the likes of a Lux and a Karma.
And I wonder whether that plays into it too, because Methanaut and Joey had a very different playstyle when they were playing the mages, and it meant that Methanaut wasn't the kind of player that was just like, well, just pick me Janna every game. I wonder whether that gives Mumu that extra room to just be like, well, if we're playing Janna, like, give me an AD carry.
It seems also that obviously the synergy has come very quickly for Mumu and Fleur. You know, both coming in as new players effectively to the team, but their synergy has kicked off very quickly, it seems. I mean, obviously it helps that Fleur's got Janna every game.
Exactly. Mumu's like, I've got a pocket support every game who like saves me no matter what, and then I watch him outplay a Zed, like gets dived by 3 people and survives. Like, this guy's insane. He's
I can play frontline Tristana, and I've got a Janna behind me. I'm completely fine. But I mean, it has to be, you know, something to do with the backroom stuff. You know, LK as well, the coach for Team K. So obviously he's known for playing the, you know, the hyper carries in the jungle in WRC Season 1. Now he's going to do it in the duo lane, it seems like, for Mumu. And, you know, kind of what you mentioned yesterday is like, we kind of see this from Team Queso, where they find something that they're comfortable with and they keep doing it over and over again until someone figures it out.
Forces them to change,
Exactly. Obviously, this weekend wasn't the weekend, but I'm curious to see in weekends to come, especially next weekend, when they maybe play them tougher opponents that are looking to try and get them top 4 spots, if they try and go for the same strategy and if it actually pulls off.
I got to feel that Rick's may be the one that will perhaps change them. Obviously, they've already played Formulation coming on that one. And I just feel that Rick's obviously a team that can play different metas that may force them to adjust. But
everybody expects Ricks to beat Queso. Everybody expects Ricks to beat Queso. It keeps happening.
I'm not sure about expecting it. I'm just saying that they're one that a team that could challenge it and change it.
You're right. Yeah. But there's a curse.
There is a curse
around these
parts. There's a Stu curse.
I'm getting flashbacks 4-2. I get exact same flashbacks to WREC and Origin
the
Series.
finals,
where
exactly.
Everyone's like, oh yeah, Ricks will win this. They've been dominating the entire thing. Team Queso are like, nope. We got something else up our sleeves.
Exact same happened in the Origin Series a year ago as well, so it's not something new. Let's have a look at the MVP for that game. Is it going to be anyone other than Andre? Well, who knows, because it's not ready.
That tells you it's not Andre, otherwise he would have just loaded it on into the last game.
Straight in there, yeah, I mean, is it going to be anyone else? Well, we don't know.
I think it could be Mumu. Like, it actually could be. Like, Mumu's stat line was pretty insane on this.
I think it was like 11-1 in the end. And Andres was playing more like tank Vi, and he wasn't really.
That's what I mean. Is like, he didn't have the Guardian Angels. He's got a couple of deaths.
You mentioned it. Like, he wanted to give somebody else a chance.
The game might have been like, no, not Andre. Not Andre. We don't want to give Andre this one. Who knows?
Maybe production just plays tricks on us and gives it to Andres anyway.
Floor's going to get it one day. One day he's going to carry on the Janna and have like the kills.
I mean, that's the thing is like supports never really get MVPs. That's the thing, you know, even in ranked.
He had 0-0-19.
Yeah,
like 95% kill participation. He couldn't hope for more really from your support.
But that's the thing is like supports also do so much for your team. Whether you're engaged support, whether you're someone like a Floor on an enchanter support that mainly does disengage, but he's actually flashing in tornadoes and slowing all the time. But you know, really good performance by Floor. Will he get a chance to play anything but the Janna? That's the question.
I mean, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good for playing anything other than Janna, and especially on blue side. Blue is so strong, so Floor just gets to go, okay, Janna, I'll just pick it. They might even pick it in spot number 1.
Well, it's good that sometimes the red side does equalize and things go well.
Not in this series.
Let's have a look at the MVP, maybe?
Oh, drum roll.
Hey!
Never before have 3 commentators been so happy that the star player has not got MVP in the series.
Well, but an AD carrier's got an MVP as well. It's obviously something that
No way is that real. No way
is
is that real. Damage taken per minute 0.
No,
we'll
no
double
way.
check from production.
There's no way he took 0 damage throughout the entire game. There's no way. He
We'll
was playing
double-check it.
frontline the entire
that
time
can't
for
be
crying
right.
out
That-
loud.
that's
Like,
true.
come on.
That
He's
can't
playing frontline.
It's a mistake.
Okay, it's a mistake. Okay. But look at the damage per minute.
Yeah,
2,300.
I mean, he did have, what, 37,000, 36,000 or something like that. It was a long way ahead.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Obviously, that's why he didn't finish the game in 13 minutes, which he could have. Instead, he chose to go back to Fountain and reset and have another go. Tried to get those pentakills, wasn't quite the case. But Mumu, picking up the penta, playing the Tristana twice today, played it twice yesterday, I want to say, as well.
I think so.
I think so.
I think so. It was at least once in the first game.
Absolutely well worth it, though. But you know what? No AD carry is complete without his support. You got to give massive props to Fleur in that one. 0-0-19. I think you got to be very happy.
One
with
day
that.
he'll get MVP.
One day. At some point. Maybe he'll get like tournament MVP or something like that, where it's not actually based on like any of the stats.
It's what we
pick.
can
We're
pick.
like,
Yeah, maybe we'll get to pick one in
We
there.
see you support mains. We see you.
We do see you. We do. We try and give them as much coverage as we can. Speaking of giving you guys coverage, Snapdragon, of course, give us all the coverage we want here as the main presenting partner, of course, for the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series. Of course, when winning matters, it mattered for Queso, and they dominated that series, of course. We ourselves wouldn't be here without Monster driving us through the day in terms of energy being offered and hyping up.
Yeah,
the
my
cast.
second one's coming next for this next series.
Is it? There you go. There you go. Danger times, guys. It's coming. DHL, of course, are delivering everything that we need and everything that you need at home, of course. And don't forget, you can get involved at the ESL shop prize, €100. That's going to buy you quite a bit in there. Get yourself a nice, big, comfy hoodie, but a bit of Team Queso merch, maybe. I'm not too sure if that's actually in the shop. I would think it is.
You got to know more than just one game. That's the thing. You can't
You
be
do,
Queso
you
and
do.
just know
Yeah,
one thing
yeah.
really well.
So the Snapdragon Pro Series, I believe it is obviously Wild Rift, Clash of Clans, Brawl Stars, and Asphalt 9. I think. I don't think I'm missing any, but I think that's what's involved in that. So get your knowledge out there. Clash Royale as well. So maybe you're going to go over to Juno. He's going to give you all the Clash details, Arc for the Brawl Stars details, and of course Stu for all the details you need here for the Wild Rift, or just watch us because we're so knowledgeable. Don't forget about Discord. You can get on there and chat exactly on what's going on. Get yourself involved. Discord.gg Snapdragon Pro Series, and get on there and have fun with people basically like-minded of you. Instead of Twitch chat, you can take it to Discord chat. There you go. You can discuss what's going to be happening. Well, what is happening is a banger. That's coming up next. It's going to be Rix GG up against Parla, a game you're not going to want to miss. Tell your friends, tell your buddies. We'll see you in a few.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the ESL Pro Series Snapdragon. I am D-Man, bringing you, obviously, Stress and Stew. We're all here today to bring you day 4 of the league and see if anybody right now could chase down Team Queso, who are now 4-0, clear at the top of the tables. The question is, can one of these teams chase them down? Rix GG are up against Parla. Let's have a look at their lineups to start with. Obviously, for Rix, a successful day yesterday, taking down Formulation in what was an epic series. Went the full distance, went a long way as well. 26 minutes in the final game. Random putting on a godlike performance with 7 supporting all the way through in the jungle. Snitch, of course, playing some very impressive stuff yesterday in the mid. And, of course, Doom and Clue. Well, we know all about them. Some dominant Ezreal performances coming out from Doom yesterday, continuing his win streak.
Yeah, I think Doom is definitely a player to highlight for Rix, especially yesterday after that performance, bringing out the Tristana as well, even though it didn't really work, but it's nice to see Doom back on some AD carries. You know, he doesn't really like to play the majors, as he's already said. He likes to speak out about on Twitter all the time, but yeah, Ezreal, such a big performance.
Do you think him and Mumu kind of got together and goes, guys, we need to get it back to the AD carries. We need to shift this map.
The kind of thing that generally care what other people are playing. It's like if it works for them, it tends to be their play style. What they do struggle with, though, I found, is when the meta shifts and it's other people playing different things. I think that has been a point of difficulty them both. I keep wanting to call it spring, but in WREC there was this point where the meta shifted and they were like, ooh, kind of not great for a couple of weeks. And we had that coming into this past week, so they just
find their feet again.
They found their feet again, and I think that they're good to go.
Tough game though, because they're up against tough opposition in Parla, who themselves have found their feet. There's no doubt about it. Obviously, midweek they were in the finals up against Formulation in the Ocean Cup. Obviously, here yesterday they took down Ice Cream off stream and put a decent performance in against who was it they played last week? Was it Formulation in the week?
They beat 200 of week and last weekend. Obviously, they lost their first game against Formulation, but they bounced back and they beat.
Yeah, let's have a look. Let's get them on your screen, guys. Obviously, we're talking about them, so we want to see exactly who is in that team. Parla's not ready, apparently.
Well, yeah, we can talk about
it. Parla themselves are not ready, or just
I mean, going back to Rick quickly, I think we heard a little bit from Snitch yesterday, saying obviously they had that breakthrough in a week and obviously did the wonders against obviously Formulation yesterday. They were able to come out on top. I think the big thing for this Rick's roster that I mean, it's kind of what they are, but like they love to experiment. They love to go for like these different sort of picks.
Well, speaking of different picks, maybe something is picking our brains. Because we're going to go to a break. When we come back, hopefully this game will be ready to go. For short, Gremlins in the system. We'll see you in a few.
We like 10-0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. I believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a word. Through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them. That when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them. And only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a word. Through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Apologies for that. Just a few little gremlins just creeping in the system. We don't want to deal with any of those during the game, so we dealt with them now. So let's get into the actual match we have. It is going to be Rix GG up against Parla. Should be an absolute belter. Let's look at the Rix lineup straight away. Obviously, we focused on this just a moment ago. Don't need to dwell on it too long. Random in the Baron lane, 7 in the jungle, Snitch in the mid, Doom and Clue down in the Dragon lane. A very strong pairing who did very well yesterday against Formulation. I don't think we need to say too much more about it. We already talked about it. So let's have a look at Parla, because that's the team we didn't get to talk about too much, who've been off stream actually a couple of times. Lonely Kid, the, I would say, shining star of the team in that Baron lane. Labunya obviously coming in very strongly in the jungle. Nacres in that mid. And Cats are flanked, and I feel are going to have a lot of work to do today against Doom and Clue.
I think so, and it's interesting because Rix have been playing this playstyle, at least yesterday, where it's like, let's play the Alistar, let's play engaged supports, like, not really care so much about the laning phase. So I wonder if Parla will still go towards that kind of hyper carry. The funneling that we saw coming out from them against Formulation.
Well, let's have a look at the head-to-head for these guys, where we've been focusing it. We talked about the superstar of the team. It is, of course, that Baron lane. Random up against Lonely Kid Stew. This is a really strong matchup.
This is probably one of the most exciting matchups, I think, of the entire competition. I feel like, you know, two of the best Baron laners in the EMEA region. You can see by the stats, very, very similar stats across the board. Similar KDA, similar kill participation, similar damage per minute. And in terms of champions, there is a little bit of similarities in terms of, you know, Lonely Kid likes to go towards the more, you know, tanky champions. But we did see, I did have a look at yesterday's performance of what they did off stream.
Against Ice Cream, right?
Against, I believe it was Ice Cream. Oh, Mumdy it was. Mumdy, yeah. And Lonely Kid actually played Lucian Baron lane twice yesterday.
He did so that definitely against Formulation, right?
Yeah, he did that during the week as well. So, you know, maybe something a little bit different for Lonely Kid. But I think with how much Baron laners are influencing the game at the moment, how much split pushing is important, I think this Baron lane matchup is going to be most important.
Absolutely, and it's a matchup that whenever these two face against each other, it is always one we have to focus on, because Random, coming into WREC Season 1, was in everybody's minds undisputed the absolute best top lane or Baron laner that we have. Lonely Kid showed up, and during the group stage, during the gameplay, was just like, nope, that's me. I'm actually going to take that for myself, and basically really made Rix, and at this point, Lonely Kid was on Game Lord, made them really hurt through that Baron lane, and I wonder whether Lonely Kid can do it again on another team.
Yeah, well, whether they're going to choose which side they go. Could it be the strong red side or not? We'll see. Let's have a look at you predictions, guys, in Twitch chat. Get yourselves your prediction votes in there in the chat. throw all your points in. Are you supporting the Turkish team, the Parla coming in here, or are you the big Rix fan base, which is quite a lot of, in fairness. Yeah. They're a flamboyant team that have drawn a lot in there. As you can see, we were pretty much on the Rix bandwagon today, which thankfully Stuart decided to break the curse, go with the 2-1, didn't want to go the 2-0 across the board.
I didn't want to get kicked out again. I didn't want Snitch blaming me again, so I had to make it a little bit different this time around.
Well, thankfully it's not a caster curse. He's already put it out there. He said it's a Stu curse, actually. It's not just a caster curse, it's a Stu curse.
No way of escaping this, is there?
Nope.
No way of escaping it. I do feel like Parla have a chance. They can maybe snatch one game away from Rix. We focus on the Baron lane. I think Lonely Kid being one of the best Baron laners that we have, like you said, stepped up a lot in WRC Season 1 on Game Lord, known for his solo kills, and I think it's going to be really important to see what matchup they're going to get in that Baron lane.
It will be very important because, one is not enough. You really need 2 if you want to close this out. It's a best of 3. They need to put 2 on the scoreboard to take out Rix and maybe get a very, very important win. It is Parla on the red side, so we'll see whether they can utilize that last pick for themselves. Rix, however, I feel like they'll be fairly confident. We're going to have to track their draft now as we go through. They were like third picking blue side Alistair yesterday a whole lot, so I wonder whether they'll do the same thing.
Support has definitely been priority for some of the teams, picking it in the first pick phase. Normally we see supports left kind of till last sometimes, especially on the blue side and with the bot lane. But I think the interesting thing is that they like to go for the early priority.
The Yone ban makes sense. Obviously, we saw Rix picking it pretty much throughout yesterday.
Snitch had a pretty good
strong
performance.
matchup. Don obviously on it, Snitch were on it both in the formulation matchup yesterday, which was incredibly close. If you guys missed that one, you missed a banger yesterday. And we're hoping this is going to match it pace for pace. Akali being taken away. That's interesting. Obviously, it was very strong against them yesterday, so maybe something they're a little fearful of. And the Karma being taken away. I'm not sure if either would have prioritized it. We have seen Snitch playing Karma quite a bit lately, though.
We might have seen Doom on Karma duty as well. But I like the Akali ban because Akali's another one of those picks that both Nakraz and Lonika can play. So like red side flex, take that off the board. Wouldn't be too surprised to see Gragas priority come through eventually, but a lot of teams have been avoiding it actually in competitive this weekend. We've seen a few bans, but it's been open once or twice. I think. I might be totally wrong on that,
I think it's been banned every single game. I could be wrong, but I think it has been banned pretty much every single game at the moment.
Basically, the Fiora car...
Nautilus. So Gragas is open.
Yeah, you're right.
Gragas is open. Fiora is open. Camille is open, who Random has been playing a lot as well.
And interesting you mentioned that Fiora is open because it is a champion that Random is very comfortable and he wants to try and get a solid matchup. And Rix is one of the teams that sometimes leave Gragas open to get Random that priority pick, whether that be Fiora, whether it be the Jax, but this time around they're going to pick the Gragas. I think the champion is just way too strong at the moment, and does pretty much everything.
And I think it leaves it open that if they want Fiora or Camille with it, I think Random would be happy with either, to be honest. I don't think he's too upset. Gragas, we haven't seen to that much success, in fairness. Last time we saw the Gragas, it was actually on the losing side, wasn't it? So interesting to see. But the Vara's left open, picked up by Katza.
I like this, because you cannot now say screw the laning phase in bot lane. Like, this Varus is too strong, and you have to bring something that deals damage. You would not want to pick something like an Alistair, at least in my mind, that has that, like, conceded laning phase. You need to pick something that can now fight. And the same goes with this Zed. I like Parla, like, this is going to be fast. We're going to look to get a lead. Now, though, I wouldn't be surprised to see Rix pick up like a Renekton, something like this, which is like, okay, we'll match your early game, but also we'll bring some scaling too.
And we've seen that Random does feel comfortable playing a Renekton into that Fiora matchup. He's played both sides of the matchup, and he actually goes for the Fiora instead. So, again, prioritize the Fiora and Random. No real surprise. We saw how well he has performed on it in recent times. Could very well be Garen for Snitch, but we actually have seen Lonely Kid play Zed in the Baron lane as well, so they can actually flex that pick around if they do need to.
Don't forget, Lux is available. We had that earlier. So is Gwen. All right, so Gragas could be going elsewhere now then.
Clue.
Gragas could be going to Clue,
It could be Snitch mid on Gragas and then Gwen jungle Fiora Baron lane. Could also be Gwen Baron lane Fiora jungle as well. I mean, there's so much flexibility with this.
That's the beauty of the first picks, right?
This, friends, is why Gragas is really annoying to draft against. Is because you can't really draft your laning particularly effectively. That is early priority on Echo, but with Varus and Zed, I think you realize it's going to get pinched. It's like Morgana's gone, Echo has to be here. Otherwise, you're looking for magic damage from top lane while well. Carly's already gone too. So, yeah, picking up that Echo for that jungle role. Now we see the Ezreal banned away, one of those safe marksmen that Doom has been playing. Don't know whether they would have been picked in this game, but certainly want to get rid of that option.
I'm interested to see now what where they go with this Rix lineup, where they go with these picks, because you know, you talk about the flexibility of Gragas, you can pretty much put it in 4 lanes, you know, except for really dual lane. I mean, you could really play dual lane.
I think you
Gragas
probably
if
could.
You want to, yeah, maybe Gragas center, and then you're really kind of the dual lane carry there. Tristana banned, so Ezreal and Tristana are both banned away. I mean, they have the AP damage with the Gwen this time around, so I don't think they really need to go for like the AD carries in the dual lane. They can go for, you know, the likes of the Lux that are still Lux is still open.
I like Pana's bans here because historically they've literally gone with everything that Rix have played in the last effectively 2 play days, taking away the Karma, the Yone, the Nautilus, and then obviously looking at what Doom's done lately. Obviously Rix are on the upsurge. Well, what have they done? They used Ezreal, Tristana, take them away, take them off as best you can, the comfort picks. Meanwhile, Rix obviously focusing towards what is going to be the best setup for Fiora right now from Random. What are they going to force Lonely Kid onto? You did point out earlier on, obviously, Lucian, that he has been playing. I don't know whether he'd pick Lucian into Fiora, but it is still available.
Thresh comes.
Yeah, they're going to leave that flex pick till last. I think they're curious to see if the Zed could go into the Baron lane for Lonely Kid, try and see if they can maybe get a different matchup. We're going to round out the comp now for Rix on this blue side. I'm curious to see if this maybe could be, you know, Clue on support with Gragas.
Is this where Doom has to play? Oh, they've got a lot of magic damage. I was going to say Ziggs.
I mean, I think Lux is still open.
They're
like,
quite
Lux is
squishy on the side of Parla. Like, it's a comp where I'm like, if you have a high early damage carry, and I like that you steal the Lucian away here as well, because not only is it a laning carry for Doom, now we get to see it paired. Is it going to be the Nami that we see very typically with Lucian, or will it be something else that can at least lane? It's another pick away, so now there's no Renekton, there's no Camille, there's no Akali, and you're playing against Fiora. There are not many matchups left, and it's going to be a full pivot. Gragas down in the support role with Lucian. Gwen, Fiora as your solo lane.
So it's going to be Fiora mid lane against the Zed, and then Gwen in the Baron lane for Random. So that's something very, very different. We're normally known for, you know, Don playing the Fiora mid lane, not really known for Snitch playing it, as Jace is going to be the last pick, so it's probably going to be... could very well be Jace mid, you know, maybe that flexibility. Again, as I mentioned, you know, I think they're putting Zed up in that Baron lane and Jace in the mid lane, because that's normally what we see for Jace, you know, in the mid lane, but it can be played.
But if it is Jace top lane, Lonely Kid, it's a similar playstyle to Lucian, right? Where you have a ranged versus melee matchup, and you look to bully in the laning phase and then get ahead with some jungle help. We haven't seen a lot of Jace in the Baron lane for a while. When it came out, Jace was like always jungle, always Baron lane. One of the two, really heavy bully champion like that. So not too surprising that Lonely Kid's like, all right, well, I'll dig into my back pocket to go either towards a Zed or a Jace. It is going to look like it's the Jace as we get the swap around.
And I mean, the problem with Jace in the Baron lane, as you mentioned, you know, in terms of bullying, you know, Fiora with, you know, most of Bruisers at the moment in the Baron lane because of the Grasp Undying, because of Divine Sunderer, it's so hard to bully out these Baron laners because it seems like they're just always going to win the trades every single time. It doesn't matter what you actually do as a Lonely Kid at all on this Jason. I think it's interesting as well, we didn't pick up on it, but 7 is actually on the Lee Sin, so I think a lot of early aggression is going to be on the side of Rix. We're expecting it to be a lot of action in that Baron lane with Random against Lonely Kid.
Yeah, very interesting choice. We'll see how this one plays out, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 about to get underway. Don't forget, get your votes in quick before the game starts. Get your predictions in there in the Twitch chat. It's going to be Stress and Stu that are going to be taking you through game number 1.
Well, Rix, they got some of the respect bans on the likes of the Ezreal. Doom is getting to play an AD carry. It is the Lucian, which I don't think is, you know, a particularly weak spot for them. If they get him ahead, I think it's the kind of thing they can carry from. I think, and this isn't a question in my mind, but like Snitch on Gwen feels like kind of getting the short straw on this draft, where it's just like, Random, we're going to give you the better of the two that is more standard for your lane, and we'll take Gwen in the middle lane.
Something that we haven't seen before. Gwen mid lane is definitely very, very different. You know, we've seen Gwen jungle, we've seen Gwen Baron lane. I'm not really too sure how the Gwen versus Zed matchup goes, to be fair.
Yeah,
I think it's like, I don't think it's that bad for Zed, because normally most of the time with Gwen, when you have that that area around you, which you're getting the extra armor and magic resist, and you also block some of the damage, Zed can just use the shadows and jump on top of them if they need to.
Snitch. with the cojones, with the Ghost Ignite Gwen, no flash mid lane on a melee versus melee matchup. That is okay. I mean, we don't see it too often, unless I'm mistaken. I haven't seen too much of flashless mid lanes.
No, not in terms of flashless. We've seen flashless Gwens before. I think Gwen is a champion that you don't necessarily need flash, but that's because most of the time you play in the Baron lane. The Baron lane is a lot longer of a lane, so you can use a dash, you can use a ghost, and you have enough time to escape. But the problem is mid lane is very, very short. If you just get jumped on instantly by an Echo, you're not really going to make full use out of that ghost to be able to run away. He's actually going to be trading pretty well. I guess we can call this another experiment game for Rix, which, you know, as we heard from Snitch, is kind of what they're known for. Because Gwen mid lane, I'm not really too... it could work. You know, we'll have to see in this game. But definitely something different we haven't seen before.
It feels a little strange, but not in a bad way. I wouldn't say that I'm like counting Rix out from this. But for Parla's side of things, I mean, they have a pretty clear like win lane, try and win game playstyle. This Varus gives them a lot of early game strength. Same with Nakraz on the Z. 7 just walks into lane, helps Snitch push it back out a little bit as early game. It looked like Nakraz was trying to at least push things. Now they're going up to the turret quite heavily. Meanwhile, top lane is where Lubunya is for now. Has placed a ward in the jungle, trying to get just a little bit of assistance onto Lonely Kid.
Yeah, Snitch was able to control that mid lane for Rix, and you can see 7 is running Demolish, so they just walk up to the mid lane because there's a huge, massive wave. As the flash comes in, the hook misses!
Yeah, hook didn't land. There's no clue. We'll just tag him with a barrel on the back end. That was not what Parla were looking for. Flankton would have loved for that hook to connect, but not to be.
Yeah, Clue does use his flash as well, so that means that both supports don't have flash for now. I think that both the supports will be okay for that for now. That does leave Katsei and a Doom down in the dual lane if they do want it. They do want that crazy 1v1 matchup. I think, you know, I like seeing Doom on Lucian because we saw against, I believe it was Mumdy when he last played Lucian. With the early aggression.
7's coming up, gets the kick, randomly finds his positioning as well off the flash and gets first blood. That's exactly what Rix were looking for.
Yeah, it wasn't the first gank for 7, but it was the second gank instead. And you can see thumbs up for random. He'll say, thank you very much, 7. That will give me a huge advantage. You can see double demolish as well, so they're going to get so many tower
disgusting.
So many tower platings, and that's exactly what Rix are going to get. You can see Flankton now roaming up here as well, because they're kind of worried that maybe they could potentially get first tower of the game, but a huge advantage so far, and Doom even looks for the bot lane play as well, doesn't unfortunately get the kill. Good start so far for Rix. About over 1,000 gold lead, and they got so many tower platings already in that Baron lane for both Random and 7. You can see the gold leads already. 1,000 gold lead in the Baron lane, about 900 gold lead in the jungle already as well for 7. So using that Demolish to great effect, which we don't really see too much on junglers in the early game, because there's something a little bit different where we normally see junglers, you know, try and go for ganks and they back off, but this time 7 with Demolish, he's like, okay, I'm going to stay in the lane, I'm going to push away with you, and I'm going to get the tower platings in the early game.
Yeah, and that is some sense of a rarity for playstyle on junglers, as you mentioned. So Doom is not quite able to dodge out from Katsa and the piercing arrow. And I mean, we know that Doom's happy in these situations where he gets to play a very mobile attack damage carry. Now looking for the same on bottom lane now as Snitch is in lane. As Doom and Snitch can put quite a bit of damage onto this tower.
There's a lot of rotations coming around for Rix at the moment. Clues were all over the place. Snitch is now down in the dual lane, which means that 7 has to clear out that mid lane. You can see 7's now pinging towards the Baron lane. There's so much happening. It's so hard to track Rix at the moment.
He's going right onto him as 7 connects to the Sonic Wave.
Double Demolish again. There you
go. They're going to focus
again.
the tower. They know it's worth more than the kill, so they're able to get it. When they last hit the tower, 7 had to put another attack in, and that actually causes Random to die from this. A little bit of miscommunication. It looked like they thought they had it. Kick was saved all this time, and Lonely Kid has survived through. It's a double kill up in the top lane.
Oh, the damage is not minions!
Minions for the 3rd time in a day! Ah, the minions are so strong today.
So broken.
They've been drinking Monster. That's the... That's what's
They've got all the energy to get the auto attacks on the champions, even though they're like triple the size of them. They're like, yeah, we can do enough damage. We're completely fine. But yeah, I think Rix will take that, even though I think that Random kind of went a little bit over-aggressive there. I don't think he really needed to go for that kill. They could have just focused the tower and then looked to back away afterwards, but Random instead trying to get a little bit more than what they really wanted.
And it looked like they were trying to cut corners a little bit, because it looked like they were just taking the tower with a double demolish proc, and then it ended up on like 100 health. I think it was even 48. And Random's like, yeah, 7, you finished that. It's like 2 health. And the turret puts out another shot, and it means 7 wasn't able to help. But I still think that Rix get the benefit of that, of course, getting the first turret now. Hook lands on Plankton, but he actually doesn't want that to follow up. Oh, the Rift Herald has been stolen by 7. It looked for a moment like Labunia was able to secure it with Katsa as well, but it wasn't to be, and Rix are all over this game.
Yeah, they're going to look to try and take this mid lane tower. 2,100, sorry, doesn't mean that is going to be taken just yet, but that means all the tower platings are going to go in the hands of Rix. They're already taking the whole tower in the Baron lane, every single tower plating in the mid lane, and meanwhile this entire time, Snitch is in the bot lane. You can see pretty much every single tower plate has been taken in the bot lane as well. So even though it's not a crazy high kill game, you can see that 5,000 gold lead is basically from first tower and from all the tower plates that Rix have got in this early game.
And because of that, it's distributed pretty evenly throughout the lineup as well. 1,000 in Baron lane, 1,500 or so in the jungle, 500 or so from mid lane, about 1,000 down in bottom lane as well. So it is a healthy lead that Rix have over Parla at this point. And I feel like the fact that Parla drafted heavily towards the early game and are behind spells a lot of trouble for them. They only have a few team fights now, I would say, in order to get this Varus to work for themselves and the Zed to work for themselves. Otherwise, Rix will be too far ahead, and we're really into desperation mode. This could be the one, though. The Snitch, he's going to have to survive through a bunch of damage now as the Death Mark was used, and they will pick up a good kill onto Snitch. However, mid tower is going to get traded down, and Rix will just continue the objective game.
And they're going to push even further in the mid lane as well and try and get another one. Again, the Demolish is going to be procced from the 7. Lonely Kid's going to try and do it. Kicks lands.
Yeah, now the damage from Doom is enough to take the kill, and only 2 members have regrouped into middle lane, so Rix already have the advantage, and Clue in the main screen was able to hold the bottom lane tower as Plankton now has fallen as well. Random had regrouped from the top side, and Rix continue this objective focus game, and it's paying off for them.
They're just toying with Parla at the moment. They're just like, okay, we're just going to try and take your tier 2 tower. You're going to try and come and defend it. We're just going to kill you for it. There's nothing else that Parla can do at the moment. And Clue does really well to defend that bot lane tower. So that means that Parla don't even have a single tower yet. They're not even able to play the cross map or anything like that. You can see Doom at the moment. Infinity Edge completed, probably going for Navori Quick Blades as the second item. Lucian is normally an early game champion, but with the build, with the items at the moment, they're very, very strong as a hook.
Snitch and Clue. Snitch is going to have to get out of this one. Doesn't have a flash, so dashes over the wall. Clue does have a flash, though. Random wants to go in. Going to go aggressive. Ooh, Clue couldn't quite connect with the body slam, having used his flash already. And that didn't give Random enough support. 7 is split pushing, so that's happening on the map right now with the Demolish, as Snitch and Clue going to hightail it out with the team. 7's about to take an inner tower. Legitimately, didn't think that this would happen in a game, as Demolish has done enough. Okay, Rix have seen Queso being like, everything's about the turrets, and they're like, okay, cool, 7 can do that from the jungle too.
Is this Leon playing instead? I remember Leon playing Baron lane.
Don't start chat! Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Don't want to do that for the Rix fans. The Snitch and Random jumping over. Oh, you're trying to cause trouble, you are, Stuart, today. This is the curse really happening, as Rix will back away. So,
they love me, really. Chat really love me. So.
Will Rix after that? 6k gold in the lead for Rix right now, with 7 as their jungler.
I was just saying, because Leon used to play Lee Sin all the time in the Baron lane, and you talk about split pushing with Baron lane. He was one of his favourite champions. We miss you, Leon, if you're watching. We know that.
Do you need a minute? Are you okay?
That's okay.
You got a Rix lineup in the game right now, right? There's 5 players in here. Might want your focus on them. It's okay, Stu. It's fine. You're just causing trouble. It's all right.
I'll cause any trouble. No trouble at all.
I'll check chat in a minute and we'll see. As Random, he might be in some trouble here as the Deathmark is going to proc. He's going to try and parry his way through it. The Grand Challenge has been used but can't get all 4 vitals in enough time. Rift Herald's already gone down to Rix, and they don't care about dropping 1 kill from time to time. They've got the objectives. And with 7, having this Rift Herald as they're going to look to put that down, whether it's mid lane, whether it's for an inhibitor. Interestingly, bot tower has been so focused by Parla for defense that still stands.
They're only just going to take it down now. I mean, they've taken a couple of kills down in the Dura lane. They took down Snitch, they took down Random. But to be honest, most of the time, it's only just kills that they got. They've only just now taken the tower. As you said, they've invested so much time in this Dura lane that Rix have been able to take the top tier 2 tower, take the Rift Herald as well. They can even look to try and crash this mid lane tier 2 if they want to as well with this Rift Herald. But it's actually Parla right now that are ones that are going to play aggressive and actually say, but look at Seven in the pit at the moment. The Ocean Soul. I was going to say, actually, no, it's not Ocean Soul. The map
Rift.
change. Yeah, Ocean Rift.
Yeah.
The map change means that he can sneak in.
He's
spotted by the dragon. Dragons are so broken. They have vision everywhere.
Yep, they certainly can punish off that. As now Rift Herald was using the bottom lane, so it's going to crack through that turret regardless of how Rix would have liked to have used it and how Parla have defended
Doesn't
it.
even charge, I don't
Seven
think.
is on the full flank. He's right around the back, hits Nakriz before the shadow was used, but in goes Clue. Clue hits at least 2 from that, and the damage is enough, though. Hang on, the Echo from Labunya has already taken 1. I don't think it's enough to do more, though. Doom, Labunya is trying to smurf his way through this fight. It's a double kill already for Seven on this Lee Sin, though. 3 kills in favor of Rix is going to open up another turret for themselves after that Rift Herald charge and the Dragon.
I think the big thing there was that Rix all grouped together. They saw that they didn't see the shadow of Echo, so Labunya was like, oh, I'm just going to ulti back in. He does so much damage. He actually pretty much just one-shots Doom in the end. And you can see the late game potential of this Echo. We're only about 12 minutes in, and if this game goes later and later, and if we get into that sort of team fight where Rix are all grouping up together, then Labunya can look to use that Echo ulti. We've seen, you know, level 3 ultimates on Echo just pretty much one-shot teams. But, I mean, it's hard for Parla to get to that point of the game. We have to definitely wait for it as we take a look back at the replay. Really nice engage from Clue, uses the body slam and flash. You can see here that everyone's grouped together. Boom, Labunya uses the ulti, takes down Snitch, also takes down Doom afterwards as well. And you can see that at this point, it's a 2 for 2, but it turns out to be a 3 for 2 in the end for Rex. So they just come out on top. They take both the Dragons. Baron's up in 30 seconds, but I don't think they'll look for that just yet.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's a little way off. And Rix have slowed down just a touch. Not that they haven't been getting objectives, but it's not quite at the pace that they were previously. About 8,000 gold in the lead on this matchup. And I feel like, and I mean this in a neutral way, but Snitch's Gwen hasn't been neither the game breaker or game decider right now. I think it's not been punished in any way by Parla. I think Snitch, apart from a death hero there, hasn't really had any problems in this game and is causing problems for Parla, whereas Random and Seven are just walking into lanes and getting stuff done, like getting kills, getting towers. I think it is actually working out completely fine.
I mean, he hasn't had to do anything this game. I
exactly.
think that's the big thing. It's like he can just go in the side lane, he can just try and clear out waves, push it in. You can see Lonely Kid, he's going to drop as well. And I think Seven's been a big playmaker this game. He's been everywhere on the map, taking tower platings, taking the first tower of the game. It's a really, really strong performance from Seven on this Lee Sin.
And it's been Lonely Kid that's had the bad end of that exchange, as Lonely Kid has died again, as Seven has played the aggressive style onto him with this Lee Sin. Random keeps going back down to the bottom lane, pushing it back out. Snitch up to the top lane, trying to push that back out. And Rix are just trying to say, okay, we got really strong side lanes right now, so we can just continue to push 1-3-1 and then hover up into a 4-1 potentially if they can actually close that gap. But with Baron up, this is the moment.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
I'm not going to say that.
Don't say it.
But this is the testing moment for Rix, right? With Random down in the bottom lane and Rix standing around Baron. This is where it was going wrong for Rix before, and I want to see clean control here.
I think the big thing is that no one can really deal with Random at the moment in the side lane. Obviously, we've seen that before. Lonely Kid basically can't do anything. Nakrez can't do anything either. The Baron is up, but, I mean, Rex are, like, hovering around it. They're just trying to get vision control at the moment, but I don't think they're going to start this as saying that. Clue is in there. I think he's just clearing out vision. Actually, this time around, Random is actually grouped with the team. He's actually not going to push towards that bot lane tower at all, but Parla have read this. They're all here as well. They do need to be a little bit careful, Rex, because they can get caught out by one hurt.
Now, bot lane will push on its own. That new wave has just joined the back end of those minions, so Rix should have the push down there until the next wave at least. We'll see what Rix can do from topside here. Is they going to go aggressive? They found Lonely Kid. He's already half health. He's dropped before anybody can get there, and that's exactly the numbers advantage that they want to begin this. And now Random finds Labunya. Labunya forced to ultimate. Chrono breaks back, but gets broken in half as he arrives. Clue has fallen, but it's only the support in exchange for the Baron, and the jungle of Parla and Rix will now turn towards the Baron.
2-for-1 exchange for Rex. Really nice flank in the end. You can see that they pushed the Baron lane tower, they pushed Snitch up into there, and they just used that vision to just go all the way around, catch out Lonely Kid. And as you mentioned, there's a little bit close there. With the jungler not alive, it's not really too much. You always have to be careful with that, though, as it wasn't really a 50-50. It's more of like a 60-40 because you have Smite, but there is still a way, potentially, of the still coming through. But I think for Rex, you know what they do with the Baron. They do so well with the Baron buff. Yeah. They always push out all 3 lanes. They always able to try and get inhibitor towers and 7. He doesn't realize he's in vision at the moment, I don't think.
Well, I mean,
he's going to push the lane anyway.
Necros will know it because the Baron minions happened. So he's like, ooh, somebody's around. Also, Random is, as you said, part of that reason that Rix have such a strong side lane presence with the Baron. Snitch is now here with 7. 7 had to stasis his way through that fight. And now there's the needlework over the wall as Clue is going to push on through this fight as well. As you said, Baron lane inhibitor has already fallen, and I feel like this is just all she wrote right now about this first game. It's going to be Rix pushing in through the base. They'll get a second inhibitor, and I don't think that there's enough left in the tank for Parla to actually turn this back around. Third inhib goes down, and it's only a matter of time. Everybody from Rix is just going to focus down the Nexus. That's the one big objective they need to go 1-0 against Parla so far in this series.
Very well played from Rix in the end, using that early aggression. We spoke about the Baron lane, and Lonely Kid did not really have the best of times this game, unfortunately. He did get focused quite a lot by 7. The first tower of the game went down so quickly in that Baron lane. That double Demolish setup is so disgusting. They took that tower so damn quickly. But credits to 7 this game. I think he was a real driving force for Rex.
And that's what I wanted to talk about straight away. That was the immediate impact. And we've talked about it many times with Random. He's never left alone. He's always got 7 in his pocket. And they had a plan going into that, where we are going to dominate. You saying Lonely Kid, that's the matchup, that's the head-to-head. We'll show you the head-to-head. Yeah, I mean, 7 was split pushing.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. Show us 7 split pushing. Maybe.
So look at some of the highlights from that game. Of course, Rix coming out. Only game 1. Don't forget, still best of 3, so still plenty to go for here. But this was much later in the game, actually. As I say that at 11 minutes, but it felt like it. And in terms of gold, you can see it was already a 7,000 gold advantage for Rix.
Yeah, and this, you say much later in the game, but like so many towers have already fallen here in favor of 7 and Rix, and this is basically the last catch out. I mean, Lonely Kid at this point is out of the game, and that's just the nature of playing Jason being behind. Is you're going to be squishy, you're going to get caught, especially by Lee Sin. He'll find you, hunt you down, get everything that they need, and I mean, Rix looked comfortable for the majority of the game.
It's a different Rix, though, in the later stages of the game. Random was in that side lane most of the time. Most of the time, he was actually Snitch in that side lane. And Random was actually grouping with the rest of the team. You can see that's how they got the pick onto Lonely Kid, was all 5 members of Rix grouping together. They weren't split. They weren't playing that 4-1 style, which we're used to seeing them before, but they have made mistakes with that 4-1 style. So this time around, just grouping up as 5, getting the picks that they needed, and then after that last replay, they were able to take the Baron and pretty much end the game.
And I think what Rix have proven over the last couple of days is obviously, A, the bounce back that they've had after their week off, and B, that 7, it doesn't matter whether he helps Random in the Baron lane or whether he goes down and carries the Dragon lane as well, because obviously we've seen Doom getting massive support with hyper carries and popping off really early. This time around it was Random that got the lion's share of it. Meanwhile, it's still old Snitch, like you say. He's still always left alone.
The funny thing is, like, 7, I feel like, fed himself this game.
Yeah,
like for a while. We'll see the damage between the 2 teams. And I'm expecting 7 to have a decent amount of it, just in general from the way that he was going for it. We skipped the gold lead already, but actually not as much damage as I thought. We'd get Snitch having a lot more.
I mean, he was kind of split push on. Well, he wasn't split pushing. He was
kind of using his ultimate a lot as well, like during the needle work
team.
through the team. That can actually surprisingly do a lot of damage. Snitch didn't really have a crazy outplay performance, but I think we mentioned it during the game. You know, he didn't really need to do that much. He was just kind of pushing the side waves. He did get caught a few times, but he did his job. You know,
it's
just
interesting
for the
to see
team fights.
the way the game's gone, and yet the higher damage is actually on Parla.
Yeah.
Obviously, because they've been basically protecting wave after wave after wave multiple times.
Yeah, I think you make an interesting point about Snitch doing what he needed to, and I found that when Ricks are playing at their best, I feel like that's the role that Snitch has filled.
It's
and
not relying on Snitch to be the assassin, it's relying on Snitch to basically do what he can do.
When Snitch just needs to be a team player and is just like,
Yeah.
I'll absorb a weird matchup for myself and I'll be okay in the laning phase, I won't lose very much.
It's not the first Gwen mid-weffer we've seen
that
so
we've
far.
seen in competitive, but he was playing like Akshan and a bunch of stuff during WREC where like he's like, sure, I'll pick these odd matchups and we'll do fine.
Whatever
Everything will be
works,
okay.
I'll make it work. Yeah. Makes it work.
The
Let's have a look at the goal.
champion-
You saw the goal already. I don't think the goal's going to be any surprise to anyone. It was pretty much all from the start, Ricks' favour. Obviously, the second 7 started helping round them. They took plate after plate after plate very early on.
Yeah, the champion Ocean, I was going to say, of Snitch. You know, he can just play whatever he wants. You know, Gwen mid lane, we've seen now from him, as you mentioned, Akshan. He can play so much and he can just adapt to what his team needs. Anything his team needs, he's the main man. He's a team player.
Let's see who is the main man for Ricks, I'm assuming this time around. The MVP for game number 1 is... 7. Yeah, no, I don't think too surprising. Yeah, I think absolutely. Unlike the Andre that we normally used to seeing in here from Queso, obviously 7 this time around. I mean, he was up there helping just about everyone, split pushing himself as well while the team were fighting.
And it's one of the things about Ricks in general. I think when Ricks look bad, 7 is the unfortunate casualty of that a lot of the time, because they aren't playing a jungle carry style most games. They aren't looking to 7 to like do everything for the team like some of the other teams are. So it kind of just means that when he's trying to facilitate lanes, if they have a bad draft or something like that, it's like, oh, the jungler's died a couple of times by overextending. Well, yeah, he's trying to compensate for his lanes, but I'm glad that we have a game like this where 7's like, yeah, I'm just gonna get Lee Sin and style on people and take demolish and take turrets.
Just gonna throw it out there. He's been allowed Lee Sin a couple of times this weekend. And obviously been very successful at, especially against Formulation yesterday as well. So possible ban potentially there for the Lee Sin. Don't think anyone would be too surprised to see a Lee Sin ban. It's definitely something to pull in there. Anyway, game number 1 is done. We obviously in the best of 3 series. We'll see whether Parla can strike back. They've certainly proved that they can do before against other teams. Let's have a look at, of course, who is helping us through this series. It is, of course, Snapdragon helping us through. It is the Snapdragon Pro Series after all. Where would it be without those Snapdragon processors that have been driving your phones for many years now? Of course, helping us out also through it, this one is Monster Energy. They've been providing stress with some hype, that's for damn sure, this weekend. He has been unleashing his beast.
Stuart hasn't
throughout.
yet.
Stuart's
beast is not unleashed.
Yeah, you gotta unleash it, Stu. You just gotta unleash it.
Maybe at some point.
You know what it is? He's got the energy of youth, that's why. That's what's helping him. Of course, nothing would be complete without DHL delivering all our goodies. Prizes, of course, for you guys at home could be 100 euros in vouchers for the ESL shop. Lots of goodies to be had on there. Gonna have to answer yourself some pretty important questions, though, to do that. And, of course, don't forget to go on discord.gg/snapdragon to help out and maybe get yourself. Ask a little bit of tips, maybe, for the questions. Who knows what you could be doing there. Maybe just have a little chat in the break. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it will be the second game of the series. Will it be Ricks 2-0? Well, some of us predict it. It could be 2-1. We'll see if Parla have got anything back for Ricks.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess, but I'm unimpressed.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series here at ESL. It is Wild Rift action all day long, and we're down to what could potentially be the final game of the day. I'm Lee Demon Smith, bringing you all the action, stress, and stew for this matchup. It is going to be Rix who are leading 1-0 over Parla right now. What changes do we see that Parla could make coming into this one? Rix adapting well and continuing where they left off yesterday.
I think it's really interesting, actually, because I feel like the draft wasn't actually that bad in the end from
Yeah.
Parla. I think it was just in the game itself. I think trying to shut down 7 in this early game, I think is going to be a big thing, because he was around the map constantly. He also took that Baron Lane tower.
They took massive plate gold.
Yeah,
massive
and it could be to do with like Labunya's jungle choice at the same time, because Echo can't really contest in the early game against the Lee Sin. So that matchup maybe might change.
I feel like they left Lonely Kid a little out to dry in the draft. Not prioritizing Baron Lane in the first half, where Rix prioritized the Fiora. They had to take the Echo on Parla's side of things, I think, otherwise it was going to get banned. But I feel like there's too many things. This is the problem with playing against Rix, is they can carry from every role. So eventually somebody's going to end up on the back foot against what Rix have drafted. And unfortunately for Lonely Kid, it was him this matchup.
Yeah, and Rix were obviously focusing in the Baron Lane in terms of their bans, weren't they? So they were really pulling away any options that he had there. We'll get the draft on your screen in just a moment to see who, where, when they're going to go. Is it going to be Parla changing things up? Well, they are starting out on the blue side. They've chosen side advantage, perhaps, maybe. They want that first pick. Will it be a Karma? Will it be a Fiora? Anything else they could maybe throw in there? Obviously, Gwen first pick last time around was the choices, but it turned out to be a mid-Gwen, which surprised us all.
Yeah, which was Rix just saying, yeah, we can play everything. And this is kind of the problem, is they might end up in a similar situation where they counter pick, or at least last pick for Snitch, because I think normally Rix have prioritized Baron Lane very highly and don't necessarily counter pick random, because he's like, I don't care which side of a matchup I'm playing, I will win both.
Yep. Renekton versus Fiora, Fiora versus Renekton. He wins both sides. You know, Random is a very, very talented player. But Lonely Kid on the other side, he's shown as well that he can also be the same. You know, he's gotten a lot of solo kills, not only in WREC, but also in the World Championship at Icons as well earlier on this year. So that he can get a comfort champion, if he can get a little bit of a support from his team, I think it will definitely help him out.
This is a ban that we've seen Rix using quite a bit. They just don't seem to like Morgana or want to play it.
It's Doom not wanting to play it.
They just first ban
Doom just like, ban the mages, I don't Lux Morgana.
Doom knows that if it's available, it's going to end up him that's got to play it. So like, ban Morg.
Totally ban it, Mozilla. Totally get it away. It's bad champion right now in the pool, right?
Varus, interesting enough, being banned away for Parla, so they're not going to look for that as a first pick. I think it's actually quite a clever ban, because normally most of the time you don't really want to first pick that Varus. Normally it's taken on that second rotation on red side. Banning that away from Doom is kind of a clever idea.
Yeah, I think so. It's even though everybody says Doom doesn't like playing Varus, Doom is very good on Varus. It's like his most consistent champion in competitive. It's hard to kill him. He outputs tons of damage.
Ezreal has a 23 win streak.
I don't care. Look, Doom may as well be playing against me in solo queue with this Ezreal, and let me tell you, he would beat me 22 games out of 22 if he was doing that. So the Ezreal win streak we can calm down on a little bit in chat.
All right, the Gwen being banned away by Parla. I wouldn't say it was breaking for them again in that last game that Snitch ran out. Just probably don't want to face against it. The looks.
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Karma available.
Gragas is also
first pick. Gragas available. Camille also available. Lots of options.
I think that Rix have actually done quite smart. They banned away both of Katsei's most played champions. Yone that actually got banned first game. We did see Nakres play it. I believe it was once that he's played it so far during the ESL. Yeah, he has played it once.
And I have to imagine that Lonely Kid's put it into his arsenal of champions as well. Knowing Lonely Kid, I'm sure he's got it. Like, we know Random wants to play it from time to time. He's been tweeting about it since it got released.
But Snitch takes it every time.
Snitch takes it.
I think everyone wants to play Yone at the moment. It's a very, very fun champion. But it does leave the Gragas open. Another pick it does leave open is that Karma, which could maybe go in the hands of Snitch or maybe even Doom down in the dual lane. It does potentially set up that hyper carry setup that we've seen from other teams as well.
Whoa, two Gragas?
Whoa, two Gragas. Whoa, two Shens. What? Two Gragas?
God, so broken. Yeah, the Karma being picked to Carly. This time around, going across potentially to Random. Could be Snitch. Almost may well be. It's certainly a Snitch type champion, but I wouldn't put it. I mean, that's the beauty, right? It's another flex pick that can go anywhere. Ash, however, is not so flexy. Well, it could be. It could be Gatsa. It could be flanked.
Ash Yone composition sounds pretty tasty for getting a fight started. Yone, of course, can close that gap after the arrow, get the knock-up to come through from his own abilities, and just kind of go, yep, that's the team fight right there.
That's it, yep. I think it's I think it's a really nice setup because you have the Karma ultimate afterwards as well. So you have the Yone follow-up with his own knockups. You have the Ash ultimate. You have the Karma ultimate on top of that as well. So it's a really good 3-pick setup. Curious to see where this Ash and Karma go. It could be Ash Karma in the dual lane.
I don't think the Ash needs to be chasing them down. I think they're coming towards them.
Yeah, it does seem like double assassins.
I think they're coming their way. Yeah.
Double assassins, especially with this Gragas as well, is going to be very, very difficult. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe
Rick's banned the Lee Sin.
I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe. I think they've already got their jungler. That's why.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be 7 in the jungler.
Agree.
That's why they've already got their jungler. So I mean, they could put Gragas down in support role again for Clue if they want to. But I think banning out the junglers, I think they'll be okay. And actually, Parler like, okay,
they're
we don't
unsure.
think you've had your jungler.
Yeah,
so they're not too sure either. So maybe a little bit of mind games from Ricks at the moment. Maybe something else that Seven has up his sleeve that maybe he's going to be picking.
Are we seeing Ezreal coming out in a moment here, by the way?
I think so. And then we're flexing till the last point. I think Ezreal makes a little bit of sense given the Ash. We're seeing the Yone already closing the distance. We saw it. How Doom could evade the Yone in the late game. That was actually what kept Rix in the game. So unless there's an Ezreal ban now, I think that you're very right to put it as a question mark for 4th pick. And then we get the jungle support flex on Gragas all the way to the end. It may still be the Alistar that comes out for Clue if they feel like it fits the comp. Might be something like a Braum as well.
And I mean, it's very assassin focused. It's very backline focused at the moment, especially I guess when you have the likes of Yone, Karma, and Ash. They have 3 very, very squishy champions that, likes of Yone and Zed and Carly can actually burst down. They're actually going to prioritize the Nautilus.
And that proves that Parler, basically their bans have just been wasted because they've just banned away 2 junglers that it doesn't matter because they're assuming Gragas is already going to be in that jungle.
But then at the same time, you can also say that this actually forces Gragas in the jungle. You ban out other junglers and then you say to Rix, okay, you have to play Gragas jungle because there is nothing else open. But the Nautilus is still open. The Nasus actually does get picked up. So it's going to be Ash Nasus in the bot lane. We've seen this before from Formulation.
And that confirms that they don't necessarily need to play so much for the laning phase from the Rix side of things. So may unlock the Ezreal for them.
What this does also confirm as well is this is most likely Yone Baron lane.
Yeah, and Karma in the middle lane with
Karma mid lane. Yeah, with Shyvana as well. So
Parler are going totally hands off the wheel for the first 10 minutes of the game here.
Which I worry about. I got to be honest against Rix. Obviously, we saw how quick it slipped away from him in the last game. That means they got to try and hang on.
They have so much scaling.
And
there's the Ezreal. Yeah. I mean, expected against the likes of the Karma, the Yone, the Ash. You can dodge the knockups, you can dodge the ultimates, you can dodge the stuns and roots with Ezreal very very safe pick for Doom. I think Parla, like you said, are going to be very hands-off, and it does worry me a little bit because this early game aggression from the side of Rix, you got Nautilus, you got Gragas, Akali, Zed. Once these champions hit level 5, you can go in and just engage whenever you want to.
Yeah.
And on the side of Parla, they're going to have to wait, I would say, at least until 10 minutes until they can actually start a fight. Shyvana wants to scale, Yone wants to scale, Ashe Nasus in the bot lane is not really that great as well.
That being said, yes, I would say they have more scaling and more scaling options, but Ezreal in the late game still has the damage for Rix. Like, it's not like Rix have to only play for the early game. They still have potency there from Doom, who is exceptionally good at playing this Ezreal.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard-fought game, I feel, for Parla in this one, and it's something that they have to come out on top in. Are 1-0 down already in the series. Stress and Stu, you're going to be taking away game 2. Let's see whether Rix can close it out in 1.
Yeah, we'll see whether this will be a 6-game day, as we would have gone 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 on the matchups, as Rix looking for a 2-0 win over Parla. Parla, of course, want to take us to our first game 3 of the day. We'll see whether they can do that. They are going wildly late game, though, which is always a risk. We've seen Rix struggle in the early game sometimes, though, and not be able to close. If that happens, Parla have their opportunity to play for the late game.
I think the big thing is going to be around these first objectives, around the first Rift Herald, around the first dragon, because we're probably going to be seeing Parla prioritize towards these dragons to try and get Shyvana as many stacks as possible. But then on the side of Rix, they're just like, once they hit level 5, I think they can just go all in the end, and they can just kill one person instantly. But, there is a decent amount of frontline. You got Shyvana and Nasus in the front line. Then you have Karma and Ashe in the back line, using all the poke, using all the abilities at the same time. As you can see, is Katsei on the Nasus and Ashe on Flankton. I'm curious to see if it's actually support item Nasus or support item Ashe.
I noticed Ashe picked up Spectral coming out of base. So, yeah, the sickle is on Ashe. And honestly, like, these Baron laners, these players on these champions is exactly what you want to see, right? Yeah. This isn't 2 tanks. This isn't a matchup we've seen a ton. This is, I would estimate, like, it's quite a skill matchup. Having not played this matchup, I haven't seen much of this matchup. Yone versus Akali feels like very much onto the micro in lane. It's like if you make one mistake, both of them can close the distance, output damage, get the kill. And you can see both of them kind of rock, paper, scissors, barrier. They were like, if the other takes Ignite, I've got this. We've got the double assassin lane, both of them playing barrier.
Typical, isn't it? It's like, just basically don't die lane. Yeah. That's all it is. It's like, you got double assassins, they both want to go in. Nah, you're not going to kill me. No, I got Ignite. Barrier. Yeah, nothing at all. I think you're totally right with this Baron lane. I feel like Yone might have a little bit of advantage because, you got that shielding with the second ability, so you can maybe stop the little bit of poke damage from Akali. You have the potential of the knocker. You have that third ability you can look to engage by yourself and just dash away to safety. But I think, as you mentioned, it is a very, very skillful matchup. Double assassins in the Baron lane, and it was our featured matchup as well for this, and it's 2 champions that... we haven't seen Lonely Kid on Yone yet, but as you mentioned, during the draft, it's probably something that he has played. It's definitely a Lonely Kid sort of pick.
Certainly, and certainly one that Random will have played at least the Yone side of it too, as we're seeing Random and Lonely Kid trading early on. I wonder whether there's a point in the middle of the matchup as Lonely Kid is going to try and bully around in the early game. I wonder whether after one item, Random kind of comes online a little bit. Akali does have that nice spike around 1.5 items, and whereas we've seen people say that Yone really does need, outside of the laning phase, needs like the 2-3 items before you get that big late game damage that comes. So I wonder whether there's a possibility of Random kind of weathering the storm early and turning back around. But this certainly is a matchup that we have not cast in competitive very often, so I'm always excited to see a matchup like this.
Yeah, I think, as you mentioned, Riftmaker, ever since it got released into Wild Rift, it's definitely risen up, Akali up in priority, and has definitely made her a lot more viable pick in competitive, which is always good because we have a lot more AP champions, which means, players like Doom can play AD carries in the duo lane because you got the likes of Gragas and Akali now in the top side. Whereas before, we weren't seeing a lot of AP champions at all because there was just all AD bruisers in the top side of the maps. That's why most of the time we saw mages down in the bot lane. But Rix and Doom looked like to be just freezing the wave. No. They're just freezing the wave in the bot lane at the moment. And I don't think much is going to happen in this duo lane. The same with the mid lane as well, because Nakros just wants to clear waves. Maybe we could see Snitch roaming around on Zed. As you can see, he's actually going to roam up towards this Honey Fruit, but he sees Lonely Kid, and Asholt comes in. Oh,
good flash from Snitch to get clear of that, though. Will not have that cooldown available, obviously, but the fact that he dodged a very last-second arrow, by the looks of it, well played to get out from that situation. That could have gone horribly wrong with Lonely Kid roaming down. That's the kind of one where Random would have been like, no, don't tell me he's roamed elsewhere and got a kill somewhere else. I played this matchup so well.
Why are you feeding my lane?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
We've all
Stop
been
feeding
there.
my lane.
We've all been there. When you're off-rolling or something like that and you play the laning phase perfectly, you're like, good, I didn't die. And then your laner picks up 2 kills elsewhere. Meanwhile, mid lane, 7 is going to try and back out of this as Clue. He's going to go forward into the lane, actually. Nakros drops low. 2-shot barrage, not quite enough. Just not enough from Rix. Neither team picking up a kill here. And, I mean, Parla, that means that Labunya can go back to the jungle.
It's very split. I think Clue went on to Nakros with his ulti, but on the other side, Labunya ultied in. So, I mean, it was originally 7 that looked fully engaged with a great explosive cast onto Nakros, which allowed Clue to follow up afterwards. But no deaths, as you mentioned. You got no kills at all. 4.5 minutes into this game. Gold is dead even. Not really any tower platings going on either side as well. But I think this does play into Parla's favor. As I mentioned, I think that, you know, even though Rix do have still a very, very good late game, you know, you still got Akali, you still got 7, you still got Doom. I think Parla are just all for the late game. You know, Ashe, Nasus, Shyvana, Yone, Karma, you're just all for the late game.
You can see it from the items as well. The Winter's Approach completed already for Katza. Flankton picking up a tier 2. A tier as well, I guess I should say. It's not tier 2 yet. Neither is the Sickle, and that's one thing to keep an eye on because Clue has upgraded his already. I mean, Clue has done pretty good on these engaged supports, I gotta say. Like, Clue's one of the supports where I feel like he's never so flashy that you're like, the engages like Heste. But Clue seems to just be very solid overall. And I feel like as a duo, Doom and Clue are just very reliable.
I think solid is definitely the right word because you feel like Clue can just play anything. You know, anything that the team needs, you need engage, okay, Nautilus. You need any sort of disengage, I can play Set. We saw in the last game, he can play Gragas, and Gragas is a support that we haven't actually seen at all during the entirety of ESL and even during off-season in general. I don't think I've seen any Gragas support. So Clue, even though, like you said, he might not be the most flashy player, you know, like Heste, like we talk about Babane as well, you know, these other supports. He's more of a stable support that he can just play anything and just look to try and make plays. But interesting enough, Parla prioritized the Rift Herald instead of the Dragon, so not as many stacks going over to Labunya on this Shyvana, but maybe looking to try and get some more gold in the hands of his lanes early on.
Ocean Dragon goes over to Rix, and it's a very even game so far, which, I mean, Parla won't be too unhappy with that, having the scaling. Labunya's here. Clue, that's all of the crowd control. We cursed the hell out of him, though. Talking about him being consistent, he just eats 4 pieces of crowd control and basically can't survive because no one can at that rate. Random trying to take out Labunya and will get the kill. Flashes back under the turret. Does use the barrier to survive for a moment longer, and Lonely Kid doesn't have the aggro from the tower, so gets the kill and gets out. That was almost Random getting 2 for 1 in that exchange, but it's a 1 for 1. Meanwhile, bot lane 7 is trying to chase down Katza. Doom's here. Flash, I should say. Yeah, it was a flash. I was going to say. Gets into range. Rix looking for bot lane tower as well. Can't get it, though, off that.
Really thought it was very smart from Labunya, actually, in the top side. He snuck around into that bush where the lane is, making sure that he doesn't get seen at all. And Clue, unfortunately, does step a little bit too far, but I don't think he would have even known that Labunya was there. But the play was there on the opposite side of the map. Ashe Ultima completely whiffs from Flankton.
Did you see them trying to set up the Meteor, though? It was Meteor plus Ashe ult. I'm like, oh, if that hits, I'm going to lose my mind.
Well, fortunately for Rix, it didn't hit. Unfortunately for Snitch, it didn't hit. But overall, it's still 2 kills for 2. It's still pretty much even in terms of gold, even though the Parla did take that first tower of the game. 164 stacks at the moment for Labunya on this Shyvana. You can see he's cleared the whole of his bot side. He's going to go right out to the top side of the map and just clear through his jungle camps as quick as possible.
It's gone on to Lonely Kid, waiting for that second part of the execution. Lonely Kid somehow gets away. That's it. Ignite difference is not there. Now Labunya going to go aggressively onto Random. Doesn't have his barrier, but he'll hop over the wall. Doom has already picked up the first kill from this, and he's looking for more damage on the back end of it as Cats are trying to kite around this cannon minion to drop some of this Ezreal damage. Rick say, okay, we don't care about that. Kill the minion, and Random can push in the wave from the top side. It's Clue going to tank it up. And the Essence Flux hits the turret to set up the turret kill. They get the kill up in top lane. Now bot lane. Snitch is looking for a kill of his own. The Zed Shurikens go wide. And Nakras is tanking up a cannon minion. Snitch will get out and just say, okay, don't need to do that. We'll get stunned in place. Lonely Kid is here. Swipes for the kill. And Snitch maybe outplayed himself.
Yeah, a lot of outplays across the map. This game has opened up very, very quickly for both of these teams. Rex are able to take 2 towers for themselves. They took the bot lane tower and now the Baron lane tower. I think the problem was that Lonely Kid, because his shadow was back into the bush, he had to basically go back there.
It's not good for him now. He's forced to ult away, or at least, yeah, he did ult away out of the bottom lane. Goes back in, though, actually, as we're going to watch the exchange from bot lane.
Watch Yashara, here we go.
Boom.
Boom. Wow, slow motion as well. Whoa.
Got the drift, got the arrow to connect. Checking nobody died.
For speed. Drifting around. It's beautiful.
Oh,
Makes up for his earlier miss.
7 and Snitch going to try and take out Katzen and put the pressure onto this Nasus before he gets tanky enough, and that's the problem with Nasus early on.
I'm not too sure why Katsei is really up there. You don't really see a Nasus, especially an AP Nasus in the Baron lane by yourself. You normally see it in the mid lane. Doom actually uses his third ability. That's one good thing about Ezreal as well. Yeah, buffered the ultimate stun.
Lonely Kid wants it. A lot of damage down onto Doom. Karma ultimate.
I think he even took a tower shot as well in the end. Lonely Kid playing so aggressive. But yeah, I don't know why Katsei is the one in this side lane against Snitch. Normally you see, it would either be Lonely Kid or even, Nakres as well in the side lane. I guess Nakres can't really compete with Snitch in the side lane. So like, okay, Katsei, you can go up there. But the problem is that you're playing AP Nasus. You're not playing like AD Nasus or anything like that, which means that, yes, you can clear the waves, but if you get caught out, there's not really much more you can do. Second Rift Herald is up for both of these teams. We can see that Random is down in the draw lane, which means that the ultimate could come through.
Yeah, they're going to be able to catch Doom. An unusual death for Doom. Still had his flash available, but they couldn't really play around that crowd control. And now Parlo will look for the Rift Herald as Random is pushing down in the bottom lane. Clue can't really take too much damage from Lonely Kid at this point in the game. And Snitch can't get in for the steal either. So now it's mid lane we look as Parlo will drop that Rift Herald immediately. Explosive Cask was used by 7 to try and slow them down a little bit. Now Clue goes into the front lane. That's all 5 members of Parlo though. But look at the tankiness of Clue for now as Random still pushing down in bottom lane. The arrow is back up again as True Shot Barrage from the base sets up Clue. Staggering blows auto into 7. So I should say Snitch's damage is enough to pick up the kill, and Random did take the bottom lane. Lonely Kid got the kill onto 7, and Lonely Kid is ticking down. The Igniter Snitch shows up. The jungler is down, so no real dragon potential for Rix, and I think that's the big second part of this exchange.
There's plays happen all across the map. I mean, we didn't see the True Shot Barrage go all the way through, but actually nearly catched out the Bunya on the back end of the True Shot Barrage. But meanwhile, whilst all this was happening in the mid lane, Random was able to take that tier 2 tower down in the bot lane. So it means that Random is going to get a huge amount of gold now on this Akali. The ultimate comes in from Ash again, actually stops the backport from Snitch, so he's not going to be able to go back to base, which means that Parla can maybe look towards this dragon because Snitch is very, very low. What are we at? 220 stacks now for Labunya. I think once he gets to about 300, 400 stacks, that's really where he's going to come online. But actually, Parla don't want to go for this. It's a 4 versus 5 because Snitch is in base. I feel like that was the opportunity for Parla to go for it. They saw the Ashe ulti. It stopped Snitch's backpaw. But for some reason, they just don't feel confident enough going in.
I feel like Labunya got spooked seeing Random walk out of a bush. He's like, oh, no, I don't want that.
Don't want to deal with that.
No. especially as I think at that point in time he didn't have his ultimate available, but it is available now. They have a ward in the back of the pit, so
Look at Random.
Do have to be careful. Yeah, Random always finding the flank.
No
His Cats
here.
is going to walk right into him, gets auto-attacked by Nautilus, and he's dead. Explosive Cask is going to split the pack and get 4 as 7. He's tanking the Dragon on the way out, but it doesn't even matter. The True Shot Barrage, the Stasis will only secure your death. And as that is a double kill for Clue on this Nautilus. Ooh, flanked and ever so low, but Snitch can't find his way in. That turret is still alive in mid lane, so Ricks have to deal with that as 7 drops very low off the Dragon. It will get taken down. It's going to delay Labunia's 400 stacks, and Ricks will advance their lead.
I think the big thing is, though, is that it's kind of the same as the first game, where Ricks use their vision, they catch out Parla off guard. You know, first game, the Ash Ultimate actually comes in, they can maybe catch out Snitch here, but it could turn the other way around.
Snitch is going to go in, use the Death Mark to buffer through some of the damage. Nakras, however, picks up the kill, as he wasn't able to utilize that Zed Ultimate to full effect. Ricks pick up 1 on the back end. I feel like, though, you were talking about Ricks picking up objectives, I feel like they are a little far ahead for the way that this composition from Parla needs time to scale, and Parla are getting pulled into fights quite frequently now.
Yeah. I think, like as I mentioned, I think the vision control from Ricks at the moment, being able to catch Katsei off guard, that vision control on the bot side where Random and 7 were just camped in their bushes waiting for Katsei to face check, and then Random dashes in onto the backline. He's so strong on this Akali. He does so much damage to both Labunya and Flankton. And Labunya's not really tanky enough at the moment. You can see he only has 1 item. He's 3,000 gold behind, and Lonely Kid.
Yeah, Lonely Kid's going to get killed on the back end. That's a killing spree now for Clue as he's going to land the auto attack. Look at Katz's items. That's the big problem for Parla right now, is only 2 items on this Nasus. Not a lot of gold. Actually, the lowest gold on his team. And you need that Nasus to have gold, to get the 3 item point and just be that unkillable damage dealer that just walks through a fight.
And it's kind of because he's on the side lane. You can see again, he's on the side lane. He's always constantly up against Snitch. He's up against Random in the side lane. But you can't do that as a Nasus, especially as an AP Nasus. I mean, even an AD Nasus can't really do too much against a double assassin in the side lane. I guess it kind of goes back to maybe Parla's draft in general, is they have nothing to really deal with the side lanes. They actually have a Lonely Kid on one assassin, but on the other side, you have nothing. And you look, side lane again, and Katsei's gone. I mean, you cannot play Nasus in this side lane. Nasus AP is for the mid lane. You clear the mid wave, you become that frontline tank, and you defend the Ashe.
And Ricks have even itemized towards this as well. Like, they have 2 Cyrilda's Grudge. Snitch may get picked off in the bot lane as Labunya, I should say Lonely Kid, goes over the wall. He's created some pressure to allow the Baron attempt, but Ricks, they have to rush this down a little bit. Labunya is on the way. Oh, they've seen this before from Ricks as Labunya is going to go in. It's taken by Ricks, but they are low health here. They need to evacuate the pit. It's a double kill. A double kill from Random as Lonely Kid just melts over the wall. Comes the True Shot Barrage, and Ricks are looking to chase down the low health targets. They are far enough ahead that there is no blunder to be had there, as Clue will go headlong under the turret, but not really anything to find. Ricks take the Nasher and put themselves really in a good position to close this out 2-0.
Look, you know what's funny? He just dashed in as Lonely Kid on Yone. He just does like 1 little tick of damage. Boom, just gets 1 shot straight away. Random just basically 1 shots in on face the map. And actually stops the body slam, but I don't think they can do enough damage. 7 can actually turn this around!
He's like, I'm not stuck in here with you. 7 just body slams, gets the kill, and it's everything Ricks need. They're going to push through the mid lane turret now. Even just with 2 members here, Clue and Doom with the Baron buff have enough here to push through the inner. Do have to be a little bit careful now, but there is no Ash Arrow to be worried about.
Call an ambulance, but not for me.
He's going back as Lonely Kid. Now the depth charge is only going to seal his fate as Doom is going to pick up another kill. This Ezreal has worked wonders for him. Yes, he killed 7 in that exchange in bottom lane, but Ricks, they're trading up all of the time.
Ricks and 7 showing the power of the Gragas, the first pick, Yone, not really working out this game. He is 6-5, has the most kills and also the most deaths on his team. So you can kind of say what you want, I guess, about that, but he definitely hasn't had the impact that he would have liked on this Yone.
Yeah,
They're looking for the fight.
Goes in already. The first kill goes over to Rix as both of them pop stasis, and Random picks up another kill. Nakras drops low, and Rix are just looking for the opportunity. They buff up the mid lane minions as well. It's going to be 2 inhibs going down very quickly off this. No top lane wave, and Rix are quite low, so they may choose to reposition off this one. But 2 waves of minions coming in with the supers. Now Snitch is going to go. It's Random actually going in under the turret. Can't quite survive, but it's a 2-0 against Parla for Rix. They're going to get to 3-1 in the standings.
Beautiful performance from Rix in the end. Very difficult weekend on paper for them, coming up against Formulation and Parla. But I think they definitely stepped up huge this weekend, you know, making sure that they are not known as one of the top teams in the EMEA region. They had a little bit of a slump against Ice Cream, but now they've shown that this week they've come back to play.
Yeah, absolutely. A dominant performance, no doubt about it, from Rix. We were expecting Parla to maybe put more of a showing on there, but it just wasn't the case. They got close there, and I got to be honest, when we got into sort of that Dragon Pit fight, I just saw the Nasus almost just straight face check. They were like setting up, okay, we're going to have this fight, and then like AP Nasus face checking, guys, you are squishy. Yeah. It's not going to work out for you. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from this game, because it did slip away from them. It was a bit closer than the first game, there's no doubt about it, in terms of sort of, I was looking at it as like, you guys obviously talked about 10-minute mark. This is it. This is the full face check, and there's no vision.
And the exact same happened in game number 1 as well, where Lonely Kid was the one face check, and they were able to get bound from it. This time around, they'd only get the Dragon for it, but they get the team fight, and it's just Rix playing around their vision so well, and Parla have to be so careful every single time you're face checking, because you know you don't have that many wards in Wild Rift to be able to keep warding every single bush over and over again, so you have to be careful. But Rix, they played the vision so well, they played the game really well in the end. A little bit scary around that Baron, I wasn't gonna lie.
Yeah,
they were a little bit low.
Yeah,
they were a little bit low, but overall it was still a great performance.
Yeah, good performance from Rix overall. I mean, Cats are not having the easiest of games on Nasus, really punished for playing this like hands-off laning phase for Parla. Lonely Kid, I mean, he's trying to get as much work done as he could on this Yone, but the problem is on a champion like this, when you get crowd controlled and you go in and you only trade 1-for-1 and the rest of the team is squishy, well, you're going to lose out on those trades every single time.
I think that's a big thing, is that we saw this first pick Yone from Lonely Kid, and they responded with the Gragas, with the Akali, you know, all that CC, all the big massive damage you can do, and then they responded with a Z as well. So every time Lonely Kid looks to jump in, we saw Don in an interview earlier say that Yone, even though he is a very strong champion, he is very squishy. So when you're against his double assassin setup with 7 on the Gragas as well, 7 showing how powerful the Gragas is at the moment, you cannot leave this champion open, even though Yone is so strong. So yeah, didn't work out for Lonely Kid in the end, unfortunately, and for Parla it doesn't work out, so they'll move down to a score of 2-2.
And it was interesting because obviously you said they're looking at like the 10-minute mark, and actually, to be fair, at the 10-minute mark they were looking okay. It hadn't gone too awry for them in the lane phase. They were, I think, 2,000 gold down, but they picked up the Rift Herald at 10 minutes and was like, okay, here we go. Now they're starting to switch on. But at that point, Rix just stepped up a level. It seems that they just went into overdrive, and unfortunately for Parla, they kind of walked into it. Let's have a look at obviously how it all played out. We know obviously what in terms of happened in terms of stats for Rix. Dominant performance overall. Let's have a look. It's not going to be the goal first.
It should be damage, and it's going to be Doom.
Damage.
I'm sure Doom's damage is going to be off the chain. No, it's not that big. Like Random's, Random's damage on that Akali. I mean, this is one of these matchups that we know Random will just take.
But this is a split push AP Nasus that got 9,000 damage. It just didn't get a chance to do it. And you were right. You were right throughout it. It's like, if you are building your Siphoning Strike and you are going full AD Nasus, this big tanky machine, split pushing is the answer. But you don't do it as an AP. You are a squishy little side laner. You are basically an AD carry, effectively ready to be squished. And Rix just... well, they picked on him. They simply was like, he's here again, guys.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely really weird, because then I think it's because you have that Karma and Nasus, so you don't really have anything, because you're with Rix, you're playing this 1-3-1 where you have Akali and Zed as strong side laners. For Parla, you have Lonely Kid to defend one, but who do you defend as the other?
Shyvana.
Karma didn't really do too well, but Shyvana wants to farm the jungle constantly and get as many stacks as possible. So I think it's just a little bit maybe of a misdraft for Parla, because Nakras can't really do anything against the Zed. We saw the Cats, they couldn't really do anything against the Zed, so they're kind of falling into their own trap in a way.
And they locked in the Nasus quite early on as well, if I remember right. It was like third pick, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was the second rotation, was it? Because they picked
Yeah.
the Ashe. It was Karma Ashe with
Second
the Yone
rotation.
first pick,
That's
and then
it,
they picked it in the second rotation to play that Nasus Ashe in the bot lane.
Let's have a look at the gold. Of course, it's going to slip away pretty much into Rix's favour, as you see. And that's what I was talking about. You know, in terms of like initial lane phase, even up to 8 minutes, it's pretty dead even. And then when you hit that 10-minute mark, like you said, the champions are starting to switch on a bit for Parla. But unfortunately, that was also the time that it started to slip away from them.
I feel like the problem was Parla just went scaling everywhere.
Yeah.
They were like everything.
You've got to
about
have
her
an
comp-
early game point.
Yeah, there was nothing
Be
to
it
really
jungle
like
or
buoy
whatever,
them through the early game, and as you said, like nobody to accept a second solo laner, whereas Rix are like, ooh, double assassin style comp, this will work very well for us. It beat Formulation yesterday, so really impressive performance by Rix. That's what we needed to see them bounce back with a 2-0 week.
Absolutely, yeah, strong performance against obviously Parla today, and obviously yesterday against Formulation with the 2-1 big win. Let's have a look at the MVP. Who's it going to be for Rix GG? It could be...
Hey,
Whoa,
support! He got 3 kills, like in a couple of team
He got
fights
double
there.
kill as well, yeah.
So I mean, Rix have had a jungle and a support MVP. Yeah, it was a good game out of Clue. This is where Nautilus looks broken. It's like when you're able to early get your stone plate and then just keeps ahead of the item.
Well, standing in the front line doing whatever you
I mean,
want.
you throw the dredge line out and 2 assassins follow you, so it's, just like, it's
It's
just
very,
not
very
hard.
true.
It's like rocket
I
science.
think that just shows the power of Rix is that when they're on their day, anyone on their team can carry.
Yeah.
You know, whether it be Clue, whether it be Doom that we've seen on the Ezreal, whether it be Snitch or, you know, we saw on the Yone, 7 in the last game on the Lee Sin, random as well, Fiora in the split push in the side lane. You know, all these members on the side of Rix, there's a reason why we name this team as one of the best in the EMEA region and why they're consistently up there as one of the best. Yes, they had a little bit of a slump, but obviously that week off last week did them a well of good, and now they've come back and they've looked stronger than ever.
Almost could say that Rix are the Real Madrid and sort of Barcelona for Team K, so it's like the El Clasico when they meet. Well, it's going to be coming up soon, that's for sure. Phenomenal performance overall. I think this whole week has been fantastic for these guys. Any standout performances? Obviously, we're going to say Rix, I assume Formulation.
It has to be that for me. I mean, that every single time we see Rix versus Formulation is always a banger. I mean, every single time. But I think that the big story is definitely, you know, this Rix comeback weekend. You know, that was kind of their story last week where Rix was like a little bit of a slump. But now Rix have actually come back this week and they're going up the standings ever so slightly. Only 1 game behind Team Queso as well.
Yeah, we'll have those standings for you shortly as well to see how it works. I mean, we know Queso's at the top there, obviously 4-0, untouched so far. Let's have a look at those standings and to see how it works. We know who's top and tail of it. It is, of course, going to be Queso at the top and Momdi down the bottom. What is going on in between? Well, Viv, of course, picking up 2 wins this week as well. Takes them to 3-1. Rix, of course, their double wins, 3-1 as well. So it's starting to separate, isn't it? This is what we expected. The top 5. The question is, who's the 4 going to be? Parla and Formulation. Formulation, I think, will be... I mean, I wouldn't say surprised that they're there. Obviously, they're going to be upset with their losses against Rix, but they bounce back today in strong style. Yeah,
we're going to have to see Viv versus Formulation, I think, is going to be one of the decision makers there, because Formulation already having lost to Queso and Rix means that Formulation basically need to win every game on the bounce now to get into the top 2. Of course, whenever you're looking at a playoff situation, you want to be in the 1-2 spot for the higher seeding. Being on the lower seeding side of 3 and 4 is always just a little more of a hill to climb up, but I think Formulation and Parla going toe-to-toe for that 4th spot makes... I don't want to say makes sense, because I feel like Formulation should be better than that, but it's Queso that have surprised me. They've looked very, very good this last 2 weeks.
I still feel there's a little something to come from NASA as well. I feel like they're just lacking a little bit of something right now. Hopefully in the week they'll go away and sort this out, maybe have a little discussion and try and bounce back. There's still 3 game days to go, so it's far, you know, it's not beyond realms of possibility they could turn it around. It's totally possible they could get that 4-3 and then, well, we could be looking at a tie situation obviously between them all. But yeah, at the moment, unfortunately for Ice Cream, you know, after their magical start against Rix GG, their big win there, it kind of fell away from them.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, especially, you know, for Momdi as well, which I would say pretty much have been, you know, knocked out now. I think that, you know, There's only 3 more game days left. They have to win every single one to even stand a chance, and maybe have to do with a tiebreaker or something for Mumd. But yeah, as you mentioned, down the bottom as well, Ice Cream after their crazy win over Ricks have now lost 3 games in a row, unfortunately, so they need to bounce back. NASA as well. I feel like the drafts themselves have maybe, fallen out for NASA. We've seen a few drafts from NASA that have not really looked the best for them, but it's still time for all of these teams. Like you mentioned, with 3 game days left, it's still all to play for.
Speaking of drafts, Queso Acolyte giving a big shout out to his coaching staff, obviously loving how they've been drafted throughout this, and choosing right.
They only had to pick 1 draft.
He's played Camille every single time.
Exactly.
Wait, where is this? Is this a tweet or something? Is he tweeting? I need to reply to this tweet. He's literally been playing the same champion over and over again.
They've had what, Java the 4-5 times. They've
Camille.
Had, Camille.
Then Jana.
Jana, I think 6 times maybe now.
Oh yeah, he's giving a shout out to God, which I have to say, God only came back recently, and before God came back, he was actually the Team Queso didn't really play this. I guess you could say funnel play style, but ever since God has come back into the backroom staff as a coach, it's come back. And I did tweet him, and I was like, he's the reason that Team Queso go for this funnel comp. But yeah, he did give a shout out.
And Muumu's like, yeah, I get to play ADs.
Aqualide's like, yeah, I get to play Camille. It's like, yeah.
I love this guy. What a fantastic week it's been, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, we've got to thank our sponsors that have come throughout this. Obviously, Snapdragon, where would we be without them? It is the Snapdragon Pro Series after all, of course, when winning matters, and it is mattering at the moment because we're going to see who the top 4 are going to be to reach there on day 7, of course. Without them, obviously, we would also have Monster, who are powering us through right now. They've been powering you through, that's for sure. You chugged down 2 again today, didn't you?
Only 6 games, though. I mean, if it had been 9, we might have been looking at
maybe
more. We never know.
Off the walls, I reckon. I'm not too sure about that. I think 1 or 2's a lot for me. But yeah, obviously they've been bringing us everything. But of course, how did they get here? DHL deliver it all the way through, and they can deliver you 100 euros as well. Obviously, for the ESL vouchers in the ESL shops. So lots to be had there. DreamHack hoodies, maybe ESL hoodies, Face It merch even now. Of course, it is the ESL Face It group after all. Everything getting in there, and let's not forget all the teams, almost all of them in the world, I think, are available in that shop these days as well. So they are one of the European major global suppliers of all the goodies out there, whatever team you may support. Don't forget to get on this Discord as well. Midweek, when we're not here, we're not in Twitch chat, so maybe you can get on Discord and have a chat about the game, see what you think is going to be coming up. Obviously, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. And of course, you can get yourself involved with all the other community to chat. Maybe Stu will even drop by and give you some predictions for next week.
If he's not busy streaming a million other things.
No, there's nothing on this
week.
week
Off.
This is like my
week
off.
I have 3 days off this.
Don't tag Stuart in the middle of the week. This is like his 3 days in October.
This is his
only
This is about only 3 days off. But to be fair, I'll probably be streaming grinding ranked anyway. So
he'll be like, oh yeah, great. I made Masters on my time off. I'm like, okay, Stuart. All right, perfect.
Well, whatever you're going to be doing in the week, we have a look at our predictions to see where we finish off, where Stress finishes off, and hands off to Excalibur. He's going to be delighted with this, I'm sure. It's actually
not that
been
bad.
a pretty good week for the 2 of us. We're actually tied now, 11-11. Oh, I've let it slip a bit here. I didn't realize I'd slipped so much, actually, to be fair. But yeah, I mean, it was, I would say, a pretty easy day to call today.
Yeah, we were unanimous on only a couple of the game match score predictions different. As you alluded to, yeah, this is my my last part of the
if you're
group
out there
stage.
watching, you know. You got 9
we
points.
need to carry on your prediction. Maybe we can get a 4th column there for Excalibur. There's space for Excalibur at the end.
Yeah, but he hasn't got any before, so he's coming in as 0.
Yeah, true. That's true. Yeah, that is true.
It's fine. He's so big brain that, you know, he can start with the handicap.
He can make the pullback.
9 to 11, so
he can catch
he'll be
up.
fine.
Let's have a look at obviously what is coming next week for Play Day 5. Of course, we've had some absolute cracking matches so far, and there is still plenty more to come. with some big games, of course. Momdi versus NASA. An important one for NASA, I would say there. Start things off, obviously Momdi at 0-4, but NASA 1-3. This is their chance to turn things around, see if they can maybe get back. Following that, Ice Cream have got their hands full with Formulation. Formulation themselves are going to want wins. They are only at 2-2 right now, whereas Ice Cream down at 1-3. They're looking to try and get something back from this one. And then, of course, it's Viv Esports versus Rix, both on 3-1 right now, both hunting to chase down Team Queso, who themselves off stream will be playing against Parla, so that is a big game off stream.
Watch Parla 2-0 him now.
While we're off stream, yeah. I mean,
but Viv Rix is huge.
Yeah.
That's a big matchup.
Well, I mean, Parla obviously played the Funnel Comp midweek as well against Formulation, so they're going to be well aware of it. We'll see either double Funnel Comp or figure out a way to play against it. We'll see whether they've got
have to keep our eyes on that
perhaps an answer for it. That's, of course, all coming to you next Saturday if you want to tune in, same time, same place, same back channel and all that malarkey. Guys, what been a good day so far. Anything obviously outside of the Rix Formulation, anything in terms of the meta that you're looking forward to maybe next week?
I want to see more. I'm gonna get hated for saying this. I want to see more AD carries, but most of the time it's funnel comps. But I love seeing AD carries. I think Mumu has performed really, really well. Excited to see what Team Queso are gonna bring out as well. Maybe in terms of maybe getting some other comps up their sleeves. But AD carries is always my thing. I love to see it. Maybe an odd Zaya there. You know, Zaya's my main chat.
Get that.
Yeah,
James, you get the final word.
Well, my interest is on whether the meta stays as open. We've had such a different meta between all of the teams, and I know that I don't know whether the champions will be available starting this week, but I know there's like patches and new champions coming for the rest of the
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. We have a new patch next week. Yeah, new patch.
Who knows? There might be some extra fun stuff.
Corki buff is getting a huge, massive buff. Varus is being buffed again.
Varus, Jax is getting buffed again.
Jax is getting buffed again. There's a lot of changes happening next week, so I think it's actually quite exciting because, I mean, we don't have a tournament realm or anything, so that means next weekend we're going to be on the live server. Yeah, it's completely open, so maybe we might see some new champions next week.
We're going to be some busy players on Friday, I feel, figuring the things out for the patches. You guys at home can figure out how things are going to be. Get yourself involved and play during the week, and we'll, of course, maybe see you on the Rift. Until then, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you next Saturday.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
won't stop going. Till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha.